What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley liar, dude. What a fucking holy fucking what the fuck?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. This is Sam Piker, and this is the Awesome Broadcast, coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. Because today is a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today's a fantastic day. It is a very special day, folks. It's the time of the week where we all celebrate. And some of you might be wondering, why do we celebrate on this very special day? Is it because it's 59 degrees and partially sunny here in California? Absolutely not. That's not the only reason.
Mufasa, you know we finally here, right?
Right. Because it's
Friday then.
Freaking Friday,
Saturday,
baby.
Sunday, what?
That's right. It's Friday. It's Immaculate Vibes Friday. It's Fucked Up Friday. It's Fuck a Fan's Mom Friday. It's the freaking weekend, baby. That's right. It's Friday. More like Fry. Yay. It's fucking Friday. Jummah Mubarak, chat. Yes. It's freaking Friday. My birthday's this weekend. Says Flying Burrito Bro 420. Congratulations for being born on January. I feel like it's not the best month to be born on because it's like right after the holiday season. People are like fatigued. You know what I mean? People are somewhat fatigued from all the holidays. But hey, listen, folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about about what's going on in my life. And let me tell you, not much. Not much is happening in the world of Hassan Piker. Horrible month, the worst. Well, the beauty about the month of January is that it is longer than, like, I would say 3 months at the end of the year. Does that make sense? Like, January is a very weird month that lasts so long. I guess maybe it's because it's a fresh start or something. Fresh start wise, you know what my new Roman Empire is? Speaking of fresh start, let me just give it to you straight. Okay, you guys want to know what my Roman Empire is? A lot of people are like, men are constantly thinking about the Roman Empire, right? My Roman Empire, unfortunately, is Jeremy Allen White starring in Calvin Klein underwear ad campaign. This, folks, is my Roman Empire. I'll just come out of the gate swinging with this, okay? It is like a disastrous, absolutely devastating thing that I think is inappropriate for Calvin Klein to put out there. Not because my man looks good, but because this is what gives men insecurities, okay? I'm just saying. This is freaking body goals, okay? I mean, he looks phenomenal. Still ugly fat, by the way. Don't make no mistake. My perspective on that matter has not changed. Like, he's still... All right, did I say ugly fat? I meant ugly hot. I'm ugly fat. That's why the word is in my brain. I'm ugly fat. He's ugly hot, okay? Someone in the chat said... he's got a big cock, so I'm good for real. Okay. Now, what do I mean by this? There's a couple different things I have to mention here. First of all, his face is still kind of busted, but it's all good. Like, it don't matter. It don't matter, dude. It don't matter. Help a man lift. He'll live for a day. Give a man body dysmorphia. He'll live for the rest of his life. Oh, 100%. This gave me extra body dysmorphia. Look at this.
You don't own me. Not just one of your many toys. You don't own me. That's my favorite scene in the entire thing. Okay? Because it's just like, it's just so up close. Like, right before the cock shot, you know, you do the cock shot and everyone's like, all right, we got it. And then this, and you're like, oh, no. Yeah, how many times we watched this?
I actually haven't watched it other than the one time I watched it. I've just, it's been permanently lasered in my brain. I hate it. I hate it so much because, and I'm going to tell you exactly why in a second. Hold on. Let's finish it first.
Don't say I can't go with other girls. Please, when I do,
Bro, I'm telling you, I still stand firmly on the ugly hot dynamic. Okay. So here's the thing, right? What am I saying here? Is it because he's like the most brawlic? No. Two things in media that have ruined my year. Okay? Two things in media that have ruined my year. Jeremy Allen White coming out with this Calvin Klein ad where he just looks insane. Okay? I mean, and it's not because he's like incredibly shredded or anything. He's at a comfortable 10% body fat, maybe a little bit lower. That's not the reason. It's because, and this is going to sound really messed up for a lot of people who are not into gym culture or bodybuilding of any sort whatsoever. He has the perfect physique. Like, the layout of his pectorals are perfectly solid. His ab placement is perfect. Like, he just has the perfect physique. It's body goals to the max. And a lot of that you can't really work out to get there. You know what I mean? Like, there's going to be a lot of people who are 10% body fat that are just simply not going to look like that. So yes, genetics is definitely playing a significant role here. So how can you call him ugly hot? Because this, before you get to the face shot, is all perfect. But his face is, you know, he's got a weird face. Now, there's a secondary thing I want to talk about. You're absolutely wrong on this. He's not ugly hot. He's oddly hot. It's a completely different brand of hot. This man has cum sewer systems, not cum gutters. Yeah, it's perfect. He's not like, he doesn't have hypertrophy, like too much hypertrophy. I would say, I guess, like his shoulders are a little bit more overdeveloped and his biceps are a little bit more overdeveloped, but he has great pectorals. It's just so, it's great. Like, it's all, this is why I say working out makes you gay, by the way. There's just no, like, I am gayer than a dude who is currently sucking a penis, okay? In this very moment, there's a dude out there who's sucking a dick who would turn around and look at what I'm saying and be like, dude, call me the F word, okay? That's what they would do in this circumstance. Thank you to Macy's for the playlist. It's for his new wrestling movie called Iron Claw. Yeah. Immediately, as soon as I brought this up at the gym, they looked up his height. We have a problem, okay? Men have a problem. As soon as I brought this up at the gym this morning, immediately the first thing my trainers and everybody else at the gym did was like, okay, so how tall is he? What's going on? Turns out he's 5'7", which gave me a brief sigh. I was like, oh, a sigh of relief, right? I was like, okay, fine. Shorter makes you more aesthetic. That is true. Yes. The shorter you are, the more like your build will look solid. It's much more difficult. It's much more difficult to have a perfect design in a build as far as like how your muscles look the taller you get, which is why like basketball players are insane, right? It's just like extra wild that basketball players look like that when they're that tall. Regardless, I need to look like him. I'm 5'8" and I can get there. Now, that's copium to be like, oh, he might have the perfect body, but he's 5'7". That's copium. It doesn't matter. First of all, it doesn't matter that he's 5'7". Like, he bagged Rosalia. He's killing it. He's having a year. He's having multiple years. And he's awesome. I love him. I just got here. What's he doing with Adam Freeland? Is he appearing on the show? Yes, he is. Let us short kings have something. Yeah, there's no, like, it doesn't matter that he's 5'7". I've never cared about height, obviously, as you guys know. I don't care about that at all. But what I wanted to tell you is Jeremy Allen White, two takes that I have where history will absolve me, okay? I mean, I have a lot of takes that history will absolve me on, but there's two specific takes here that Jeremy Allen White proves. One, that he's ugly hot, right? And it doesn't matter. Like, you see it in this video where, you know, boom, right there. You're like, oh, what the fuck? That's number one. Number two, and maybe some of you figured this out. Maybe some of you figured out where I'm going with this. Any man can be a 7. Guys, any man can be a 7 minimum. Remember,
That's what this guy used to look like. Chat, if you can go from all of that to all of this, it's over. He went from like a 2 to like a 9.5, maybe a 9.9. Okay? This is what I'm telling you. 7 out of 100? No. Any man can be a 7 just means at least a 7. Any man can be a 7 doesn't mean like, oh, you're just stuck being a 7. He went from being Lip Gallagher to goddamn, dude, to he Gallaghered his body. He looked average before, to be fair. You have awful taste in men. Chat, you're crazy. I mean, he's a child in this photo. Come on. He's not a child in this photo. And also, I don't know how old he is in this photo. He's probably like 18, 19, except so are you. There's plenty of people in this chat who think they're done. It's over. It's Jover. They're like 18, 19, 20, early 20s, okay? And they think like, oh no, I'm cooked. No, you have a tremendous runway here, okay? Redditor to shredditor, straight up. Abs are way overrated 99% of the time. Your arms are the only exposed part of your body, so having massive arms, forearms will be the best way to show off, in my opinion. Don't get me wrong, though, having both is still more impressive. What? Once the shirts come off, we've moved way beyond like what is good for the ladies. This is not for the ladies. This is for the fellas, okay? Make no mistake. No part of gym culture is for women, okay? Especially when we're talking about men. Straight men go to the gym, not for women. Straight men go to the gym for other men, okay? It is the same dynamic with like ladies who do makeup, right? Everybody's always like, oh, women are doing makeup for me in particular. No, bitch. They're not doing it for you. They're doing it for them. It's the same shit. It's the same exact principle. Men do not go to the gym for women. Men go maybe start off going to the gym for women, but it's not for women after like a certain point. Okay? It's for the boys. It's for other men. It's for yourself personally, obviously, but then also for the other men. When you ask your girlfriend if she's seen the Jeremy Allen White photo shoot and she says yes, she was supposed to say no. That's a good meme, Megaphonics. It's true. This is devastating. Hide this thing from your significant others. You do not want your significant other looking at this Calvin Klein ad and then going, why don't you look like that? Okay? So any man can be a 7. Doesn't mean things can change for though, dude. I've taken all the advice. It's been good. I've lost 50 pounds. My arms look great, but I still haven't found a relationship lol despite being a 7. We all live in an alienated society. That's something we have no individual can overcome. TLDR, we need communism. My man said we need luxury space communism so I can finally get pussy. No, okay? It doesn't. It's just the beginning phases, okay? Working out is good and physical fitness is good, but that doesn't take you across the finish line, my friend. But it's good because it builds confidence in yourself as well. You're achieving goals that you've set out for yourself. My point is, what? Bro, it's 30 minutes in. I'm not running an ad break right now. I'm running a middle of the hour ad break. It's 30 minutes into the broadcast. I'm not going to run a top of the hour ad break today at this time. Jeremy Allen White would have slayed even harder in the 80s too. He's too late for superstardom. Is this gay hypno poem? What? My point is this. Oh, Majority Report, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. We're looking at Jeremy Allen White's penis. We're looking at Jeremy Allen White's Calvin Klein photo shoot. Dude, I gave up on ever looking like this. It's never going to happen. Unfortunately, I think I'm too big. But this is the peak. This is peak, chat. This is peak. Doesn't get any better than this. So, I'll check back in with y'all later. What do you mean? Why give up? Is he natty? 100%. This is a natty body. Anybody that says this is not natty is on maximum levels of copium. I'm always Mr. like, oh, they're probably doing some steroids, but this is 100% natty. What are you talking about? There's nothing that like, that's precisely why I'm saying it's like peak, because not only is he natty, but it's also very perfectly placed. Do you know what human bodies look like, bro? What do you mean? This is 100% natty. Look at him. He doesn't have like any tremendous amount of hypertrophy at all. He doesn't have any like overdevelopment. Maybe his biceps are a little bit like, he definitely did something for Iron Claw. Come on. No, I don't believe it. I think he's a natty. He's a natty daddy. He's a natty baddie. Yeah. You're right. He does have the Austin build. Depends on how fast he was able to develop this aesthetic on the natty thing.
No, I think it's not like, as a resident juicer, this guy is natty and people don't really understand how far you can go natty, lol. Yeah. There's like incredible specimens out there that are natty that you would never believe they're natty. This dude, on the other hand, is just, he looks normal. He looks like a perfectly normal dude. His shoulders aren't round enough for him to be juicing hard. Nothing about him screams juicy. He may have used something like Clen to shred up. Maybe, but like, I mean, clenbuterol is whatever. It's not like, when people talk about steroids, they're not talking about clenbuterol. They're talking about Anavar. They're talking about Tren. They're talking about like serious steroids. Clenbuterol is just like, I mean, it's still technically a steroid, but it's like, I mean, you get clenbuterol style results from like old school hydroxycut. You know what I mean? The type that gives you a heart attack. He also is kind of dehydrated to get that packing. No, he's not dehydrated to get that. What are you talking about? Look, this is him straight up on a hike. Like, you can have that at like, it's all, look at his six pack. He's just hiking here. I mean, he's a little dehydrated, sure, while he's hiking, but he doesn't have to like go above and beyond and do any kind of like extra water cutting or anything to look like that. Yeah. Like, he's not over the top vascular at all. Bro, you lost me at all this whole guy body discussion, lol. All I'm saying is, Hassan falling for advertising. So the definition is from lighting. I mean, he's pretty defined here, and this is the worst kind of lighting that you can be caught in. So, no, his definition is, guys, he's 10% body fat. That's one thing, okay? Of course, the lighting is perfect here. It's sunset. It's like the golden hour to take a photo. But then beyond that, I'm sure they lit it up perfectly. I'm sure they even put makeup on him. It's a photo shoot, okay? However, depending on where your starting point is, this is like, you can reach this in a year of like serious training and serious dieting. Anyway, the other thing that gave me body dysmorphia was also, what's the show that's like going around? There's another show with like the dude from Blue Mountain State, Drifter or something. 2025, watch me. Stop pretending that you don't look better. I don't look better. Are you kidding me? I do not have Alan Rickman. Yeah. Reacher, not the Drifter. This guy's physique is like modern Brad Pitt in Fight Club. Yes. The other one is this. This also messed me up. That one is on steroids though. Here, I'll show you a steroid bill so you get a better understanding of what we're talking about. Okay? What is it? Reacher? Is that here? Open image in new tab. That's the difference. Jack Reach around. No, this is not steroids at all. This is low body fat. No, this is steroids. Bro, Jeremy Allen White is definitely on steroids too. He was on gear for his role in the Iron Claw. No, I don't think he was. I don't think Jeremy Allen White has a gear body at all. Do you not see the difference here? And he's 6'5". Okay? This dude is 6'5". For him to achieve this physique, he has to be doing steroids. Chad is taking the opposite position of you for fun. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. It's like, this is like the classic bro talk. I mean, yeah, he's like 40 years old. He's 40 years old. He's like 6'4" or something. Okay. And he has a build like this. That's like, it's pretty much impossible to achieve. I would say a big chunk of Hollywood celebrities that look a certain way definitely do gear. You have to look at like what age they are, how quickly their body transformed, you know what I mean? And what their body looks like in general. Jeremy looks super normal in comparison. Yeah. Oh, this is perfect. You have two guys that are not on gear and then one guy that is. What a perfect photo to show you what the difference is between someone who definitely does steroids and someone who doesn't. I know that people always say Zac Efron doesn't do steroids. He absolutely does. Okay? A couple things that you can figure out whether or not someone's on steroids is obviously, I mean, voice, jaw, depending on what kind of steroids they're doing. If you're doing HGH, your voice will change. Like, parts of your body literally grow. Okay? Like, Zac Efron has steroid jaw, obviously. Depending on how deep you are into your cycle, how many times you've cycled, you might even get bubble gut, like Joe Rogan, right? So, like, he's got it all except for bubble gut. But he definitely has gone like full HGH mode, I would say, similar to Kumail Nanjiani. He had jaw surgery. I know, dude. Yeah, totally. Totally. That's why his neck grew too, right? Because he had jaw surgery. I hate that. I hate when people are like, oh, he had jaw surgery. Yeah, okay, dude. HGH does not change your voice. Bubble gut is typically a result of way too much HGH, overeating, and sometimes insulin abuse. Bro, what is this link, dog? This looks like an IP grabber. Like, I'm not gonna lie. This link looks crazy. Pants have his gut tucked in. No, you would see a bubble gut. Body acne, but the body acne for the most part, body acne also can, you know, it's more of a genetics thing. Like, it's about how your body reacts. It's about how your body reacts to steroids. Like, some people literally don't get it, which is crazy, and some people go crazy with it. Like, if you have a genetic predisposition, like if you need like Accutane or whatever already, and you take steroids, you're fucking cooked. Okay, you're gonna have like an insane reaction. Varicose veins is another good one. Exactly. Talking about steroids with Twitch chat is so unbearable. So much misinformation. Armchair experts. Like, Sam Sulek has an insane amount of body acne. Like, an insane amount. Anyway, but yeah, the reason why I wanted to show you this is because you have here one example of a dude who definitely did do steroids, and you have a dude who's natural. And when you look at the like, even when they're not pumped, when you look at the striations, like vascularity, and also musculature, like muscle development, you can figure out. Obviously, being tan helps in this circumstance too, but no, his pecs are way more defined. Like, he has way more pec meat and way more shoulder. Like, his delts are way more defined. Not defined. He has more delt muscles, larger delt muscles, more pec muscles. They look Photoshop while not flexing. 99% not natty. Yeah, that's a good example. This movie was so ass, by the way. I mean, I didn't watch. I don't know anything. I'm just looking specifically at who's natty and who's not. If a guy about Sam Cedar's age wanted to get ripped, what would be the best way to go about that? Consult a doctor. I don't know how old Sam Cedar is, but like, once you reach the beautiful age of 35, obviously you are no longer up to 35. You're at peak. Once you hit 35 plus, your testosterone levels start declining a little bit. So, you know, I would consult a doctor and not ask me. Nice try, Sam Cedar. We see you. Signs of HGH are an enlarged skull, enlarged heart, and bubble gut if they don't manage insulin properly. Majority report raid, and that you get that question. Sam Cedar's in the chat. Anyway, my point was this, guys. Remember, any man can be a 7, at least. Okay? This man now looks like this. You feel me? You peak at 35, you sound like pearly things. No, when I talk about peaking at 35, I don't mean like at your life. I just mean physically. That's an excuse, though. At 40, I still hit PRs natty. I got shredded for a few months last year. Totally doable. I mean, it certainly is doable. I'm just simply talking about the natural thing that happens. Hassan, I'm 29 with a BMI of 30. I get about, first of all, BMIs are stupid as hell. Like, my BMI is extremely obese as well. I'm 248 right now, 249. My BMI is like extremely obese, 6'4", 249. Let's see. Yeah, my BMI is obese. Okay, so BMI means nothing. It's a super outdated way of analyzing whether or not someone is like, dude. This says in order for me to reach a normal BMI classification, I need to lose 44 pounds. Okay, I do not have 44 pounds of fat to lose while simultaneously being healthy. BMI is like, oh, you have any muscle mass? Okay, you're obese. It's like the most outdated, the most silly thing. So don't actually ever consider BMI to be serious. Just a couple things that I will tell you. Is like, BMI is bullshit. Don't listen to BMI at all. It doesn't mean anything. Also, BMI scale wants people to have no ass. Yeah, BMI is ridiculous. And also, the body index, like the in-body index stuff, is also not an exact science at all. And it's also, it varies greatly depending on how much water you have, like depending on your water retention at the time. So don't worry about that kind of stuff either. It's unironically, the best thing you can do is like, if you want to figure it out, and it sounds so stupid, but like eyeballing it for your fat and like maybe grabbing like the inside of your thigh or your arm and like around your belly is unironically a better way of making an assessment of your body fat percentage than any of those other things. I mean, the calipers is quite literally how you figure out your body fat percentage anyway, unless you do water displacement inside of like a pool or something. You'd be really cut at minus 22. You'd be totally shredded at 44, but not sure it's possible. If I lost 44 pounds, I don't think I would have any fat remaining in my body. Is it necessary to track your eating to get in good shape? Yes, absolutely. You cannot outwork your diet. And if anyone tells you you can outwork your diet, that means you're talking to a very fortunate person who has just like very high metabolism or is like incredibly active. Also, this is like almost exclusively for men in general. Hassan showed a photo at 225. He was ripped as hell. This dude from like 6 to 7 years ago. Yeah, at 225, I had like visible abs 6 to 7 years ago. I don't know if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. Does fapping count as cardio? Like here. I'll show you this much, okay? Like here on this, like in this photo, oh, what the hell? I couldn't, here. In this, open image in new tab, will it work? Yeah. In this photo, I still have a little bit of belly fat, but I'm like 235. Probably like 235 to 240 here in this photo, okay? A little bit of gyno, 6'4". Same with oh, this is the photo. Like here I'm like 225, I would say. Do you have more muscle mass now? I do have more muscle mass now, yes. Yeah, I looked up Hasanabi shirtless. So think about it. At that point, I didn't have too much to lose, you know what I mean? I that was like at this point, I was like around 225, between 225 and 230. So if I had lost more weight here, like imagine I'm 249, that thing says you have to go down to 205. I didn't have 20 pounds to lose at this point. Like I could, but I would not be healthy. I'd be losing a lot of muscle mass too. You got the soccer player haircut? Yeah, this is before I figured out what works on the top of my dome. It was really bad. You can be strong or you can be shredded, but you can't be both without pharmacological intervention. You can, I mean, if you're, you could be naturally both strong and lean. That's a real thing. There's plenty of people that do it. How old were you in this pic? I think this was like 2014, 2015. I think at your height, it's hard to get shredded without some help, but you can be lean and the diet will suck. Yeah. Your face is giving hostage photo proof of life. When my mom saw this photo, she texted me worried. I still remember at the time. When my mom saw this photo of me that I posted, she was like, she didn't even text me. She called me and was like, are you okay? You've lost too much weight. You have to start eating. I'm so scared. I feel like I feel like something else is going on in your life that you are that skinny. Like she was freaking out. And I was like, come on, Mom. I'm reaching ketosis. Anyway, just some silliness on this Friday. What would this photo look like if you were black or Chinese? Oh my God, V-Lone Predator. What is this? Your theory of as long as you're funny, any topic is okay has been proven true. Fired comedian in order to get day job back after jokes ruled simply funny. Jad Slyman was a reporter in Philadelphia before he was fired over his budding comedy career. Now his employer has been ordered to reinstate him. A reporter who was fired last year when his employer found clips of his stand-up comedy online must be reinstated because his jokes are funny, a third-party arbitrator has ruled. Dude, a lot of the classic Hasanabi takes are coming true today, okay? Goddamn. Look at that. Look at that. Steroids are not magic, by the way. You still got to work your ass off. I'm saying this is an IFBB pro bodybuilder who's trained nanny for 7 years and on gear for the past 3 years. This is something I say all the time. You're absolutely correct. And I think a lot of couch potatoes don't understand the amount of work that goes into like developing a body like the Jack Reacher, this guy. Like this does not happen overnight, okay? You don't just like hit yourself with some steroids and then magically, boom, you look like that. It doesn't work that way. You have to train a tremendous amount. You have to eat right. So a lot of normies who don't work out too much personally think it's like super easy to develop something like this as long as you cheat with a steroid. And like, that's not how this works at all. Life hack, get lipo. No, don't do that. Lipo is very dangerous, I think. Anyway, let me blast off. But these are the two things that gave me body dysmorphia. I saw this photo, or it was like a video. I think it was a GIF or something. I saw this and they were like, wow, this guy's supposed to be like homeless and a drifter. Like, how can he look like this? As like a joke. And then it broke me. I was like, God damn it. You know, there's just dudes out there looking great. And then the other thing was the Jeremy Allen White thing, which completely destroyed me, ruined me, absolutely, you know, ended me. Just complete humiliation. Reacher is 7 feet in the book, so they cast a bunch of short actors for the show. I witnessed a friend go from amphetamine skinny kid to that in 6 months on roids. I don't know why you would want to look like that. Anyway, it's completely alien. No, I don't want to look like that. I want to look like this. But this is natural. That's what I'm saying. Anyway, it's 2024. We do Ozempic now. Yeah, I'm not doing Ozempic, dog. Let me tell you why. Okay? A couple of reasons why I'm not doing Ozempic. One, I don't want to work. I don't want to rely on a medication because, like, what happens if I can't get it? Okay? That's number one. Which, by the way, ain't no shame in taking Ozempic. I recommend it for my mom. Okay? I recommend it for you know, people that need it for sure. But the problem is, like, Ozempic also causes you to lose muscle mass too, and I don't want that. Yeah, I don't want to lose muscle mass. What are we doing here? I don't even care about like the gut paralysis or whatever. That's like a dangerous side effect of it. But I care about the muscle mass loss. Because there's a shortage and you care about the diabetics? No, I don't care about that. First of all, listen, dog, my whole family is diabetic. Okay? They need Ozempic, not for the diabetes, but for them to also stop eating. Okay? So they no longer need that diabetes medication to begin with, ironically. But of course, they still need it for the rest of their lives because once you start Ozempic, you need to use it for the rest of your life. Anyway, 3 people my mom works with are on it, and they all constipated every day and sick. They can't eat anymore without throwing up. Damn. Thanks for answering that. A person was wondering that it's hard to lose weight. I never feel full and finish a plate if there's food on it. Yeah, I mean, I'm the same way. The other thing that everyone in this community will yell at me for openly stating is that you need to rework your brain to not be a part of the fucking clean plate club. I think that's like instilled upon us from an early age where we think like me, I'm a clean plate club guy, 100%. Okay? Like you put 8 chickens in front of me, you put that on my plate, I'm going to eat all 8 chickens. I have to. I will literally die on the table. I always used to do that. Now, obviously, like a way to avoid that is as long as you control your own food, you control your own intake, you can just ensure that you don't have a full plate, right? You can just control the portion size. But if someone else is putting the portion in front of you, you should get comfortable with not eating the whole thing. I used to get punished if I left food on my plate and it's taken years to rewire my brain. I mean, I'm the same way. King, you should look up Joe Gao's porn making scandal if you already haven't, Lamau. I mean, I still struggle with that with pasta. Yeah, I mean, that's carby. That's the other thing. You need to have a solid amount of protein in your food, chat. You need to have a solid amount of protein and decent fiber, okay, in every meal. Like, you have to do that. That's why I get so mad at, like, the Jordan Petersons of the world who are like doing the meat only diet and stuff like that. No, this is so dumb. But yeah, you can eat a tremendous amount more pasta than you can chicken. Yeah, but protein's expensive. Yeah, it doesn't matter. We're talking about health. Go get that manager special chicken and get EBT. You ever make pasta? I do sometimes. I do like, I make like, what is it? Is it farro? Like there's like a different kind of, it's like lentil pasta. I've tried it all. It's whatever. I usually get my carbs from low carb tortillas. They're like 70 calories per tortilla. You guys see it. Or sometimes I'll get it from like microwave bag of rice because that's the quickest one to whip up. Oh, chickpea pasta. Yeah, I eat that. Hey, Hassan, if you're talking gym, you should get a skinny dude gym bro on the podcast to get some more diverse opinions. Just feels a bit left out in the advice. I mean, what do you mean, dog? Just eat. Like what? You're a skinny dude? Okay, eat. Like eat nonstop. Just the advice is the same. It's in the opposite direction.
if you want to lose weight, if you want to lose fat, you have to eat less than what you have to burn more than you consume. If you want to gain weight and muscle mass, you need to eat more than you burn. It's not hard to eat a lot of food. That's what we think. But I think a lot of people on the other side actually have a hard time. Like, they can't eat too much. I don't know why. Best tip, drink your calories. Yeah. Oh, that's the other thing. Yeah. It's the easiest. It's a cheat code. If you need to put up a lot of weight, like if you burn so much, just get like a weight gainer protein and then you're good. What are you talking about? Dude, I'd be slamming milkshakes every day. You can put down like 1,000 calories in one milkshake. I genuinely don't understand how people have such a hard time gaining weight. I don't get it. I drive for UPS and consume 6,000 calories while I drive and burn about 3,500, so I can't gain weight, only maintain. Jesus Christ. I'm a skinny dude and it's a different struggle. A mix of stress and financial issues make it hard. Milk can be expensive. You know how expensive weight gain mix is? Do I look like the type of person who's ever bought weight gain mix? Brother, I would gain weight by looking at a weight gainer, okay? No, I don't know how expensive weight gain mix is. I'm 249 pounds at 6'4". Anyway, I don't know if the weight gainer stuff is a scam because it's outside of my pay grade. You look so skinny now, people forget you're a faggot. I'm fat right now. Like, I'm imagining a world where I have a metabolism that's like too fast and it's hard for me to gain weight. First of all, I'm eating breakfast like every day. I never have breakfast. I fast until around like 2 p.m., 3 p.m. as you guys know. That's the first meal I have. And then I have dinner too on top of that after stream. And if I was looking to gain weight, I'd have a protein shake. I'd have a breakfast. I'd have lunch. That's like a much larger lunch, much larger dinner. Like, it's so easy. I'd be snacking in between. If you think you're fat, you need to visit the Midwest a little bit. Yeah, I mean like I'm LA fat. Bro, it sounded like you said the F slur when you said gay kid just now. What? I didn't say gay kid. I said I was a fat kid. Here's my theory. If you look down and see your pee-pee, you are not fat. Long pee-pee helps with being skinny in this theory. Yeah. I have a fast-ass metabolism. I don't have enough of an appetite to eat past it. Maybe drinking the calories is a cheat code. Yes. If you have a hard time gaining weight, always drink your calories. Anyway, Friday fun day. Adam Friedland on later. Also, No Pixel later. Get in now. The song couldn't get big enough to block out that big dong. Yeah, I've never had a problem seeing my penis. For me, I have different stages. Like, I call it the t-shirt method. Okay? The last thing I'll talk about before moving on to the news. I call it the t-shirt method. Okay? If you look fat, and oftentimes you have a belly over your titties, right? If you look fat when you have a t-shirt on, you're in the highest stage of being fat. Okay? The second stage is when your belly your belly has reduced to beneath your titties, at which point you don't look fat when you have a shirt on. But when you take your shirt off, you look fat. Okay? Here, we're blasting off, by the way. That is when you're t-shirt slim, I guess. That's the second tier of being fat. And it's a detriment. You look worse when you take your shirt off. Like, when you take your shirt off, you look fat. Okay? The third stage, said No Pixel later. Yes, I did say it. The third stage is when you don't look fat with the shirt on, and when you take your shirt off, it's not a detriment. Like, you don't look incredible or anything, but you don't look bad either. And nobody will point to you and go, oh, that guy's, he's not in great shape. That's where I'm at right now. And then the last stage is the final stage. Yeah, you can. Are you going to do Okay Buddy? I can only accept memes in 2 hours. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do Okay Buddy today. The final stage is when you take your shirt off and you look better than you do with your shirt on. That's when you're shredded. That's when you reached a very different stage, okay, where you literally look worse with a shirt on than you do with a shirt off. Once you stop caring about other people's bodies, you stop caring about yours and vice versa. Yeah, no, I care about mine, and I care about others too.
Taking body image advice from Body Dysmorphia Andy. I mean, it's not. Don't take advice here. I'm just giving you what I think is like the different tiers. Yes, Charlie Moist Critical is on the last tier, where like what is known as a sleeper build, I guess, where he's like he doesn't look jacked at all with his shirt on. He just looks like a normal guy. Takes the shirt off, you're like, oh my god, what is happening? Tips from a fellow Husky pants wearer. I'm in. Have you heard about the incident at Koç University? I did. But that's like so irrelevant to this community that I'm not going to get into like college campus drama in Turkey. I don't know how I can get rid of my beer belly and I'm 26. I have a limited amount of time to figure it out. No, you don't. There is no limited amount of time to figure things out. You're being silly. Hassan, new overall speaking volume is clear. I am able to follow it more easily. I appreciate the change in this direction of your on-screen presence. Okay. What is this guy spamming links? Yes, it's me. I'm the guy spamming the link that you're seeing. I'm spamming it because I want you to engage with it. I want you to like it. I want you to retweet it. I want you to let your friends know that we are live and we are alive. Take my shirt off and all the hoes stop breathing. But we peak at 35? No, that's not what I meant. I didn't mean it as like it's Jover at 35. I just meant like as far as testosterone levels goes, yes, your testosterone levels start diminishing at 35. That doesn't mean that you're done, you're dead. What the hell? They don't diminish, they just start declining, okay? You still have plenty of years of physical performance that you can put out. No athlete, no one in this chat is like a LeBron James style athlete, okay? What I'm talking about is like for high performance athletes who are in their physical prime, like athletes at the top 0.00001% of the population, when they're maxing out from, you know, early adolescence all the way into their adulthood and become like professional athletes, those guys start noticing performance declines. Many of you have never even come near your peak, so it doesn't matter. Even if you get started on like a serious workout regimen at the age of 37, you will probably reach incredible heights in physical performance that you thought were previously unimaginable because you've never hit that. You've never hit that performance ever in your life. You've never tried that hard. Okay? So don't worry about that. Like, you are going to make a tremendous amount of gains, especially because many of you have never actually hit anywhere near your physical peak ever in any point of your life. And I would say the same for myself too. Some of us were actual athletes, bro. Okay, fine. Except for the actual athletes that are in here. I know you saw the video of LeBron brushing his hair, bro. That was so sad. I did. Natty old men doing calisthenics. Hold on. You want to see something sad, dude? Here, I'll show you. This is the worst video I've ever seen. Bro, when I liked this, I think it was literally at like 8,000 likes. I don't know how this video went from 8,000 likes to 52K. This morning, I liked it. Very sad video. Like watching a veteran trying to move his phantom limb.
You guys will be able to remove. They did a good job.
LeBron is fucking balding. Are you kidding me? It's the meme is in the beginning of the season, LeBron comes back and his hairline keeps moving back further and further by playoffs. his headband goes from starting off here to like here by the end of the season. Anyway, is it too late for him to go to Turkey? How do you think his hairline jumps back forward, chat? He does. He already does that. He does that every year.
You did a good job of exporting the things that we have going on defensively. You guys will be able to remove one.
He's brushing his thoughts. Yo! I don't think he knows what's going on back here. I don't think he knows he's crowning. Has anyone told him? I think he thinks everything is all right because, like, he's too focused on the recession, and he's like, man, we surely got a good hold on this recession this time around, you know what I mean? And then it turns out, like, he's got nothing up top. To be fair, though, listen, there's a heavy price to wear the crown, okay? When you're the king, you wear a crown everywhere you go. And sometimes you start crowning as a consequence of the crown that you're wearing all the time. Stop saying listen, we've already established that LeBron's dick is worthy of riding.
So when you guys say, go ahead, be like, oh, you're riding his dick. Like, I don't care. He's the greatest athlete of all time. So yes, I will keep doing tricks on it. I don't care. Every single one of you is a white supremacist racist. Doesn't matter if you're black, brown, white. Doesn't matter. If you don't like LeBron, you're racist. If you don't agree that LeBron is the greatest athlete of all time, you're racist. Oh, what's next, dude? Oh, Jokic. Look at how good he is, dude. Yeah, okay. Quite suspicious. Did you guys see that? Did you? No, I really do like. I do like big, tall, white Balkan men who play basketball real good. I appreciate his game winner. That was pretty insane. Listen. This is so unimaginably insane. Okay, and then I saw another NBA Twitter clip where it was just him like the bump, 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 you know what I mean? And then it was like him partying and versus like every other like superstar athlete in the NBA working out real hard. Greatest fat boy to ever do it. Yeah, this is the most insane part of NBA is that like people say he's fat. Oh, here. This is just white supremacy. This is white supremacy. You can't convince me that this is not white supremacy, okay? In action. Yeah, this is racist. Just racist. He is a specimen. He definitely is a specimen. I mean, dude, look at this. That's not a normal, like, what is happening here? Like, that doesn't make any sense, bro. Why? How? At that size? What is happening? Like, what are you supposed to do for that? 4-pointer? Yeah, you have as a 4-pointer. No, how do you guard against that? Like, he did everything right and they indicted him. Look, like, what do you do? Bro just threw the ball. What do you mean? It just doesn't make any sense. That shot doesn't make sense. Jokic would dribble around looking like a panicked walrus on sand before tomahawking some shit over his head, which ends up being wetter than water, is truly majestic. He just has a way, dude. He just has a way with the ball that it doesn't make sense. Yeah, over the past 3 games, he's shooting 39 out of 44. He's missed 5 shots only. That's not normal. That's not normal. Check him PC, dude. He's 100% aimbotting. 100%. I mean, this is one of those dudes that's like he's too tall. You know what I mean? Like that. He didn't have to jump up there, dude. Look at that. He doesn't even have to jump up there. It's dumb. That's one of those things where it's like, okay, dude, what are we playing here? Like, is this basketball? Like, he literally looks down at the rim. What the fuck? No, he looks like you went to the NBA player character creation screen and just maxed it out. You broke it. You jailbroke it, and you maxed it out for no reason. Okay? It looks goofy when he's dribbling the ball. There's like 8 seconds. When he dribbles the ball, it takes 8 seconds for the ball to get back up to his hand. And it's not because he's not slamming it fast enough. It's just too much height. It would be considered a carry for like the average. Like if you have a point guard guarding him at that moment, it just looks like you're literally going above their waistline, above their head. It looks like he's not shooting. He just drops the ball in. That's every time he blocks is technically goaltending. Okay? Because he can't block you when the ball is going up. He's so tall, he can't block you when the ball is going up. He has to hit it while it's going down. What do you do with that? This is what I mean, dude. Look at how many seconds. Dude, when he's dribbling, it takes time to get up to his hand, dude. It's so stupid. Oh, dude, it's not even a joke. He literally drops it in. This is some real Monstars shit. I swear to God. Like that's come on. Did they lower the rim? Like, come on. Let's be real, right? They lowered the Wemby looks fake when he plays. Bro, you remember the Jordan like 3-point the Jordan free throw dunk? I feel like he can do it from the 3-point line. I feel like his bounce, he can 2-step from half court and then jump up from the 3-point line and be able to dunk it like a Monstar, literally. Oh, that's it. That's the reply, the Monstar reply.
Like, that's so silly, dude. Oh my God. Bro, look at how long his arm is. Look at that. He grabbed the ball. He grabbed the ball behind. Half of his body is already touching the three-point line on the other side. You can't see it because the camera's out of frame. He grabs the ball on the other side of the half court. Bro's Euro step starts in Europe. It looks like he's driving in slow motion because it's just too many frames. I was listening to Sad Boy's podcast and learned that being 6'4" means you're tiny in the NBA. Yes. That's so crazy. I mean, think about it this way. This guy is literally 1 whole foot taller than me. He's 1 whole ass foot taller. This is the 2K Demigod IRL. There's a whole generation of this build coming up. Yeah, the thing is, there's been guys like this in prior generations as well. People thought that they were building it in like a Chinese lab, like Yao Ming, right? But the problem with this build is that like NBA players are brittle, dude. They're made out of like tissue paper. And the thing is, the taller you get, the harder it gets on all of your joints and stuff. I feel like your bones crumble, like you accidentally step wrong and it's over. You know what I mean? And overall, I've never seen a tall guy like this have super long and super successful career. No player over 7'3" has had a long career without injuries, specifically lower body injuries. Exactly. So the thing in this upcoming generation that needs to change, I guess, with medical science is like improve the lifespan, like, or the career span of guys that are over 7 foot. Not just over 7 foot, but like 7'3". 7'3" plus is when it gets really, because there are guys who are obviously over 7 foot that have had like long and successful careers, but they have to be built like Shaquille O'Neal. You know what I mean? Bro fell over last game and literally couldn't get back up by himself because he's so tall. Wemby landed on his ankle so many times and just walked it off. He's built different low key. Bro, he's like 20. That's why. Wait till he's like 24 and pounding on these fucking courts with those, pounding on those knees for as long as he has. He does yoga. Okay. Courts will break before his knees do. I don't know. Like I said, it's just like, it's a really, that's the one, I think that's the one problem with dudes that are this tall is just like your lifespan diminishes greatly when you get to that height. I feel like dudes like that are very, very prone to injury. The more like when you hit 7 foot, like anything above 6'11" in the NBA, I feel like increases every inch after that increases the likelihood that you're gonna have a career-ending injury. And it's just at that point, it's like physics almost. You know what I mean? It's not even like it's not even necessarily like, oh, it's just this or that. It's just you know, tall things fall hard, right? Kind of like that. That height, even at like 6'4", your lifespan shortens. There's a reason there's not a lot of tall old people in general. I mean, yeah, but I'm talking like, we're talking about NBA career now. We're not talking about like normal people in the normal world. We need a league where normal Steves played these pros 1v1. I actually watched that sport. Yeah, that would be ridiculous. What about Kareem? Yeah, I mean, there are anomalies for sure. Wemby's stretching routine is wild. Bro, that's weird. God, he's so skinny. It's crazy, dude.
And this is actually insane flexibility from Wemby here. Not very often you'll be seeing someone 7'3" or 7'4", whatever he is, being able to do this. And if this continues throughout his career, it'll go a long way in helping prevent injury.
Bro, when you're 7'4", like packing on muscle mass at 7'4" is so goddamn impossible, dude. There's just so much to put on. I don't even know if he can, no, he's hypermobile. His joints are going to be so bad when he's older. Yeah, I think like the reason why he's doing that is not necessarily because he's like hyper flexible. I mean, he obviously is. Like he is very flexible. Like clearly his muscles are, I mean, he's very flexible in general, but I think he also has hypermobility too, much like your boy, myself. How many calories do you think he eats? I have not, like 10K. A sports scientist on ESPN said he has to eat 5K calories a day to gain half a pound a week safely. Yeah, he's probably not 10K. Your joints are so fucked when you're tall with hypermobility. Yeah. Real question, how big you think his dick is? That is an insane question. I have no idea. Thick 8. That's my answer always. Stephen Hawking. It is known. Would you come to the All-Star game? Sure. Problem with a guy like that is you have a thick 8, it don't matter. It looks like a micro penis on a 7'4" build. You understand? What kind of bed do you sleep in when you're 7'4"? I didn't even think about that. Like, I'm 6'4", and I have like a king bed, right? And I feel like you have to get a custom one, right? Like, if I was a foot taller, I would not fit on that thing. He makes millions. I think he can afford a special order. Yeah, I wasn't talking about the finances of getting a bed, chatter. I was simply saying, like, you have to get a custom made. Even a California King is not going to be enough. California Kings are longer, but I don't think a California King is long enough even. Or what is it, an Alaskan King or something? I think those are like the different ones. What is it? How long is it? Why doesn't it say how long it is? Oh, California Kings are wider, not longer. My bad. Well, which one of them is like longer? I guess it's the Alaskan King.
So this is our Alaskan King mattress. It is massive. It makes me feel small, and I'm a big guy, and it's very comfortable for myself.
All right, bro, show us the fucking size. What is happening? Does it feel weird for you too when you meet a dude taller than you? Not really. I get excited. When I meet a dude taller than me, I get excited. I'm like, oh, finally, is a tall person, and also I look normal. Shaq's 10-foot bed. No one will best Shaq's bed. I learned on MTV Cribs that his bed's 10 feet by 30 feet. So it's the novelty of meeting a tall person. I mean, I don't know. I don't really think about it. It's like I rarely ever meet people taller than me, I guess, in the circles that I hang out in. But when I do, I don't know. It's like whatever. How did it feel to meet Zoil? You guys saw it. It was on camera. When you're a super tall guy, the rules of prison change. Instead of beating the biggest guy's ass on the first day there, you have to hug the smallest man on your way out after serving time. Yeah, I put respect on my short kings. Wait, are you 6'4" or not? Yes, I am 6'4". Anyway, Dantavia's cult video, cults that are still active today. Oh yeah, we can watch this. Anyway, we'll watch that later. Before we get to Friday Fun Day, I don't know how the hell we got here. Let's talk about one of my classic takes that is solidified once again, made permanent by this legal precedent that's now set. You tell jokes that are edgy, better make them funny. Because if you tell jokes that are edgy and people laugh and you're a good comic, then they legally can't fire you. That's right. Fired comedian in order to get a day job back after jokes ruled simply funny. Jad Slyman was a reporter in Philadelphia before he was fired over his budding comedy career. Now his employer has been ordered to reinstate him. A reporter who was fired last year when his employer found clips of his stand-up comedy online must be reinstated because his jokes are funny, a third-party arbitrator has ruled. The arbitrator has also found that his comedy clips, which cover topics including 9/11, Israel, and oral sex, could violate Philadelphia-based NPR member station WISE social media policy and must be removed. The reporter, Jad Slyman, said this raises concerns about the boundaries of remote work. I kind of couldn't believe it, says Slyman, who wrote on Instagram that he's been pursuing comedy full-time since his firing. The one thing I've been told about arbitration is that they usually split the baby, so nobody gets everything they want. But what's been on my side this whole time is the case against me has just been such bullshit. Slyman has spent 5 years as a reporter at The Pulse, the health and science radio broadcast produced by Y. However, after senior management found clips of his stand-up comedy routines that he had posted on Instagram, clips the company alleged were egregious with sexual connotations, racial connotations, and misogynistic information. According to the arbitration case document Slyman posted online, he was fired last January. They cut off my health insurance the same day, despite the fact that they know I have multiple sclerosis and rely on very expensive drugs to walk. Slyman told Motherboard on Wednesday. They also went and deleted all my work from the site, every single possible clip I could try to use to get a job. That is crazy. Slyman's comedy focused on his experience as an Arab American raised in a Muslim family, his experience in the U.S. Marine Corps, and his reporting while he was in the Middle East, including embedding with Syrian opposition fighters and covering ISIS in Iraq. The arbitration document states it includes written samples of 9 jokes that Slyman has posted on clips on Instagram, which is a part of the arbitration agreement he has since removed from his page. One joke listed with the title, Kind of Racist. Now I want to see it. Do we have any clips of this? What's his name? I don't want to read it. I think it's disrespectful to the art. you silly gooses. It's disrespectful to just like read the joke because it's completely devoid of context. We are an NPR Philly. We have a sense of humor around here. No, we don't. This is the NPR Philly. Let's be real. Let's be real, okay? We have less humor here at the Hot Side Up broadcast than, is this him? Yeah, but I want the specific joke. I want the specific joke that he's talking about. But people here have less humor than like an NPR editor, okay? Straight up. I wanted to look for the specific jokes that like they actually deleted. But you should get Duncan Trussell on the show. His name is pronounced Jed Slayman. The arbitration agreement mandated he delete the clips. I know, but I'm sure they exist somewhere online. Nothing gets deleted online, really. I know he had to take down the clips off his Instagram, but maybe it's on TikTok or something. You know what I mean? You told me I was funny, Sag. Yeah, but...
What's up, everybody? I worked for a public radio show that aired here, and I got fired for my stand-up, and I got a list of jokes and what's wrong with them. Let's go through them. Here's the first one.
Like, people say Muslims hate Jews. It's more accurate to say we're very afraid of them. They've been kicking our asses for like 7 years.
All right, that was an example of racist content. Muslims. It's weird that they say that's racist in that it mentions 0 races. There's all kinds of Muslims. There's Asian, black ones. There's white ones. R.I.P. the dog, Abu Huraira, dude. Bless him.
That was anti-Semitic. It is racist. That was anti-Semitic. Oh my God. This is why I'm saying, bro, I swear to freaking God. I swear to freaking Christ. This is why. I mean, it's not that good of a joke ultimately, but like, this is precisely the reason why. This is precisely the reason why like NPR operates the way that it does. Okay? Chad is going to die when they hear from Adam. I know. I'm like kind of worried always.
Bless up, dog.
When the rain falls into the ground, make trees and the fruits grow. Allah says in the Quran, we do it, not you.
Most people don't consider Jews a race, though some people did. What the hell?
I mean, Jews can be a race. I mean, it's an ethnic, not just a religion, it's an ethnicity too. But anyway, speaking as a Jewish American, that last chatter is the perfect example of how Zionism is totally corrupted Judaism as a religion. I mean, that wasn't even about like Zion. Like, he's making a joke. Where he's talking about, it's an ethno-religion, but he's making a joke where he's saying like Muslims are afraid of Jews more so because they've been kicking our ass for 70 years, which is like yeah, he's making a quip, a humorous quip about Israel and connecting it to Jews in general. In that situation, he's trying to make a comedy bit. You're wrong. This is deeply anti-Semitic, brother. Oh, come on. More anti-Semitic at the top of the hour ad break. God damn it, dude. Oh, God damn it. I gotta stop. I gotta fucking stop reading chat. What am I doing? That's my New Year's resolution. It's my New Year's resolution to not read the chat. I'm slipping. Kilometer 040, think of the 5, get the subs. Allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break right now. Okay? I got absolutely destroyed. I got cooked. Slyman has spent 5 years as a reporter at The Pulse. Yeah, he talks about his experience as an Arab American. Like, this lady asked my boss, she's like, yo, does Jad consider himself a person of color? Because she was making a list of us. Hell, sick. All right, I'll get to be this lady's brown dude Pokedex. Another joke is titled Trump versus Muslims versus Jews. People say Muslims hate Jews. It's accurate to say we're afraid of them. They've been kicking our ass. We got to rethink the term homophobia. Homophobia means you hate gay people. It doesn't mean homosexuals have defeated you in dozens of wars. Slyman, who was represented by SAG-AFTRA grievance lawyers, argued that he had been terminated without due process. Lawyers from Duane Morris LLP, including the firm's vice chairman, Thomas Servideo, argued that Slyman's inflammatory comedy constituted a violation of Wise Code of Conduct and social media policy. The arbitrator said that he read this policy as not incorporating a reasonable person standard, meaning that the workers must be vigilant not to post anything on social media that could conceivably be interpreted as inflammatory even by highly sensitive and thin-skinned individuals without an appreciation for irony or satire. That's nuts, right? Slyman said. Yeah, I mean, his jokes aren't like incredible. He's an amateur comic. They're not going to be that good. He still has to work on it. But overall, I would say, they're not fireable at all, especially because like he's not trying to make legitimately inflammatory statements or jokes that like belittle people of kind of raised, the arbitrator wrote that it was a powerful condemnation in a funny way of what Slyman calls corporatized racial consciousness. About Trump versus Muslims versus Jews, he wrote that much of the clip is somewhat amusing. Another joke was simply funny. I love that they went to an arbitrator, and the guy was basically like, no, dog, you don't understand. Like, this is good. This is good. This is funny. Sucks to suck. You have to rehire this person. The arbitrator was not a fan across the board. They found that one joke was insightful, principled, and serious, but not very funny. Slyman said he was disappointed by this review. The arbitrator ordered December 29th that Slyman be reinstated in full. When asked whether he believed he would have gotten his job back without SAG-AFTRA involvement, Slyman said, no, I would have been screwed completely because Pennsylvania is an at-will state, so they could have just fired me, and that would have been the end of it. The fact that it's a union shop is actually the whole reason I was able to fight back at all. There you go. The moral of the story is unions are good, folks. Even if you got like mid-comedy and they fire you off of it, the union will reinstate your job and will also give you good marks. The union will make it illegal not to laugh at your jokes. Slyman said he's supposed to start working again in the coming weeks unless the company decides to appeal the arbitration decision. Yeah. The union got a third-party arbitrator to say he is legally funny. Oh my God, you're so annoying. What? Yo, is there a way I can help with campaigning for Jen? Because I need to volunteer 6 hours for an AP Gov assignment. I don't know, chatter. Why are you asking me? Do I look like I'm on Jenk's campaign? Like, he needs 6 hours for AP. I help him. I'm sure you can figure it out on your own. You know, just look it up. I'm sure there's a website out there. JenkForAmerica.com. All right, that's a cool story. All right, let's get to a not so cool story. Iowa shooter believed to have posted on TikTok prior to deadly attack.
Details emerging this morning about the school shooting in Perry, Iowa that left a 6th grader dead and several others hurt. So a TikTok shared on social media, believed to be from the 17-year-old shooter, shows him posing in a school bathroom before he opened fire. We're also learning more about the victims, who include Perry High School's principal, who was hurt. Dan Merberger's daughter says he tried to distract and stop the shooter by talking to him. Veronica Miracle is in Perry, Iowa with the latest for us. Veronica.
Well, John, this community is just in mourning over the 6.
Has the GOP blamed China for the shooting yet? No. The GOP has immediately found like photos or videos from his TikTok though, where they're saying that he's like gay or trans or whatever. Nowadays, like if you have a TikTok where like even if they think you look gay or whatever, or you don't even need to, I guess, quote unquote, look gay. I don't even know what that would be. They would just be like, oh, he's trans. He has a TikTok. It's always like, it's just, that's the strat. Because there's no punishment for it at all. So why wouldn't you? Right? There's no punishment for it whatsoever. You just don't really get, you don't get hit with nothing for just spreading that kind of thing. And as a matter of fact, you only get benefits for lying about that sort of thing. So that's usually what it is. You can just kind of say whatever you want. You just kind of lie about it. And at least like there was some level of like, there was back in the day, there would be like, at least people would socially outcast you, right? Like they would say, why did you say that? That's a lie. That's wrong. Why did you just, immediately make that up? And nowadays it's like people kind of celebrate it and then they move on, right?
6th grader who was killed. Also, the other people who were injured, 5 other people were injured, 4 students and 1 staff member. All of the injured are expected to survive. But the staff member, the principal of Perry High School, identified by his daughter on Facebook as Dan Marburger, had to go into surgery. He is in stable condition. His daughter also saying in that post that her father tried to help save lives, saying, quote, he tried to approach and talk Dylan, the shooter, down and distract him long enough for some students to get out. As many of you know, Dad, he is a gentle giant, an amazing dad, and an amazing person. This is a very small community, John. The entire school district has only about 1,800 students, so everyone knows everybody. Last night at a vigil, CNN spoke to a woman who says she knows the boy who was killed. Take a listen.
A friend of ours, basically like my second kids, his friends, and had heard that he was missing and he lives in our neighborhood, so I went to ask, and heard from the family themselves. And he really is just the sweetest boy. The one you want your kids to be friends with.
So heartbreaking. Now what's front and center for investigators is a motive. They're trying to figure out why exactly this happened. They're looking at social media posts from before, that the shooter posted before the shooting, as well as around the time of the shooting, on TikTok, posting from inside a bathroom inside the school with the caption, "Now we wait." And we're also learning from two students who spoke with ABC News that bullying...
This is the first school shooting of 2024. First school shooting, I believe, of 2024. But I think it was like the fifth shooting, mass shooting of the year.
May have been a factor in this shooting, saying that they believe he was bullied since elementary school.
God bless America.
Take a listen.
He got tired of the bullying. He got tired of the harassment. We tried to be there when he needed us, which clearly we weren't there for him enough.
The 17-year-old shooter died from a self-inflicted gunshot injury. John.
The shooter is believed to have posted on social media in the moments before the attack at the high school that killed a sixth grader and wounded 5 others, including the school's principal. Now, a new study out today by Everytown for Gun Safety says 300,000 lives could be saved in the next decade if states adopted gun laws like those in California and New York, which are some of the strictest in the country. CNN's Omar Jimenez joins us now. Omar, what does this report say?
Yeah, John. So this study from Everytown, the gun violence prevention nonprofit, essentially looked at the state gun death rates and compared them with the strength in gun laws as we look state by state, and came up with a score and a ranking for these. So some of those top states: California, New York, Illinois, again, a composite score of strength in gun law, but also matched up with the gun death rate. And what's interesting is New York and California actually had some of the lowest gun death rates in the country, despite having some of the strictest gun laws, even though they have 2 of the biggest cities in the country. And gun deaths includes homicides, suicides, and accidental killings as well. On the other side of the spectrum, Arkansas scored the lowest by Everytown standards because of its weak gun laws and high gun death rates. Now, Everytown used essentially 5 foundational laws here to sort of judge strength in a state's, gun laws or policies. So those, you're seeing them on your screen there: requirements for background checks, permits for concealed carry, secure firearm storage, rejection of stand your ground laws, and extreme risk laws that temporarily remove firearms access.
That's crazy, man. That seems like fake news to me. Yeah, more gay propaganda, folks. Oh, not even the first school shooting, brother. There was one day before with 1 injury. That is insane. There have been 2 school shootings with injuries or deaths. Oh my God. There were 4 shootings on January 1st, another one on the 2nd, another one on the 3rd. Yeah, we looked at it yesterday. Oh my God. Why does local news coverage of random acts of violence lead the reaction, but school shooting coverage still hasn't ushered in anything? It's simple. People think crime is on the up and up because that benefits measures like funding the police further, taking more reactionary approach to punishing criminals. These are all things that benefit those in positions of power. It goes along with the capitalist order. However, gun control, on the other hand, is directly antagonistic to the bottom line of gun manufacturers. This is precisely the reason why local news coverage of things like, immigrants are doing crime, or crime is up and it's actually out of control, play really well, and they constantly and consistently push that kind of propaganda, and it works really well in changing people's minds, no matter what the truth is. Whereas advocacy for gun control, on the other hand, is never going to work in the same way. That's why I always say, at the end of the day, it is much more difficult to change things for the better when you are advocating for a position that is against the pre-established order. Why do capital owners want to close borders, more cheap workforce, or is it just to pack in with other hog shit? No. Immigration policy directly helps capital owners. That's why there is a white native as immigration policy to begin with. Immigration policy directly benefits capital owners. If these guys were easily brought in to the documented population and they could get jobs alongside with documentation, they could get jobs and have like some level of protection. that documented American citizens do, then ultimately they could not be a permanent underclass. They could not be a permanent underclass that you can constantly cycle through, right? Much easier to exploit, constantly cycle through, and use as a labor pool against the documented labor pool that you can, depress the wages of the documented labor pool in. That's it. That's where this comes from. Aviva Chomsky has written extensively on the history of immigration and how it ties into labor. Aviva Chomsky is one of Noam Chomsky's many children. So just really good book. I forget what the book title is, but if you want to understand more about the history of immigration policy and how it plays a role under capitalism, yes, Noam Chomsky has many children. Those of you who don't know. Anyway, why is crime and violent crime going down and material conditions are getting worse, or is it about to boomerang back up? Our material conditions in general across the board are still relatively good in comparison to other places. If you boil a frog slowly, you will not know the difference in the change of temperature. Son, I really don't like the way you describe Islam. You make an argument with horrible social economics. Religion is at its purest form, but distracting them with Applebee's and jalapeno poppers, at least that's what the anti-Hassan narrative take from the analogy. What? I think you need to rewrite what your statement was, because you didn't do a good job. Chomsky only has 3 kids? Wait, I thought he had more than 3 kids. Okay, I was wrong. Okay, 3 kids is not many kids. Definitely one more than like normal, but still. When you say many, the expectation is like 5 or 6. Strict immigration policy does not create less illegal immigrants. It generates a larger pool of easily exploited cheap labor. Exactly. There was a time and place when like the concept of like undocumented or illegal immigrants wasn't a thing. When you look at the entire history of the United States, it's not like that wasn't a real thing until later in our history. It's a legal concept that we created specifically to have a permanent exploitable underclass. Yeah, the book title is Undocumented: How Immigration Became Illegal by Aviva Chomsky. I think that might be it. We never searched Chomsky in the Epstein papers. His name is not appearing in the Epstein papers so far, but we know that he has linked up with Jeffrey Epstein, yes. Aviva Chomsky writes in her book, How Immigration Undocumented, How Immigration Became Illegal. Rights activist Aviva Chomsky shows how illegality and undocumentedness are concepts that were created to exclude and exploit. With a focus on U.S. policy, she probes how people, especially Mexicans and Central Americans, have been assigned this status and to what ends. Yeah, this is something I've brought up, something I've talked about as well. This guy, the transit guy, says, people will talk about how 50-minute cities are prisons and they live here. If you recall, this is another take identical to a take of mine, another solid take of mine, which is that we already do live in 50-minute cities. The problem is, like, it just doesn't have all the things that 50-minute cities would have. Like, these suburban enclaves are basically 15-minute cities devoid of, like, schools, gyms, libraries, and the like, and shops and things of that nature. So technically, these neighborhoods are just like boneless 15-minute cities. No, it's not a 15-minute by car. Not to be rude, but you have fallen off tremendously. I don't know what you mean by that, but it is pretty rude. So, but yeah, this is a 15-minute city technically. The problem is that it doesn't have any of the actual workings of a 15-minute city, right? 15-minute city means like everything is in walking distance. There's shops, schools, a lot of social amenities. Within walking distance, there's usually like some level of public transit as well, right? And unfortunately, these suburban enclaves that were created with the exclusive purpose, usually of satiating white flight, trying to get white people away from black people, okay, were created far away from all of the amenities of a normal city, which means there's no shops in walking distance. This is technically, in many instances, a literal food desert. There will be a mall, and the fact that you don't acknowledge it makes me feel like you don't believe in the American dream. Makes them car dependent. Yeah. These kinds of suburbs are basically, as the chatter correctly pointed out, a Stanley Cup city. I saw that tweet as well. Someone was saying on Twitter that, like, Stanley Cups are such a I drive everywhere product. Because it's like if you were walking everywhere in like a big city, lugging that Stanley Cup around, it becomes impossible. Only one point of entry, probably gated too. Sure. I live in Houston and there is zero walkability. Yes. This is awful. This is absolutely awful. And it usually comes with at least, at a minimum, 25 to 30 minute car ride into an area where people gather, like a public space where people gather. It's awful, truly awful. And obviously that car dependency causes traffic because there's only a finite amount of entry points into a city, which creates bottlenecks. So no matter how many lanes you put on a highway, the obvious bottleneck is not the lane on the highway, but more so the entry point into the city, which backs up traffic in general. Because of this, though, you also need to take beautiful parts of a city like, I don't know, parks and whatnot, public parks, and turn them into disgusting concrete parking lots. It creates a lot of issues with zoning where it dictates that every building needs to have a parking lot, for example. And you can't get away with like building buildings with more, residential space in mind. This is how, this is a development that auto manufacturers absolutely love because it creates car dependency. And that is the reason why these awful 15-minute towns, suburbs, lead to awful cities in general. Cities that are not real cities. That's why many Americans, when they go to Europe for the first time in their lives, they're like, what is going on here? This is crazy. Would you be okay with separation of class/race as long as it has better public transport infrastructure a la France? No. Very silly way to describe a thing. The entire purpose of living in a city is because the best part about living in a city is diverse income, mixed income housing, mixed income populations, mixed backgrounds in general. You don't have to have one or the other. It's not like a mutually exclusive concept whatsoever. Yeah, I reject that premise. Anyway, but yeah, this is how, if you're wondering why when you go to Dallas or Houston and you're like, why are there basically no sidewalks or sidewalks just end, okay, in certain places? Why is there not good enough public transit? This is part of the reason. That's it. Sucks. All right, we're moving on from the Iowa shooter story to Little Rhonda. DeSantis and Nikki Haley have addressed the Iowa shooting and have taken shots against Donald Trump.
The shooting put guns on the agenda for Republican candidates in Iowa just 10 days before the Iowa caucuses. Former President Trump's rivals, Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis, are looking for any way to cut his lead.
Hassan, we are in LA. It takes us 30 minutes to go get something at CVS 200 feet away from our house. Wait, what do you mean? Yeah, LA is a great example of an awful city designed around cars. If you look at the history of Los Angeles, car manufacturers directly came in and gutted the public transit structure that existed prior so that it could become a car-reliant city. Yes, LA is a perfect example of a car-dependent infrastructure that is genuinely awful. That is precisely the reason why there's so much traffic. One of the funnier parts about how awful LA is with respect to its car dependency is that even our roads aren't good. Like, we are dependent on vehicles to get from place to place where we have a car-reliant infrastructure, and our roads are also awful. Our roads are awful in a city where it's usually 60 degrees to 65 all year round and barely rains even. So there's no excuse. It's so unimaginable. It is so bad. There's a couple real cities in the United States of America. New York, probably closest to like a real European city. I guess Chicago as well. Philadelphia has like decent public transit from what I hear. Boston. Notice how it's all these cities where Americans congregated early on. And the further west you go, the more impossible it becomes. Very, very few examples. And none of them are real. Like, Los Angeles, not a real city. San Francisco, barely a real city. Portland, Oregon, barely a real city. I guess Seattle, take that back. No, I will not be taking that back. It's real.
Lead. Robert Costa has more on that story.
Gun violence is top of mind in Iowa, where there was the latest deadly school shooting just days ahead of the caucuses.
I think you want it to be instant background checks.
We could go and take away a certain kind of gun today, and that would make you feel better today. But a week from now, there'd be another shooting. Instead, why don't we do the hard work and deal with the mental health?
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and former Ambassador Nikki Haley are scrambling to catch up to the frontrunner, former President Donald Trump, despite his mounting legal troubles.
We're putting the future of the Republican Party and the future of the...
This is pretty funny, too. She said, we have to secure our schools the same way we secure our airports. So dumb. TSA is just security theater in general.
The nation, perhaps, in the hands of 12 jurors.
This comes as a new report from House Democrats says Trump received at least $7.8 million from foreign governments in payments to his businesses while in office. According to the report from 2017 to 2020, the government of China spent more than $5.5 million at Trump properties, including the Trump hotels in Las Vegas and Washington and New York.
I mean, what are you gonna do? Not do that? It's so easy.
New York.
I love China. The biggest bank in the world is from China. You know where their United States headquarters is located? In this building, in Trump Tower.
The Trump Organization has said it voluntarily donated proceeds from foreign governments to the Treasury Department, totaling more than $300,000. Far lower than the millions the committee details in its report.
I have an admission to make.
Meanwhile, former New Jersey Governor...
What is this, bro? Did he make a YouTuber apology video? What is happening here? God, Cristobal.
Governor Chris Christie is dismissing calls from rivals allies to drop out and released a new 1-minute ad saying endorsing Trump.
God, he's such a loser. Oh my God, dude. Everybody hates Chris, man. Everybody hates Chris.
Trump in 2016 was a mistake.
Well, I was wrong.
President Biden is set to deliver a speech today near Valley Forge National Park. And
oh, yeah. That's not an intel op. $5 million is just them putting up their diplomats in Mar-a-Lago. Yeah, no, I know. That's what I was saying. It's like, what are you going to do? Not do that when it's so free? It's so free, dude. Listen, if I'm a foreign nation and I have a leaky faucet of a Donald Trump as president of the most powerful country on the planet, who is incredibly open to revealing state secrets in broad daylight in public, as long as you have like one national, like not even like a super spy or anything, just like straight up any foreign national in any number of different properties, I'm taking that advantage every time. It's crazy. Come on.
In Pennsylvania, the historic Revolutionary War site. He's expected to mark the 3 years since the attack on the U.S. Capitol and argue forcefully that democracy is at stake in this election, a theme that is emerging now as a pivotal part of his re-election campaign. Nate?
Bob, thank you.
Right, this just into CNN. The New York Attorney General seeking now more than $370 million from former President Trump and his co-defendants in the civil fraud trial. Letitia James also looking to bar the former president from doing business in the state.
Let's bring in CNN's Kara Scannell. So, Kara, what are you learning about this filing?
They're the best bang for your insignificant buck. Just put people there to listen to them blabber. Oh, 100%.
Yeah, so these are the closing argument briefs that were due today in this civil fraud trial. And the Attorney General's team is now saying that they are seeking more than $370 million. When they sued Donald Trump, they initially sought $250 million. So they're significantly increasing the amount of money that they want to recover. And that's all that they say were improper gains that Trump had received. And they prove this, they allege, through the evidence presented at the trial. Now, in addition to seeking to bar the former president from serving in a business in New York for life, they're also seeking a 5-year ban on his sons, Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump.
No, those guys are real estate legends, dude. This is the worst thing that's ever happened. No, this is the worst thing that's ever happened to New York real estate, okay? Including that one awful morning in 2001. This is basically like 9/11 too, you know what I mean? Getting the Trump family out of New York real estate is basically 9/11 too.
And what the Attorney General's office argues is that their intent to defraud was inescapable. They say that the myriad deceptive schemes they employed to inflate asset values and conceal facts were so outrageous that they belie innocent explanations. Now, Trump's team has argued that their financial statements were accurate, that there's no evidence presented in this case that the bank would have given them different interest rate terms had they gotten different financial statements or the values that the Attorney General's office.
Yeah, they're coming for me because I'm standing between them and you. If they can do this to me, think about what they'll do to you, folks. And it's like, I just realized the way that my camera is perfectly positioned, it looks like the Wednesday 9 p.m. Eastern is like a part of my layout and not actually an ad for the Republican presidential debate that CNN is hosting. Or I guess did host, or I guess they're hosting it next week. Pre-recorded stream, yeah. Folks, they're coming after me because I'm standing in the way between you and them. And it's an interesting thing because it's like, yeah, they're coming after the HVAC business owners and their $100,000 next. You know, who amongst us hasn't greatly inflated their property value? Like an incredible amount. Like an amount that's way beyond permissible, that actually does does turn something that like everyone does in a routine business practice into something that is criminal.
Argues were they accurate values. You know, the judge has already ruled in this case in a summary judgment motion that the financial statements were persistent and fraudulent. And the issue now for him is to decide how much money the Trumps would have to pay and whether there is a ban. But there are also 6 other claims that the Attorney General's office is pursuing, and that's why it went to trial. That's a conspiracy claim, insurance fraud, falsifying business records, and issuing false financial statements. That is up for the judge to decide. Now, Trump's team again arguing that there was no intent to defraud here either. You know, depending on how this plays out, you know, the judge had issued a scathing opinion just a few weeks ago rejecting Trump's argument for a directed verdict, in which he rejected a lot of their testimony and a lot of their legal arguments. Boris, Brianna?
And Carol.
Sucks when you got Alina Habba as your lawyer, you know what I mean? You got the RGB lawyer out there doing the damn thing, and you're still getting owned. Maybe you shouldn't have gotten an RGB lawyer.
Or what is next here?
So next Thursday will be what is essentially the closing arguments, these paper arguments, but they will be argued in court before the judge with both parties making their case. After that, the judge said he will issue a written opinion. That is, he said he hoped to do by the end of the month or at least into February. So then he will write a written opinion on this. Trump's team has already signaled that they intend to appeal. In fact, a lot of their arguments during the trial, they had said to the judge they had to put it on the record because they intend to appeal this decision because they didn't expect him to rule in their favor. So this is far from over, even once the judge's decision is rendered. Boris, Brianna?
Kara Scannell, thanks so much for keeping an eye on that for us.
We would be remiss in talking about Donald Trump if we didn't talk about Donald Trump, the client, Donald Trump, the person who has been indicted.
Donald Trump, the father, and also Donald Trump, the lover. People don't want to talk about Donald Trump, the lover. I do.
More than 90 times on various counts. And
Trump's lawyer is a GTIRP lawyer. If Trump's lawyer was a GTIRP lawyer, if he had hired Donny O'Sullivan, for example, he would have been better off.
I say that, of course, because as we get closer to the caucuses, to the primaries, he's going to peel off the trail, probably a fair amount, to be in courtrooms, including next week. He'll be here in D.C. at the appellate court at a hearing there. I want to play something that one of his lawyers, Alina Habba, said on Fox yesterday, and it's about what they hope that the Supreme Court does on the idea of whether or not he should be subject to the kinds of laws that other people who weren't president are.
I think it should be a slam dunk in the Supreme Court. I have faith in them. You know.
By the way, in the past I've talked about how like Trump actually has 2 different types of lawyers. Like he has the hot lawyers that are specifically there to be like television lawyers, and then he has the Italian lawyers that are there because, you know, he's literally refused to pay all the good lawyers in the city at one point or another, and those are his like real trial lawyers, right? Alina Habba is the hot lawyer, and I've always been like worried about saying it because I don't want people to think I'm saying this in like a misogynistic way, until she also admitted that apparently on Patrick Bet-David's broadcast, which she went on, she openly was like, yeah, I'm hot. Like I'm there to be hot. Something along those lines. So the problem here is that Trump, instead of taking the Italian lawyers, the trial lawyers on the team to this court case specifically, he took the hot lawyer. And you're not supposed to take the hot lawyer. You're supposed to take the Italian lawyer. That's what happens. And when you get the hot lawyer, who is also a gamer, you're going to end up having her forget the file or misfile papers. You know what I mean? You can't do that. This ain't GTA RP, dog. You're going to have a $370 million problem on your hands.
People like Kavanaugh, who the president fought for, who the president went through hell to get into place. He'll step up. Those people will step up, not because...
Wait, what? There ain't no way she just openly stated on Fox News that our boys got me. We put him up. We put him up there in the Supreme Court. They got me.
President went through hell to get into place. He'll step up in the Supreme Court. I have faith.
I'm going to run that again. Sorry. Because that's a
I think it
crazy
should be a
admission.
slam dunk in the Supreme Court. I have faith in them. You know, people like Kavanaugh, who the president fought for, who the president went through hell to get into place. He'll step.
What the hell? We are, dude, American politics is in a very weird space at this point. Like, I love this is honest. This is so honest. This is a very honest thing to say on television, and I respect it. It's certainly infinitely more honest than maintaining this lie that the Supreme Court is supposed to be impartial or whatever. It's like a you scratch my back, I scratch yours situation, and you know, it's transactional. And she's very open about it, and I respect it. I respect that she's saying it, and I'm not saying that because she's hot.
Up, those people will step up, not because they're pro-Trump, but because they're pro-law.
If I'm Brett Kavanaugh, I'm like, okay, well, you just put me in a box. And not that it matters. They are.
Yeah, right, dude. Yeah, the only box that Brett Kavanaugh's in is the box at Wrigley Field because he likes baseball. Okay, no, you can't do anything. You can't do nothing. Yeah, or boxed wine. Okay. You can't. Oh, yeah. Is he going to recuse himself? Oh, there's real ethical violations here. Oh, no. Like, Trump's own lawyer said that, the SCOTUS got our back, especially Brett Kavanaugh. Like, get out of here. You are legally unfunny? Okay, well, you're legally about to see an ad, okay, at the top of the hour. How about that? So no matter what you do not subscribe, because I want you to see the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. Right. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. But that chatter, you're not allowed to subscribe. Do not gift that chatter a gifted sub either. Okay? Get rolled. Other people can get gifted a sub if they're lucky, though, to avoid the top of the hour ad break. When is Adam coming on so I know when to take a pretend poop break at work? Thank you. Around 4 p.m. I agree, but she's not hot, bud. You're on Fent? Sure.
Are lifetime appointments.
Kyle Marks, thank you for the 5 gifted.
It's the notion of immunity. Yeah. And then, of course, the question of whether or not he can be kicked off the ballot in Colorado and Maine and anywhere else.
Well, first of all, I think it's a pretty dangerous game to be predicting what nominees who were appointed by someone are going to do. That just seems like it's courting trouble. But having said that, I think these are two fundamentally different questions. Number one, does the sort of Maine approach.
The Lucky Ghost, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. What did I do, Michael J.
Which our
Kenny?
Colorado approach, does that make it through the court? But the other is the question, the broader question of presidential immunity. Can someone who ever served as president ever be held accountable for something they did in the waning days of their presidency or afterwards? And I think, to me, the way the court thinks about one question is going to be completely different than the way it thinks about the other. And legal scholar after legal scholar has said, if every president is immunized forever against anything they ever do because they were president, it would invite like the worst presidents,
Oh yeah, totally.
basically in the future of the United States, because people would run to basically try to immunize themselves for every.
How would they win? Oh God. Hi. It's so This is wow. This is incredible. This is an incredible argument. Thank you. This is like the notion that why are we letting criminals run? If they win, they'll abolish crime. Or why are we letting criminals vote? Sorry, because we do let criminals run, like Trump. If they win, or if the criminals can vote, then they're going to vote to abolish crime. So stupid.
Everything. So I think the court has a ton of really complicated stuff to figure out, but predicting what people who Trump nominated are going to do and conflating what happens in some of these individual states with the broader executive power question, I think is really problematic.
I took that as
Since Trump is off the ballot, do you think this might cause another January 6th, but even crazier? I hope. Isn't he just saying it's bad precedent to let elected officials get away with crime? I agree. It is actually bad precedent to let elected officials get away with crime. A president is not a god king. It's like one of the major roles that the Constitution plays. It's like kind of the whole point about us being like anti-monarchy is that the president is technically supposed to not be above the law. So it is one of the only like actually American ideals, I would say, that has been brought forward and kind of advocated for and is like a part of, it's like a universal value that Americans understand and think America is supposed to push for. So going against that, as I've said before, looks kind of bad. It would be pretty cool if there were more January 6s though, because it's so funny. And, it's great content. It's really funny. And it's also like low effort in general. Like, think about how violent the daily American existence is. There's like mass shootings all the time, right? And like what? You had January 6th, which was this like massive thing. And yet, like, what? How many people died? Like 5, and most of them were just like cops that killed themselves afterwards. It is pretty wild. It is one of the funnier things that has happened in the United States of America. Speaking of January 6th, TrueAnon has made a January 6th board game that is actually releasing on January 6th. Tomorrow, Brace Belden will be on the broadcast in person to shill his new board game on January 6th. But that's a leak or a random announcement. Funniest attempted coup in history. I think funniest attempted coup in history before the Brazilians tried to do the exact same thing. And then they, in my opinion, actually successfully did the funniest thing, which was an even worse version of January 6th that they tried to implement. Especially because the Brazilians did it on a day where the building was empty. So it's even funnier. God, Brazilian hogs want to be Americans so bad. It's just, oh God, I love it. I love it. I love it.
Is even more than a prediction, didn't you? I mean, this is Trump's lawyer.
Yeah.
I mean, remember who brung you to the dance, Brett Kavanaugh? That's the way I took it.
Lifetime appointment. I don't think he needs to remember anything.
Yeah, well, that's very, very true.
Let's turn to the Middle East now, where Israel.
Here we go, guys. Anyone? Hasanabi Yap Sesh. Israeli minister outlines plans for Gaza after war, which is death and destruction and genocide. Speaking of genocide, I am waiting excitedly with bated breath on the January 11th date. Save the date, chat. Obviously, important date. That's when that's a term. Waiting with bated breath. Isn't that like a thing that people say? Bated breath. Am I saying it wrong? What? Chatters are getting it wrong too? You're slurring? Yeah, I'm very tired. Anyway, the reason why I'm excited for January 11th is, of course, because, oh, what the hell? This is not real, dude. I was not there. I was there on January 6th. I was not there on whatever, January 8th, I think. Is that when they did it? Okay. God, I don't know. I didn't sleep well last night. I'm very tired. You look 50 in that cutout. Yeah, that's when I had long hair and was like much heavier. Yeah, they did it on the weekend when everything was closed, which is very cool. As a Brazilian who was there, I can confirm Hassan was there. Stop, dude. You're blowing up my spot. January 11 is an important date because the South African lawsuit against Israel for the crime of genocide is going to be seen by the ICJ. So that is an exciting prospect. I do hope that Alan Dershowitz is their representative, because that will be very cool.
Israel's defense minister has been outlining his plans for Gaza once its war with Hamas is over. It comes almost 3 months after Hamas's deadly October the 7th attacks on southern Israel, which triggered the conflict. Under Yoav Gallant's four-corner proposals, Hamas would no longer control Gaza and Israel would retain overall security control. A multinational force would take charge of rebuilding Gaza after its widespread destruction in Israeli bombing. Neighbouring Egypt would also have an unspecified role under the plan, but Gaza would be run by Palestinian bodies as long as they were not hostile towards Israel. While fighting in Gaza has continued alongside the plan's publication, the Hamas-run health ministry says that dozens of people have been killed in the past 24 hours. Well, let's go straight now to our correspondent Yolande Knell, who's in Jerusalem for us. So, Yolande, how does this plan tally with the ideas that the US was suggesting for the day after in Gaza?
Well, Washington, which is, of course, Israel's closest ally, has been calling consistently for a detailed plan for the day after. What we have at the moment is really a kind of set of bullet points from the defense minister. But there has been this insistence that it should be Palestinians who are governing in Gaza in the future. And this plan does account for that. It says specifically that there will be no Israeli civilian presence in the Gaza Strip at the end of the war. Now, that is important because you've had far-right ministers in Israel's coalition government who have been calling for the return of Jewish settlers to the Gaza Strip. There are some who've been calling for the forced displacement of Palestinians, and that is something.
I like that the ranges are just like ethnic cleansing, ethnic displacement, and then the most progressive position is like, let's do not even a Bantustan, but like, let's do the West Bank, basically. Like, that's the best position that the Gazans have to look forward to, is the occupying force strangling them further. Yeah, sick, man.
Thing that has stirred up a lot of anger around the region with other Arab countries, also with the Americans saying that that talk was inflammatory and irresponsible.
What about the Palestinians? What's their view on this?
There's been relatively little comment from the Palestinians so far, perhaps because this is really just the kind of sketch of a plan. We are going to have the US Secretary of State Antony Blinken coming in a few days' time, and he will be visiting Palestinian leaders in the Palestinian Authority in the occupied West Bank, as well as Israeli leaders. And we know that in the past, the US has been pushing for the Palestinian Authority, a kind of a revitalized Palestinian Authority, to have a role in the future of Gaza.
I want them to get punished so bad. I know ICJ is like, the most they can do is like get the UN to act. And ultimately, I guess it gives like people more reason to be like, no, saying that Israel is committing genocide is now official. These little things do matter still. Kind of like the sea change in the attitude where people went from unconditionally and vociferously supporting Israel to going, wait a minute, actually it is an apartheid state and that's kind of messed up, turned into a real thing in the Western world after institutions like NGOs, specifically like the Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International, openly declared Israel to be an apartheid state. Now, that happened in 2021, but there is still an importance to these institutions actually calling it like it is. Okay? Straight up. I think that this was something that mattered for a lot of people because they got the go-ahead to be able to openly state it. Because you can always fall back on NGOs that do this for a living, that call the balls and strikes for a living, even if they themselves are not necessarily, always honest and open-minded, I would say. And I think that plays a big role. That plays a big role in changing public consciousness. The ICJ declaring what Israel is doing to be a genocide, which, according to former prosecutors who have successfully prosecuted other states for war crimes and genocide, crimes of genocide, the South African case is open and shut, which, obviously you guys know this already because you've been watching me cover this ethnic cleansing campaign. I think that if a decision comes down from this easy case that is ultimately seen as what Israel's doing is ethnic cleansing, this will change a lot of attitudes, I think. To understand why the International Criminal Court prosecutor Karim Khan's conduct regarding the situation in Palestine is so scandalous and should disqualify him from office, a little background is necessary. Wait, what? Israel has not ratified the Rome Statute and is not a state party. The ICC and the this is a different thing, I think. Am I wrong? Isn't Israel going up? The South African case is not on the International Criminal Court. It's the ICJ, I think, right? Am I? Yeah. So there are differences between the ICC and the ICJ. So the ICC is the ICJ predates the ICC. The ICC is the International Criminal Court, is a permanent international tribunal that will try individuals responsible for the most serious international crimes. The ICJ is the International Court of Justice. The ICC just goes after African countries, right? No. The one of them was designed, I think, in like 1920s, and then the other one is 1945. ICC, I believe, was designed in or created in. Wait, let's see. Sorry, Nandre's steaks just got delivered. Nandre sent me a box of steaks. ICJ is where you take up violations of the Geneva Convention.
This news is funded by.
Yeah, we covered this already. I mean, I watched it already.
Thank you very much for having.
The International Court of Justice, ICJ, or the World Court, is a civil tribunal that hears disputes between countries. The ICC is a criminal tribunal that will prosecute individuals. The two ad hoc war crimes tribunals for the former Yugoslavia and Rwanda are similar to the ICC, but have limited geographical scope, while the ICC will be global in its reach. The ICC, as a permanent court, will also avoid the delay and startup costs of creating country-specific tribunals from scratch each time the need arises. Okay? I already ran the top of the hour ad break, and oh my God, so many gray names keep coming in here and asking me when Adam Friedland's coming on. Adam Friedland is coming on at 4 p.m. The ICC has its permanent seat in The Hague, the Netherlands. When necessary, it may also make arrangements to sit in other countries. Okay? But the U.S. and Israel are not a part of the ICC. It doesn't matter. So, I guess this goes into that a little bit. But yes, Israel is KO Fishy's right. Israel is a party to the Geneva Convention, which means that it can, as a state, be tried under ICJ, but it is not a party to the Rome Statutes, which means it cannot be tried at the International Criminal Court. Okay? Israel's not ratified the Rome Statute and is not a state party of the ICC, the global tribunal established in 2002 to hold accountable perpetrators of war crimes, crimes of aggression, crimes against humanity, and genocide. Of specific concern to Israel was that the Rome Statute in Article 8.2b defines as a war crime transferred directly or indirectly by the occupying power of parts of its own civilian population into the territory it occupies. Forcible relocation, or rather repopulating areas, is obviously considered a war crime, and that is exactly what settlements are in the West Bank, and that's exactly the foundation of the Israeli nation state. Okay, so they are not joining it, or the deportation or transfer of all parts of the occupied territory within and outside of its territory. This closely reflects Article 49 of the Geneva Convention, 1949, relative to the protection of civilian persons in time of war, which defines such activities as grave breach of the convention's equivalent of a war crime. Other articles, such as 7.1J, define apartheid as a crime against humanity, and it became a serious concern more recently as the long-standing judgment of Palestinians on this matter was endorsed by the leading Israeli and international human rights organizations. Do you understand? Do you understand how these NGOs actually build a case, and how this case will then inevitably get elevated to international criminal courts? And then ultimately that causes pressure points for those in positions of power and the country, United States of America, Israel's most important, most significant ally and biggest backer, to actually have to take action. Now, it doesn't matter when America does war crimes and is like called out for said war crimes, right? Because it's still America. But Israel technically is not the United States of America. Although it functionally operates like an American state, it still is a separate state in and of itself. So this kind of pressure will work to basically cut the ties between Israel and America, because ultimately you don't want America to, at the global stage, take a position that is so pro-Israel and back Israel as is doing, clear misconduct, clear war crimes, crimes of genocide, the worst war crimes you can, because that diminishes its soft power capabilities globally. It makes America look very weak, right? So at that point, American leadership has to make a calculation. Do we allow Israel to consistently engage in these kinds of crimes and continue giving it weapons, and have the rest of the world completely just say, all right, it's done, you're over, your partners are behaving in a way that is, your partners are now behaving in a way that is worse than your behavior in some instances, right? Like you're aiding and abetting the genocide. This will lead to, because America is aiding and abetting the genocide, this will lead to additional criminal complications for the American government. Now, of course, the reality of the matter is that America is not a part of any of this. Technically, America even pulled out of the ICJ. America has never been a part of, I think, the ICC at all, because shortly after they wrote the Invasion of the Hague Act. For those of you who don't know, this was created specifically so that if any American service member, diplomat, if any American is ever extradited to The Hague to be tried, America will invade The Hague. That is a law that we have in the books. That's not true. All America is part of the ICJ. All UN members are. What did we do? What did Donald Trump do? I think the United States sanctioned the International Court or something. Or no, U.S. lifts Trump's sanctions on the ICC prosecutor court official in 2021. Oh, okay. On September 2nd, 2020, the United States government imposed sanctions on the International Criminal Court prosecutor Fatou Bensouda and other senior prosecution official Fakiso Mochochoko. But then the following questions and answers discuss executive order on blocking property of certain persons associated with the International Criminal Court. U.S. officials added to the prosecutor's office specifically designated nationals and blocked persons list. Their designation had two immediate effects. First, any property held by Bensouda and Mochochoko as a property entity in any way they own, or 50% or more in the United States, became blocked. Second, all property that might belong to Bensouda or Mochochoko that comes within a U.S. jurisdiction would be blocked. Now, the United States has taken action against the International Criminal Court prosecutors. The U.S. has lifted Trump's sanctions on the ICC prosecutor, but ultimately, unlike the International Court of Justice, the PCIJ was not a part of the league, nor members of the league automatically are a part of a statute. The United States, which played a key role in both the Second Hague Peace Conference and the Paris Peace Conference, was notably not a member of the league. However, several of its nationals served as judges on the court. From its first session in 1922 until 1940, the PCIJ dealt with 29 interstate disputes and issued 27 advisory positions. The United States played a major role in setting up the World Court, but never joined. President Wilson, Harding, Coolidge, Hoover, and Roosevelt all supported membership, but it was impossible to get a two-thirds majority in the Senate for a treaty. Following a peak of activity in 1933, the PCIJ began to decline in its activities due to the growing international tension and isolationism that characterized the era. And then we lead to the International Court of Justice. I think this is what I was thinking of. The U.S. withdrawing from international accords says UN World Court is politicized. Yeah, this is the other thing that we did. The Trump administration on Wednesday pulled out of two international agreements after Iran and the Palestinians complained that the International Court of Justice and U.S. policies, the latest withdrawal by Washington from multilateral accords. The U.S. National Security Advisor John Bolton slammed the highest United Nations tribunal as politicized and ineffective as he announced that the United States would review all international agreements that could expose it to binding decisions by the ICJ. Earlier on Wednesday, Supreme Court agreed to let Trump off the hook? What are you talking about? Is that breaking? Anyway, all right. Tehran had argued that the U.S. sanctions imposed since May by the Trump administration violate the terms of their 1955 Treaty of Amity, which is true. Washington responded by pulling out of the treaty, a little-known agreement that was signed long before Iran's 1979 Islamic Revolution that turned the two countries into arch enemies. The ICJ, based in The Hague in the Netherlands, is the United Nations venue for resolving disputes between nations. There have been mounting concerns among U.S. allies about the Trump administration's commitment to multilateralism. In the nearly 2 years since being elected, President Donald Trump has withdrawn the U.S. from a nuclear agreement between 6 powers and Iran, which was Obama's signature foreign policy accomplishment, the Iran denuclearization deal that I believe is the culmination of 12 years of unilateral agreements. And Trump just kind of threw it apart. They also ended up following through. Iran ended up, according to UN investigators, following through on the conditions of the deal, regardless of Trump's pulling out. And then Trump still implemented sanctions. So this was like completely and utterly unimaginable, completely ridiculous. And Trump just kind of did it. It was yet another instance where Trump was not the peaceful doves that everyone claimed he was. Oh, Supreme Court agrees to weigh on whether Trump can be kicked off the ballot in Colorado. Got it. Yes, this is the American Service Members Protection Act, or colloquially called the Hague Invasion Act, but that's way before Trump. That's like 2002. Bolton, citing what he called Iran's abuse of the ICJ, said the United States would also withdraw from the optional protocol under the 1961 Vienna Convention of Diplomatic Relations. We will commence a review of all international agreements that may still expose the United States to perpetual binding jurisdiction, dispute resolution in the International Court of Justice. The United States will not sit idly by as baseless politicized claims are brought against us. So that's something that they did on top of basically having, completely controlling the Security Council with veto power. So although the International Criminal Courts and the International Court of Justice, okay, what? It's way more evidence than in the only other case ever won in the ICC. The lawyer who brought the case is friends with one who won that back against Yugoslavia, and he was on TMR saying, "This ain't nothing. My dad was in the Bosnian War when he supplied trucks." Okay, let me tell you something. Okay, I know the former prosecutor for the ICC went on both Democracy Now! And also later went on Majority Report to talk about how much of a banger of a court case this is, right? We covered it yesterday or 2 days ago. However, the issue is, okay, and there will be public hearings on Thursday and Friday in the case South Africa v. Israel, and we will be able to watch it live. It'll be kind of boring, though, most likely. However, here's the thing. I hate to say, this is a bit of a speculation from my end, but the court case that man won, he won against fundamentally an adversary of the Western world, okay? And not necessarily a offshoot of American power, like a organ of American dominance and American imperialism. Because technically, Israel is an organ of American imperialism. Therefore, Israel's actions are seen as permissible by the American State Department. And this opens up two different cases, two different avenues here. One, America has obviously broad powers in the Security Council that it exercises on a regular basis at the behest of Israel routinely, but also, which it can in this circumstance as well, it has a lot of influence. And two, and perhaps even more importantly, if Israel were to be found guilty of the crime of genocide under the International Court of Justice, this would also open up additional scrutiny to America's involvement, because America is the funder and facilitator and perhaps the greatest supporter of Israel's genocide. And if judging by not the ICJ but ICC protocols in the past of those who were tried for the crimes of genocide, individuals that were tried for the crimes of genocide, what you must remember is that those, that extended not only to direct people in positions of power or those who even pulled the trigger, that extended criminal scrutiny to members of the media even, right? So because of that, I would assume America would want to do everything it can to stop that from happening. Because if the International Court of Justice swings against Israel, which in a normal court it would, okay, you would then have genuine individuals, like American individuals even, potentially prosecuted for cheerleading this genocide, right? members of the American State Department. And that immediately goes back to America's invasion of The Hague. Now, that also, of course, would most likely not happen, but that diminishes America's power globally as well. So it's a real lose-lose situation for the United States of America. October 8th was the beginning of a major lose-lose situation for the U.S., okay? Because the moment Israel started conducting very openly an ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement campaign, they started doing it with America's go-ahead, and they started doing it with America's weapons, right? So when America tried to step in the direction of Israel and try to rein them in, Israel continued doing it. And time again, what did America do? They said, care and consider for human rights, please, but also here's some more weapons. So America absolutely is complicit, okay? It is a religious cleansing campaign, not ethnic. Wait, what? What are you talking about? Shut up. It's genocide. The peaceful countries are the most secular, blah, blah, blah. This is a religious war. No, it's not. It's not a religious war at all. Stop. Religion is simply a tool that every side uses in conflict. A ruling, Elant News says, a ruling by the court could have significant potential implications that are not only in the legal world, but practical, bilateral, multilateral, economic security ramifications. Reads the cable, a copy of which was obtained by Axios from 3 different Israeli officials. So the best, least worst option for America here is to either A, try to stop this from going through, which I don't even know if they would be able to, okay? Or I guess somehow motivate the outcome to ensure that Israel is not seen as doing genocide, right? Like you have to somehow sabotage the court and the proceedings, or at least like manipulate the outcome somehow, right? And the issue is, if you don't do that, the second best, least worst option for America, if this court case goes through and Israel is found guilty of doing genocide, America has to cut ties, like 100%. And even then, it will be seen as America's weakness at the global stage. Because all of a sudden, one of your organs of imperialism has been caught, dead to rights, doing genocide with your weapons. Think about that. I don't believe this extended to even Saudi Arabia, which in a way that is not so dissimilar to what Israel is doing, did a ethnic cleansing and genocide campaign in Yemen with our weapons as a regional ally at the behest of America. But all of what I have described to you is precisely the reason why, despite how open and shut of a case this might be on the virtues, okay, it's still, not in America's interest, and therefore could swing in the opposite direction somehow. I don't know how, but I could foresee this being not as easy a case to win as the Bosnian one. I think that's the one he was talking about, right? The ICJ guy. That's it. You have an audience not only in the USA. You don't have to explain yourself all the time to white Karens. My audience is predominantly comprised of Americans who get very offended very quickly and will immediately drop you once you start making them question their own implicit internal biases about American hegemonic power. It's a big chunk. Foreign policy coverage. My foreign policy coverage is where I broadly, I would say, am almost antagonistic to the rest of like the supposed progressive left that you see online. It's caused a tremendous amount of conflict for someone like myself because Americans don't want to question that. I can get an American to question white supremacy despite being born into a white supremacist country and have white supremacist attitudes. I can question an American citizen on transphobia and get them to change their minds on that. But the moment I start talking about like America being the number one nation on the planet, the moment that like American hegemony is threatened, a lot of chatters turn the other way. A lot of American chatters don't want to hear that. Even ones who are open-minded enough to sit back, take a deep breath, and like, relearn. Come on, bro, that's not why. What? No, that's 100% true. It's the most significant thing. It's the most significant thing that like is so broadly, so powerful. It's impossible to get chatters to question their own implicit biases on this matter. Hold on. I want to run the the majority report video. But anyway, here, let's
the
watch
Palestinian Authority is the body that governs parts of the West Bank. But on the Palestinian side, it has proved to be unpopular. Palestinians have been saying in polls that really it would take a kind of a different look to the makeup of the Palestinian Authority they see at the moment for them to be convinced that it could be put in control of the Gaza Strip as well.
And how difficult would it be to assemble the multinational force that Israel is talking about? Who would be part of it?
I mean, that, of course, is still to be discussed. There's so much still to be discussed with this plan. Perhaps not surprising that saying that the US would take a lead role here. It has already been so much involved in this war. But I expect that they would be looking to international bodies, to the UN agencies that already have a big role in getting humanitarian aid into Gaza and already have had historically a long presence in the Gaza Strip to be very involved in the reconstruction efforts. But it's sort of made clear by other statements from the Israeli defense minister that Israel would insist that it still has security checks on all materials that are going into Gaza, and there have been calls too for reinforcement to
not the progressive left online, it's progressive content creators whose foreign policy views are at odds with your own. It's the other normal leftists that didn't get their politics from a fucking YouTuber or debate streamer know that these are basic anti-imperialist talking points. Yeah, but I think America's hegemonic power waning is a genuine existential threat to a lot of people. And I think the overwhelming majority of propaganda, even from ostensibly like liberal leaning outlets, right, is still very much pro-America. There's bipartisan consensus on being pro-America unconditionally in every orifice of American society. This is precisely the reason why it's the hardest thing to unlearn, in my opinion. Harder even than, in some instances, white supremacy, because ultimately there are liberal outlets, liberal organs of propaganda that at least talk about white supremacy and its dangers, right? Whereas America's hegemonic power is unquestioned. America's enemies are evil. America's hegemonic power is unquestionable. It's the good. America is the world police, and that's a good thing. And if America wasn't the world police, that would be a bad thing. No matter what, especially in the post-9/11 universe that we live in, many people internalize that and actually feel that way. That's why one thing that you hear from a lot of supposed liberals or supposed progressives is like, well, you know, America is bad, but it's less bad than, I don't know, Rwanda. And it's like, dude, your comparison is insane. Like, comparing the United States of America's actions across the board globally to the actions of state actors that are marginal, tiny, engaging in local crimes, like hyper-localized crimes of ethnic cleansing sometimes, for sure, is ridiculous, okay? We have systematized genocide at the global scale in many places. And if not genocide, a permanent maintenance of American dominance, American capitalist dominance particularly. And it's done through regular organs of democracy in the Western world. So it's not even seen as something that is outside the norm, right? Like, people at most will say America and China is the same, not realizing that, like, China is a relatively new power player in the game and still has a long time and a massive amount of violence to do to catch up to America's historic crimes and even contemporary crimes, okay?
To stop smuggling across the border with Egypt, because there's a lot of concern about how Hamas and other armed groups in Gaza have brought in weapons or weapons parts in the past.
We know that the US Secretary of State, as you mentioned earlier, Antony Blinken, is going to be having talks again. How is it going? Because at the moment, Israel hasn't seemed to have listened at all on the US's request to try and scale back some of the operations in Gaza to try and protect human life and also allow more humanitarian aid in. How is that discussion going to go, given that Israel hasn't changed its methods at the moment?
Well, it's interesting that at the top of the list of what Antony Blinken says he wants to achieve in this region is the protection of civilians in Israel, the West Bank and Gaza, he says. And we know, of course, that there have been these calls from the US to lower the intensity of the operations in Gaza because of the high numbers of civilians being killed. Now, what we have seen is Israel saying that it's starting to pull out some of its ground forces, its combat troops. But at the same time, we have seen in recent days still still very heavy bombardment of the Gaza Strip and heavy shelling as well, and that is continuing to cause high numbers of civilian casualties.
Yulan Nell for the latest there from Jerusalem. Thank you very much.
Anyway, it's pretty crazy. Even when I was briefly mentioning what I was mentioning about like America being bad, while we're talking about Israel's war crimes being conducted with American support, there's still people being like, ugh, here we go again, talking about how bad America is. And I think it's an intellectually incurious attitude to have, to just simply state, oh, Hassan doesn't have any real opinions on the matter. He's just a campist, or he just says America bad and just leaves it there. I don't leave it there. So you should probably question why that is your immediate predisposition. Why is it that is your immediate reaction? Straight up. In a lot of instances, like the secondary thing that you do after you get mad at like, oh, Hassan always says America bad, is to try and find some other country that is also doing something bad, right? By whatever standard you have applied to them, with whatever information you have on it. And then you go, well, what about this happening here? What about that happening there? You try to all lives matter the situation. And you do it without even thinking about it. And it's hilarious that your view is not radical at all in the rest of the world. Yes. And it's so sad to see such reactionary sentiment from Western leftists who think they are real socialists, you know? You think this is easy for Israelis? What do you mean? Anyway, people think you're pro-China because they perceive you as doing that with them. It's pure projection. They thought the same for Russia. Every single time I talked about Russian war crimes, I would say Russia is behaving like America does. And people that personally believe that what America is doing is ultimately for some greater good would get very upset at that. And from where I was standing, no, I was saying like that's the worst thing you can do. Any American exceptionalist liberal who defends NATO and U.S. imperialism isn't a fucking leftist. We shouldn't give them that label. While I agree with that, I'm not talking to professionals who defend it professionally and make money off of that defense. I'm talking about people who watch those people and have those kinds of biases, because my goal is to challenge those biases and have those people change their perspective. Why I do what I do. That's it. Anyway. And this is the other cop-out. So my argument is that these other countries could take the place of America and commit the same atrocities they could. Kind of nihilistic, but better us than them because we live here. And I want my friends and family to be safe. This, my friend, is the same exact attitude that slave owners had. I'm being nice. Slave owners thought once the African men and women were freed, they would rebel against their masters and kill them. This is precisely what every single decolonial movement has faced. The challenge and the fears that they have faced. The notion that like every single country, if given the opportunity, in South Africa, once the ANC comes to power and black people can have equal rights, they're going to kill all the whites. And historically speaking, oftentimes that unimaginable amount of violence that the oppressors routinely subject the oppressed to is not dished out in retaliation. No matter how violent the revolution might be, once order is established and there is no more need for violence, usually in an effort for stability, usually what ends up happening is people chill out. And this is a very conservative way of thinking. It's the same principle behind, for example, white people in the United States of America, no matter what that whiteness means, right? It's a political concept. We're not talking about like people with pale skin, right? White people are afraid of no longer being the majority, right? Why are they afraid of no longer being the majority? Well, because they're worried that if they become the minority, then somehow they will be treated in the same way that they have historically treated other non-white people. It's just projection. It's the same kind of reactionary projection. Just like when I say, with respect to Israel, Israel's supposed national security concerns, okay, in the form of a potential genocide that might happen to Israelis, hypothetically in the future somehow, in the minds of the Israeli population, cannot outweigh or cannot necessitate and create conditions that allow for a current, very real genocide to happen to the Palestinian population. You can't look at the future and be like, well, there might be future crimes that are far, far worse, and that's why we have to do the crimes right now that we're doing. That's not how that works. That's my perspective. I hope that's a little bit better for you, and I understand why those fears are unfounded and unwarranted.
Well, now to the next round of unsealed documents related to Jeffrey Epstein. ABC senior investigative correspondent Eric Kontursky is here with what they reveal. Good morning, Aaron.
Eva, good morning to you. This second batch of documents includes no new famous names, but it does provide an inside view of how Jeffrey Epstein's former companion, Ghislaine Maxwell, sought to prove some of the most salacious allegations involving her were lies.
We're just dumb and not empathetic. Wait, what? Don't yell at other chatters who said when they were conservative. Calm down. The entire goal of what I do here on this broadcast is to change people's minds. I'm a firm believer in rehabilitation. If I did not believe in rehabilitation on people's capacity to change and re-examine their biases and change their minds and become better people, I wouldn't be doing this. Okay? So when people say, I used to be a conservative and that's exactly how I used to think, I think that's not a bad thing that person is admitting. They shouldn't have to hide that. It's okay. You shouldn't dogpile on a person like that, especially when in many instances, that's just a normal person. Plenty of people have grown from their prior positions with new information. I always will value people who reflect and change their minds, okay? That is what you should be supporting. That is what you should be advocating for. That is what you should be trying to achieve in others. That no one comes out of the womb with a copy of Das Kapital in one hand, Red Book in the other, with the hammer and sickle mentality. Intersectionality, especially in a white supremacist, homophobic, transphobic, queerphobic, misogynistic society that is pro-capitalist and therefore very classist. Like these ideas are taught to us at a very early age in ways that we don't even recognize. Of course, people are going to have some of that signature. Of course, people are going to believe in some of the things that they hear. Okay, no one is perfect with perfect opinions. And if you claim that you are, you're probably very sheltered. All right? That's it.
Overnight, more Jeffrey Epstein-related documents were unsealed following a first batch that included names of famous people associated in some way with Epstein, including the actor Kevin Spacey, magician David Copperfield, supermodel Naomi Campbell, and former presidents Trump and Clinton, none accused of wrongdoing. The newly released records show how attorneys for Ghislaine Maxwell sought testimony from a British tabloid reporter who they claimed helped Epstein victim Virginia Giuffre manufacture stories about sexual encounters with Epstein's famous friends like Prince Andrew to make her account more marketable to book publishers. Maxwell's attorneys accused the reporter, Sharon Churcher, of encouraging Giuffre to handwrite a diary describing her alleged sexual encounters with Prince Andrew. The judge denied the request to depose Churcher, and this morning she called Maxwell's claim absurd, telling ABC News there was no conspiracy. If I were that creative, I would be writing Agatha Christie-style novels. A lawyer for Giuffre said,
That's such an old person reference. That's crazy.
For years, Maxwell and Epstein led a relentless effort to discredit my client. The historical record has established what Virginia experienced was found to be true. In a 2011 email, Giuffre talked to Churcher about selling this now notorious photo of her and Prince Andrew to Vanity Fair. What do you think a good price to sell this to VF should be? The same year, Giuffre made the unsubstantiated claim former President Clinton had previously threatened the magazine over a story about Epstein. B. Clinton walked into VF and threatened them not to write sex trafficking articles about his good friend J.E. Those involved have long denied it, and Vanity Fair's editor at the time told The Telegraph this categorically did not happen. Maxwell is serving a 20-year prison sentence after she was convicted in 2021 of aiding Epstein's sex trafficking of young women and girls. Her appeal will be heard in March. So far, about 60 documents have been unsealed. George, there are still more than 200 to go.
Hi, everyone.
God damn. America the free for pedos and chomos. I mean... Do you think there really is Israeli blackmail on U.S. government officials? So this is a take that I've been seeing flying around quite a bit. And if you personally think that Israel has to blackmail American officials in order to be able to do ethnic cleansing with America's go-ahead, you're out of your mind, brother. Okay? There ain't no need for that. There ain't no need for that. America loves that. America needs Israel, okay? America loves having a nation state like Israel operating in the region. There is no need for additional conspiracies and pressure points. Now, having said that, do I believe that Jeffrey Epstein was connected to potential Mossad maybe and the CIA? Yes, I do believe that. But to make the claim that like that is the reason why, Israel gets away with whatever is silly. Israel is an American military base with its own intelligence apparatus. Okay? What number are you on the list, Hassan? Is the funniest joke I've heard over and over again. Brother, I was like literally 7 years old. Why is it that every dumb hog has this kind of take? I don't understand that. Like, what? Why is this like the Aaron Rodgers joke? It's like, bro, I was a baby. Like, what are you talking about? It's also funny to be like a conservative. It's funny to be a conservative and look at the Jeffrey Epstein lists and be like, wow, liberals sure are all over this list, huh? And it's like, and it's so dumb because it's like, brother, you know that like very famous conservatives are all over that list too, including Donald Trump. I mean, the most famous victim of Jeffrey Epstein, Virginia Giuffre, was directly plucked from Mar-a-Lago. What is happening here? Like, what are we talking about? Like, he operated within the boundaries of Mar-a-Lago, and Fox's greatest contributor of all time, Alan the Dershowitz, also a Trump lawyer, is Jeffrey Epstein's personal friend, best friend, and lawyer of Jeffrey Epstein. Donald Trump also brought Alex Acosta, the prosecution on the Epstein case in 2006 that gave him that sweetheart plea bargain, that unimaginable sweetheart plea bargain that ended up also sealing all of the co-conspirators in the federal case, okay, after refusing to prosecute them, hiding their identities. That guy became Trump's labor secretary. Jeffrey Epstein also died in federal prison, Trump's federal prison, under Trump's administration. The people in charge of the federal prison under the Donald Trump administration was a Trump appointee, Bill Barr. If we're talking about connections, yes, Jeffrey Epstein and Bill Clinton, absolutely friends, okay? 100,000%. But make no mistake, this many connections to someone like Jeffrey Epstein, is pretty suspicious. It's almost as suspicious as how many times Alan Dershowitz talks about lowering the age of consent laws. It's like, if you're doing it all the time, if you're doing that all the time, it's just like you're walking like a duck, you're quacking like a duck. Maybe you are a duck. Just saying. Very odd. Very odd thing. Norman Finkelstein eviscerates Alan Dershowitz over lying, hypocrisy, and plagiarism. Yeah, I don't want to get into that. Dang, I didn't know that Dersh wanted to lower the age of consent. Brother, Alan Dershowitz wants to lower the age of consent so hard, he wrote an entire non-paywalled, unlike the top of the hour ad break, article on the Los Angeles Times that we read yesterday. Now, of course, if you no longer want to see the ads here at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. You're going to have to subscribe.
This morning, the Las Vegas judge attacked during a sentencing hearing is bruised, but already back on the...
Slam into that top of the hour ad break by subscribing for $5 or free with the Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Bench.
She remained sore and stiff, but thankful it was not more severe.
After he was denied probation for repeated offenses, 30-year-old Deobra Redden lunged over the bench, pinning Judge Mary Kay Holthus against the wall, pummeling her on the floor.
This is a very unique situation that, as far as I know, has never happened before with somebody supermaning over a judicial bench.
The chief judge, Jerry Weiss, credits the court clerk for heroic actions for pulling Redden off Judge Holthus.
Michael Lasso, her law clerk.
Okay, I'm sorry, but that's an incredibly impressive leap. That's like, that dude is just, his talents are going to waste.
Clerk was probably the primary person that that pulled the defendant off of her and probably kept her from having more severe injuries.
Judge Weiss says there's currently a shortage of marshals providing security in the Clark County court system. He says only one marshal was present at the time of the attack, but he admits even a second may not have stopped Redden.
He moved too quick.
Dude, they're kind of glazing him a little bit, which I respect. Bro, look at his back feet. Like, that's awesome. I mean, he cleared it. That's crazy. That's crazy. I really, really respect that. I will say it with my entire chest. I respect the shit out of that.
He says only one marshal was present at the time of the attack, but he admits even a second may not have stopped Redden.
He moved too quick, and I think the marshal was right behind him, just couldn't get to him. I don't know what could have prevented this. I mean, I think that we are looking at every opportunity we can to make things better.
Redden now faces a slew of new charges, and Judge Holthus will be back to oversee his new sentencing, scheduled for next week.
Court officials say they're now reviewing security measures and hope to increase.
You really believe this kind of crime is awesome? Yeah. It's impressive. I'm sorry. It's super. No, I already ran the top of the hour ad break, Chowder. You missed it. It's absolutely, it's so impressive. It's so impressive. Did you hear what the judge did before he did that? No. Bro's in the wrong court. Oh, that's such a good take.
I just can't with that history. And of course, I appreciate that, but I think it's time that he gets a taste of something else because I just can't with that history. In accordance with the laws of the state of Nevada, this court...
Wait, that's it? I don't know about his crimes or records, but I didn't think she was that wrong. Yeah, I don't know about his crimes or record as well.
Mr. Redden, is there anything you want to say on your own behalf before I pronounce sentence?
So basically, I would like to tell the courts and everyone here, like, based on my criminal history, like, I feel that, like, I shouldn't be, like, sent to prison for a second time.
Have you looked at your criminal history? Have you looked at your criminal history?
I actually just,
I mean, you lived it, I suppose.
I just looked at it,
Yeah. 3 felonies, a gross, 9 misdemeanors, multiple DVs. Got a lot going on, sir.
Yeah, I just figured, like...
Battery on a protected person, robberies, attempt home invasion. Go ahead, I didn't mean to interrupt you, I was just...
I just figured, like, I'm in a better place in my mind, my mental health, I have a support system. I just got hired as a Teamster for, the union, making $20 an hour. And, like, the reason behind every single domestic violence I've been doing...
He's a union man. Free him. He's a union man. Free him. Free him.
Dealing with mental health, and I didn't know that I was dealing with mental health. And they put me in mental health court, and I still didn't know that I had a mental health problem until it was August 2022 when I realized I have a problem with this. And, like, having a dictionary and, like, understanding myself, getting to know myself a little better, and applying it to my personality, and having an epiphany at that moment in those instances, and just, like, trying to learn from my mistakes, And I feel like I shouldn't be sent to prison, but if it's appropriate for you, then you have to do what you have to do. But I figure that, if I'm in a better place in my life, I'm not doing drugs, I'm not out there committing crimes now.
Try saying free him, he beats women. I mean, he's a union man. Plenty of wife beaters are out there free and not union men. You know what I'm saying? Ow, fuck. Yeah, half the cops in that fucking courtroom have beat their wives. They're union men too. They should be in prison instead. You're gonna get clipped? No, I'm okay. All jokes aside, look. She's clearly okay, listen. I mean, clearly his reaction after the judge's condescension shows that maybe he's got a little bit more learning to do. The unfortunate problem is that prison is the worst place for that kind of learning. Chat's like, wow, this guy's toxic. Domestic violence. He tackled the fucking judge. This guy's clearly nuts. Yeah. So That's my take. His reaction was adequate. No tolerance for racism, says anarcho junkie. Dude, shut up. Like, what are you talking about? Yo, people love larving in this chat. How can you sit there and say you're a reformer and attack the judge like that? No, I know. That's what I'm saying. He seems like he's not personally as reformed as he thinks he is. You know what I mean?
You know, and I feel like I should be given a shot because I'm in a better place than I was then, you know, so, but that's, I'm a person who never stops trying to do the right thing no matter how hard it is. And I just, you know, and I'm trying and I never give up trying to do the right thing. I know I'm not a rebellious person. I don't want to be standing here. I don't want you to have to, you know, sit up there and waste your time as well, you know? But the criteria of me saying this is that I'm a person that never stops trying to do the right things, even if it's hard.
He definitely is a overachiever. I'm just saying, he is an overachiever. Look, I think, you know, clearing the bar. I mean, the judge being a woman and him being that excited to pummel her kind of also plays along with the DV charges. Like I feel like he's like extra good at doing that. Okay. He's the judge now. Looking at his priors, I think it does make more sense that he would be denied no time served. I think looking at his priors and looking how long the rap sheet is, even with everything I know about how those rap sheets are cultivated, especially when paired with his reaction to the judge, it does feel like, you know, there's got to be a little bit of punishment, right? It sucks because I didn't do this DV. Look, this is a DV tackles the judge. I don't know. You could clear easily? No, I could not. Look at the space.
Yes, I could. I have mental problems.
Thank you.
I think the court can trust that he is going to perform well on probation. I think he's worth this risk. The court wants the 1948 as suggested by the DA. I would have no issue with that, but to suspend it rather than just send him to prison for any length of time. It makes more sense given the circumstances and his ability to do probation successfully that he can give him this opportunity.
Bro, I feel like, you know, Jimmy McGill would have done a better job. Jimmy McGill would have had him walking, dude.
I appreciate that, but I think it's time that he gets a taste of something else because I just can't with that history. In accordance with the laws of the state of Nevada, this court...
It's still funny, though. Listen, I want to hear what Alex's take, I want to hear what Lolo's take would be here. Like, what do you do when your client leaps at the judge? It's so crazy, man. It is so crazy. It actually is funnier now with the context when you think about it, because he like went on this long tangent about how he's a reformed man. He has a good job. He's a good union job and how things are looking better for him. And then his defense attorney turns around and says, my client, he did have a take. Gonna keep it a bug with you. I just saw this tonight and I've watched it about 100 times. I needed this. Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is, like, I've talked to Lolo about this a lot, you know? Lolo overruled. I mean, dude, it's gruesome out there. You got, like, homeless people that are nabbed for, like, fare evasion, and then they get slapped with, like, additional charges, like resisting arrest, things of that nature. You got people that want to see their children for the holidays, and, like, the judges demonstrate that level of contempt all the time, probably as a consequence of, like, consistently dealing out what they think is justice on a daily basis. So much crime they see, and you can't really do that without kind of being disgusted by the people that you are sending to prison. It'd be kind of difficult, right? If you saw them as human beings, you're like, well, I'm literally jailing, removing the freedoms of actual human beings with loved ones and goals and aspirations. So, Hassan, you privileged, spoiled brat. You are literally acting like your uncle, you privileged shit. Nah, Hassan, you're just being a reactionary. All judges deserve this. Thank you. Hold on one second. It's especially funny because I'm describing, like, the thought process behind why judges are so gross. Here, chatter. Go ahead. Take a look at that. How does that make you feel? Huh? Listen, you got anarchist in your username on Twitch. Probably haven't seen this in a while. Okay? You probably haven't seen this in a long, long time. You know what I'm saying? Think about it. Think about the warm feelings that you might get if you stood under that water. Yup. Just some saying. Just saying. All right. It's like playing fireworks sounds around a dog. He's so scared right now. He was diagnosed with schizophrenia and bipolar. Regular prison is probably bad for him. No, I know. That's why I said, well, I didn't know that, but that's why I said, like, this is a man who definitely still needs rehabilitation. Unfortunately for all of us, prison will not offer that for him at all. If anything, it will make his situation significantly worse. However, having said that, it is completely ridiculous to say that a guy who leapfrogged at a judge with a massive rap sheet it doesn't deserve some level of like being removed from society, because he does. What do you mean? Like, I'm sorry. I think the video is awesome. I think it is normal to want to do that. Why wouldn't it be? I mean, after all, this is the person in front of you that is basically sending you to hell. Okay? Is that not violent? Of course it is. Of course. In the most basic way, this is the same principle behind in Germany. It is not illegal to escape prison. If you escape prison naked, technically you have done nothing illegal. It doesn't actually carry additional sentences if you escape prison. Why naked? Because technically the clothes that you're wearing are owned by the state. So that would be stealing state property if you escape prison with the clothes on your back. Okay? So why are you defending the judge? I'm defending the principle of beating the shit out of an old woman. While it is kind of funny to watch, it's ultimately a valid thing to want to make sure that this person still has a little bit more time to cook. I'm sorry, it's ridiculous. Like, there is definitely I'm not an abolitionist. Yeah, they bullshit charge you for the theft of the clothes, people you harmed during escape, etc. So basically, it's not worth a lot. There is no charge for escape. Yeah. But still, I think the principle behind that matters. Why is there no charge for the escape, even though there are obviously additional charges for, like, if you hurt someone while you're escaping or stealing the clothes from the state? Why is there technically no charge for the state is a good question that people should be asking currently. It's because it's completely understandable and reasonable to want to be free. It is a human principle. That's it. That is at least that, as far as I understand, that is the understanding. Lamau, by your logic, Angela Davis, the famous Marxist who studied with Marxists, is a crusty anarchist who doesn't shower because she wants to abolish prison. Come down. You need to abandon these takes in 2024, dude. Seriously. It is not an anarchist position to be against prisons and the legal system. And no, I'm not justifying this dude's behavior. But you're silly if you think sending this guy to prison is giving him more time to cook. Anarchists always fall apart when asked the question, what are you supposed to do then with this person? Like, what is supposed to happen currently within the confines of our legal structure with a person with a rap sheet like that, who demonstrated that they, in a moment, still have the capacity to snap in a violent way. Also, I love that you said this is not an anarchist position, and then you turned around and, mentioned the prison abolitionist anarchist position. Yes, mandated therapy in a mental institution is the appropriate response, in my opinion, as well. I do agree with that. Also, but that still comes with some level of detainment or containment. That's what I'm simply stating. When you have someone that has this kind of a rap sheet, yes, you need some level of detainment, which you are agreeing with me on. Exactly. This is not a perfectly rehabilitated individual, right? I thought you literally answered that yourself. You said at the beginning of this, there should be alternatives. I'm sort of shocked you're not an abolitionist, but no human principle to be free. That seems contradictory. Yes. I don't think it's contradictory. I think all humans intrinsically want to be free. That is a normal human value. I also happen to be an adult who believes that there has to be authority. there has to be rule of law. An anarchist will look at what I have to say and not see that this is an important facet of like living in a society and having some semblance of social cohesion and to be able to operate normally. They look at that and go, oh, you must be an authoritarian fascist because you think that there should be still a court structure and some level of detainment and containment in the interest of rehabilitation, of course, but still some semblance of detainment and containment for some of the worst offenders. Feel me? Anyway, so yeah. Well, I do think it's funny, especially because this seems, devoid of context, this seems like a person that has been wronged by the criminal justice system, and this person, the perpetrator, is still 100% wronged by the material conditions that he was subjected to his entire life. Nobody becomes a person that like jumps at a fucking judge like that. It's still funny, and I will stand on that. Yeah, no, ultimately I think some semblance of some kind of detainment and containment is appropriate. You know? That's my take. I know this puts me at odds with many people who absolutely despise the concept of taking a shower. But it's not thinking a clip is funny is illegal on the stream. No, it's not that. People are more mad at me now because I said, like, it's valid to put the guy who has, like, you know, multiple domestic violence incidents and is, like, you know, definitely mentally unwell, too, on top of that, in some kind of structure where he needs to be apprehended and is not, like, doing harm to himself or others. It's just crazy. I also said it, I acknowledge that it's like, it's not going to be helpful for him anyway. But it's nuts that people go, oh, Hassan CYT Piker. Yeah, I'm a reactionary authoritarian fascist because, because I said, yeah, it's kind of valid for this guy to be detained. Like, I don't think this guy is like an endless torrent of violence. Right? I don't think he's going to like indiscriminately be harmful to those around him. But it's clear. It is obviously clear to me, at least from what I've seen, the limited things that I've seen so far, that yes, when push comes to shove and he is a momentary lapse of judgment when emotions take over, he clearly has anger issues and an incredibly impressive vertical. I mean, and a horizontal, really. Like, very impressive. You're saying he's not dangerous because he jumped funny? No, I didn't say that. What? God, I think a lot of people in this community need hearing aids. This community used to be a daycare. Now it's 100% an old folks home. And some of you really need hearing aids, bro. I am being ableist, yes. Sorry, before you get mad at me about that too. Or any number of different silly things. That's the chatter that you get annoyed with? Yeah, I know. I mean, this is pretty crazy. Chat just likes to take the opposite position to you after 10 minutes of any discourse. I agree. Look, we got to run that back. I mean, this is still pretty fire. Look at his face. Look at this guy's face. He's like, what the hell? Yo, he's still, dude, that's crazy. Dude, he's being held down and he's still swinging at her. Why do you strawman anarchists so much? Many of the thinkers you yourself cite are often anarchists themselves. Why foster more leftist infighting? We need to stick together. I mean, there's a difference between me citing on principle or in theory what anarchists believe and then actually having an anarchist chatter with anarchists in their username in the chat be like, you're an authoritarian fascist because you think a guy who literally flew physically at like an elderly judge and beat the living shit out of her should not be in some way, shape, or form detained by the state. Like, if that's your marker for authoritarian fascism, then yeah, like nap time is literally Adolf Hitler, okay? It's like my parents are trying to enforce an unjustifiable hierarchy on me. They told me it's nap time and I don't want to go to sleep, you know? So yeah, when you say stuff like that, I'm going to make fun of you a little bit. That was a clean 1v1, free him. I agree. I do agree. He's definitely, he needs to be nerfed, dude. Okay, I mean, this guy, he's just, God, he's such a bitch. He's so weak. Like, stop. This guy doesn't care, dude. He's still pummeling. This video is so much funnier. The longer, how is it that the longer this video gets, the funnier it gets? Wait, he's just, yeah, he's hammer fisting him, but like is so weak. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Hey, get off her, get off her. Oh, man. You're good, stop. Don't do this. Hey, where's Mary Kay? Is she okay?
Oh man, that's it. It's like one of those. It's like one of those situations where I'm like, I wish it never ended, right? Like, oh my God, dude, look at this.
I appreciate that, but I think it's time that he gets a taste of something else because I just can't with that history. In accordance with the laws of the state of Nevada, this court.
Bro, look. She's like, you can see his head. Oh man. Yes, the old woman is totally fine after getting her shit kicked in Lamau. I think she is. They said that she was. This happened like a couple days ago. Surprisingly.
State of Nevada, this court.
Yeah, she loves locking up motherfuckers so bad that she went back to work. She could have taken multiple days off, okay? And she was like, nope. That's how much she loves her job, okay? If you love your job, it never feels like work, you know? And it's clear to me that she loves her job. This is lawyer. Bro, he's over there like, look at my client, dog. I'm going to jail. Oh no. Not funny. No, it's not funny. It's fucking hilarious. This dude looks straight up like Kyle Rittenhouse, by the way. I'm sorry, brother. But if you look at a situation where this dude just flew over the bench, just straight cleared it, okay? And like absolutely pummeled a judge. I'm sorry, you know, it doesn't happen every day. It's pretty great. This is Lolo's actual take, apparently. Dude, it's so good. He's so... I think if you can pull off impressive physical feats like that, you probably should be let go. Like there should be... I reward excellence, okay? And I think honestly, like that dude straight up won. Like he won trial by combat. That is incredibly, yeah, at least lower the sentence. What the right thing would be in this situation, yes, you're right, is lower his sentence. Because honestly, you should be like, no, you beat my ass fair and square. Like, America is the land of prosperity. America is the land of freedom. America is the land where dreamers dream, and you dream big, okay? My God.
I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to get.
The state needs him in the Olympics. Here she is after the attack. I think he pulled some of her hair out. What will happen on Monday when she will see him again on more charges? Oh my God. Oh my God. It's like an anime story. Oh God, I hope they live stream it. Deborah DeLon Redden, 30, was slated to appear in court on Thursday to face new charges, but refused to attend a hearing. Online Clark County jail records show Redden remained jailed without bond on Friday, and the court date had been rescheduled to Tuesday morning. The attack took place as District Court Judge Mary Kay Holthus attempted to sentence the 30-year-old defendant during a hearing after being convicted of one county of attempted battery causing substantial bodily harm. In November, Redden pleaded guilty to the reduced charges and was released from custody. Court records show he was initially charged in a baseball bat attack with felony assault with a deadly weapon. Nevada Department of Corrections records show that in 2021 he also served prison time following a third offense, domestic battery conviction. During the hearing, Redding, who is unshackled, standing next to his attorney, says to the judge, I'm a person who will never stop fighting to do the right thing. No matter how hard it is, I'm trying. When he meant he doesn't stop doing the right thing, he never stops fighting, he meant like fighting the judge. It's like, I'm a person who never stops fighting, Judge. And by that, I mean, that's not a threat. Although it sounds like one, it's actually a promise. She responds, I appreciate that, but I think it's time that you get a taste of something else because I just can't with that history. Nah, fuck that. He immediately exclaims and runs towards the judge and flings himself over the bench, pulling her to the floor as an American flag falls onto the pair. And after the assault, at least 3 other people in the courtroom worked to pull Redden off the judge. One, a Clark Kirk, is seen in the video repeatedly hitting Redden as he cooked. Now he's got 13 new charges? Paultis was elected in 2018 after working for the district attorney's office for more than 27 years, including 16 years as a prosecutor on the Special Victims Unit, including coercion with force, intimidation of a public officer, extortion, and multiple counts of battery on a protected person. I mean, yeah, what was he expecting, though? Let's be real. They did throw the damn bookshelf at him. You're right. It is pretty funny. Yeah, he's just, when he said he's fighting justice, meant he's fighting the justice directly. Every day there's that one video on Twitter. Today, this is that video.
Do you think that Israel is a democratic country?
I know that Israel is a democracy. They have elections.
No, this man is now has 4 courts against him because of 4 cases of corruption. This man knows if the war stops,
we haven't got time to do the entire history of Benjamin Netanyahu, who is not a popular figure in Israel. I'm not here to defend Benjamin Netanyahu. Mustafa, is it possible to...
Whenever I speak about Palestinian rights or Palestinian situation, you claim it is history. I'm talking about what's happening today.
No, I know, and
this is not history.
Can we just... You talked about how you don't want Israel. You're saying Israel that October the 7th happened. You're placing that in historical context. I understand that. Please don't say that again. We don't have time for it. You've made that point 5 times already.
I don't know what you have time for.
Oh my God! For the love of God, let me finish a sentence, man. Maybe you're not used to women talking. I don't know, but I'd like to finish a sentence, sir. Anyway, so
no, you are misleading the public now by claiming.
Right,
where's that other guy when you need him? You know. Mr. Leapfrog, girl boss racist moment, yeah.
20 seconds left. I'm not even going to bother trying to answer. If you don't think Israel's reaction is acceptable, what would have been an acceptable reaction to you? You've got 10 seconds left.
To end occupation and allow peace to prevail for both people.
That's their reaction. Brilliant. Yeah. Sorry to have been a woman speaking to you, but there you are.
Oh, gosh, she continues. She thought she was good with that one. She kept saying, like, I mean, she was saying that because she's like, you know, Muslim, doesn't like women speaking. And it's like the perfect kind of liberal racist atheism, right? It's a perfect distillation of white feminism. But it's exactly the type of stuff that like people on Reddit would unironically defend because they'd be like, well, technically, she only got that way because he was being misogynistic, because he was talking over her. That's my favorite type of like defensive racism, is the tactical racism. It's often from people who are just like just unabashedly, horrifyingly racist. But of course, it's like about appropriate things that obviously the systems find defensible, like being anti-black, being Islamophobic, being anti-women, as a matter of fact. And she's a Tory, she's a hog, not a lib. Brother, she's a liberal. It doesn't matter. A Tory is still a liberal. Margaret Thatcher is a neoliberal. She is a liberal. Okay? They're all liberals. Now, this is Talk TV. This is the Piers Morgan broadcast Piers Morgan television network that I went on as well. And Reagan is a liberal as well. So what I was going to say is, or what I was trying to say is, there are a lot of people online, especially, like there are a lot of Americans like that regularly will turn around and be like, no, I was being Islamophobic to like, you know, defend. Why did you send me? This is what you would look like if you're black or Chinese. Why? I mean, I've seen this meme all over my platform. I mean, all over my timeline. I just want to know why this one specifically. And like, why not the Kyle Rittenhouse one? Because that, at least that one's like funny. V-Lone, Predator, this is his thing. He just always just does this. It's like such a stupid Twitter meme. I like it though. I think it's funny. Look. Someone in the chat's doing it. Is it not possible to criticize the Islamic doctrine without being Islamophobic as a white woman? Chatter, you have 35 seconds to answer this question. Do you think she was criticizing Islamic doctrine? Which, by the way, whatever the Islamic doctrine is, you have to describe immediately. Or do you think she was simply saying, oh, you're a Muslim, so of course you don't personally want to ever hear a woman talk? Go ahead. Wrong answer. You try to deflect away from a very clear question with another question. You are banned. Go ahead. Tell all your buddies in your little Discord server or whatever message board you came from how much Hassan hates arguments. I owned him. I owned him with my intellectual superiority by failing to answer one simple question because I'm absolutely the dumbest person on the planet. I have failed to answer one specific question. People always go, oh, these people don't want to debate in the marketplace of ideas. And then what they want to debate is just being Islamophobic, racist, white supremacist, you know? And it's like, I'll do it. But you can't do that. You can't immediately go, well, all Muslims across the board are misogynistic because Islam, which is a religion just like every other Abrahamic religion, which is left to interpretation, okay, has doctrines that are misogynistic. Like, what do you think, Christianity doesn't? What are we talking about? You would never in a million years turn around and tell some random Christian person like, well, in a very Christian way, it seems like Christianity has caused you to be misogynistic. No, you can completely remove misogyny from Christianity because that is the dominant religion here in the Western world where you live. Incredibly stupid. Additionally stupid, trying to spear that narrative into a conversation where you were also trying to bully the Palestinian guests you had on. Just so you understand. So the reality is, chatters, this was not a real adequate criticism of Islam. Okay, this was not a forum for criticizing Islam. You can criticize religion. Okay, I'm not saying you can't. The way you said misogynistic with a lisp actually came off more misogynistic than anything in the video. I don't know if you know this, but like I do sometimes say things with a lisp, and it's not actually me making fun of that person. But anyway, yeah, I know it's the Sam Harris defense. Sam Harris is a charlatan. I do love personally, though. I have seen community notes on Twitter saying it is justified to be Islamophobic because there's genuine things that you are right to be scared of in Islam. It's mind-blowing how far people will go to be Islamophobic. Yeah. It's great. Do you think they were a debate perv or just atheists? No. Redditors will even defend women to get a debate dub? No. I think Redditor and Reddit atheist comes hand in hand. I think ultimately there's a hierarchy of enemies. Okay? There's a hierarchy of enemies. The Chinese. Okay? That's like probably the worst, right? Because Muslims, Redditors will defend to, at the very least, attack the Chinese. So the Chinese are probably the greatest enemy of Redditors. Muslims are the close second, right? Muslims are the close second greatest enemy of all time for Redditors. And then it's just like women and other marginalized groups and stuff like that. But definitely Russians. Russia is a close third. Sometimes, depending on the actions, might even be number two. Why? Because Chechens are Muslim. So sometimes it swaps. You got Dagestan, you got Chechens, you got Kazakhs. Like, there are Muslims inside of like the Russian ethnic groups as well, which is precisely the reason why Redditors also hate Russia a lot, but not more than China. Imagine equating Russians to marginalized groups. See, there you go. Notice how he just jumped to that. The Chinese are not a marginalized group either. Why didn't you have that energy for the Chinese? I'm simply talking not about marginalized groups at all, but instead about what Redditors hate. Number 4 on the list is black men. Yes, which is surprisingly woke because honestly, number 1 is American black men in America. Usually black men are the number 1 enemy of American society in the minds of Americans. That is what white supremacy has declared it. But I do think Redditors unironically hate China and the Chinese more than they hate Black men. I'd say black women before black men. Do you mean black women before black men? Anyway, I'd say it depends on the Redditor. Fair. I think ultimately there's only one thing that Redditors all unite on, though, and that is hatred for the Chinese and things that are perceived as Chinese. That's a trick question. Redditors just hate all women. I agree. American media sheep hate everything the media instruct. I do agree. Check the vexillology subreddit when you get the chance. I don't know what that is. Not the Chinese government. That's what they say, at least. Yeah, I mean, sure. Whatever. They also hate crime, but that's usually like, they consider that, I think, an expression or an extension of like white supremacy, like black Americans in general. Anyway. All right, let's do this. Gypsy Rose Blanchard speaks out after release from prison. I don't know anything about this person. Well, I know some things about this person, but not a lot. I know that she was a victim of Munchausen by proxy, had severe, like, mental health issues, and her mother was basically like keeping her captive. They got a lot of donations as a consequence of that. They got a house. Her mother was poisoning her, keeping her sick. Now, she's popping off because she had a Hulu series, I guess, right before her release. And it came, I guess, during the time when everyone really got invested in true crime. So she's a bit of a legend because it seems like her she killed her mom with her psycho boyfriend at the time, who apparently sexually assaulted Gypsy Rose Blanchard. She killed her, and people saw that as like a valid kill, which I think it's fine. I mean, the boyfriend killed her, but she also was a complicit in the murder. Anyway, let's watch.
With Gypsy Rose Blanchard. In her first interview after leaving prison for her role in the murder of her mother, she sat down with 2020 anchor Deborah Roberts. Good morning, Deborah.
Good morning, George. Her dramatic life of tragedy and survival has just captivated so many, especially Gen Zers, in a way that very few have. Gypsy Rose Blanchard, who helped kill her mother to escape a life of suffering and abuse, has been the subject of countless media stories and a Hollywood series. Well, now she's a free woman, and she's telling her own story.
I share my story to be a cautionary tale so that the next person that might be in a situation like mine, they don't take the route that I did.
Gypsy Rose Blanchard.
Controversial opinion alert. I'm scared because there are so many things that kids see on TikTok that they want to emulate and even fantasize about, like mental illnesses that they may have. I'm worried some Zoomer TikToker is going to watch this and be like, oh, I have the same situation, and then kill their parents when their parents have not been doing that at all.
Is finally tasting the freedom she's long dreamed of. Tell me about the day you stepped out from behind the prison walls.
You don't realize how much you're restricted in prison. I felt like I was in a black and white world and I just stepped into Technicolor. It was amazing.
Her world shifting after spending nearly 9 years in prison for helping plot the murder of her own mother. Gypsy, a victim of her mother's psychological disorder, commonly known as Munchausen syndrome by proxy, in which parents seek sympathy through the exaggerated or made-up illnesses of their children. Since childhood, Gypsy's mother, Dee Dee, portrayed her daughter as frail, disabled, suffering from multiple illnesses, including leukemia and muscular dystrophy, subjecting the girl to life in a wheelchair, a feeding tube, and unnecessary surgeries, even having some of her teeth removed. It was all a lie. When you look at these pictures now of Gypsy Rose, what do you think now?
I don't even associate with that little girl.
Oh, that's a brain dead take? That's like a 90s parent crying about blood in Mortal Kombat? Yeah, you're right. I'm so wrong. TikTok certainly doesn't have the capacity to create like dangerous challenges. People who definitely go out and buy a bunch of like ridiculous things that they see because it's popping on TikTok. To kill their parents, I'm just saying, like, it happened.
Girl anymore.
Do you recognize her?
I don't. Like, I know that it's me, but at the same time, that isn't me anymore.
Your mom has been portrayed as a monster.
I don't believe my mother was a monster. She had a lot of demons herself that she was struggling with.
Yeah, Cheddar acting like the Blue Whale Challenge never existed. It's all good.
I didn't want her dead.
I agree. And shooting random pedestrians in GTA builds serial murderers. No, there's a very real difference between something in the real world motivating people to do the same thing in the real world versus a video game that motivates people to be violent in the real world. There is no evidence for the second thing, video games motivating people to be more violent in the real world. But there's certainly evidence for the first thing, people seeing something and then repeating it in the real world. People seeing something in the real world and doing it in the real world. Bro, that doesn't happen. The things that we just brought up, like the blue whale stuff, is real. That did happen. What are you talking about? I'm not talking about art motivating people to do stuff, but copycats exist. There are real reasons as to why, for example, people don't cover all the gruesome details of murders when they are happening. Why? Because people do copycat murders. I don't know why we're acting like a concept as old as the printing press itself is now somehow a new revelation. I don't know why. I feel like today, more than any other day on this broadcast, I have a lot of naysayers. Now, I don't expect you to agree with every single thing that I say, but I do definitely expect you to, at the very least, think critically and make good counter arguments. Not simply, bro, that doesn't happen, or not simply making a comparison that is false and easily disprovable. All I'm saying is, think critically.
I just wanted out of my situation, and I thought that was the only way out.
In 2015, Gypsy says she reached a breaking point and plotted with a boyfriend she met online, Nicholas Godejohn, to kill her mother. Gypsy would later plead guilty to second-degree murder. Godejohn was convicted of carrying out the stabbing death and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole.
Is it fair?
The Blue Whale Challenge was shown to be a fraudulent story that showed causal links where none existed. There was no evidence of any of the other claimed incidences being caused outside of influence. Okay, copycat murders are still real, though. So there. All right, let's continue.
Fair that he is incarcerated for life for killing your mom and you're out?
Well, I'm sure that we both have a lot of regrets. All I can really say is that I did my...
No, that's not how it works, okay? He was like extra crazy, had priors, totally valid, I think, as far as I understand, for him to be in prison and not be able to get out. You know what I mean? I feel like, also, I do feel like there are, there's going to be inequality. Like at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And it's unequal and it's unjust because some people actually end up seeing the 3-minute ad break. Some people luck out and only see 1 minute of ad breaks. And then some people don't see any ad breaks at all because they've subscribed for $5 or for free. So, it sucks to suck, but that's usually how it goes, right? That's just kind of the way the cookie crumbles, if you will. I just read about the blue whale now. From seeing, it seems like a ghost story is being used. A link unrelated suicides. Do you know any confirmed accounts of it? No, I just remember... I remember reading about it and believing it. It can totally be one of those like old internet legends. That part is totally valid. It still doesn't change the reality that yes, people do see things in the real world and want to repeat them. And I think people are still jumping on the blue whale thing over and over again. Like this person. Copycat murders existed before TikTok, though. Exactly. Yes. And I think people are just gonna like jump down my throat to be like, oh, dude, like I got you. But then you also made my point for me. I never said TikTok is the exclusive reason as to why people do stupid things that they see. TikTok certainly does, alongside many of the other social medias, have a tendency to exacerbate the things that you... like exacerbate the worst aspects of our harmful behavior. I think I'm going to stop responding to people in the chat and continue watching this.
My time. He's doing his time for his part. And I wish him well on his journey.
During her prison stay, public fascination with Gypsy exploded. Her story portrayed in multiple documentaries and a drama series, The Act.
I'm so trapped.
Yeah, by the way, I never was saying that like there's gonna be a massive amount of people who think that they're that have Munchausen by proxy and killed their parents. I'm simply saying that this could absolutely lead to a copycat thing that I worry about, but could also not. I don't know why everything has to be this massive debate, guys. I hope you guys understand that you probably shouldn't behave like this in the real world because it will lead you to have zero friends. One aspect of like debate lord existence to just never have real friends in the flesh world and only have friends in internet forums. Like, you don't have to debate the veracity of every claim, even if I'm making like an offhanded remark. Not everything has to be all that serious. We're talking about some true crime shit. Don't have any friends on the forums either? Yeah.
And I can't tell anyone.
Gypsy now sharing unscripted personal details about her past in a Lifetime docuseries, The Prison Confessions of Gypsy Rose Blanchard.
You say that you were addicted to painkillers.
Mm-hmm.
How serious was this addiction?
You know, this is really hard to talk about because it took me down a really dark path. But I felt like it was my only way to cope for a time.
So when you made this decision to take part in the killing of your mom, were you high?
Yes, I was.
And do you blame that for your decision?
No. I don't blame drugs. I don't blame anything. I don't make excuses.
And now?
And now I'm sober. Now I haven't used in 4 years, and I don't feel the need to.
Hey everyone, this is Gypsy. I'm finally free.
Her journey sparking a cult-like following online.
Do you feel any conflict with that? You've got fame, even though you participated in a murder?
Of course I feel conflicted. Fame is not what I'm looking for. I always said I think I'm infamous, and then I came out famous.
You've had shots of your selfie out of prison. You've commented on your love life. Are you enjoying the attention?
Honestly, I'm a very shy person. I don't think that I'm doing anything that anybody else wouldn't do. I'm being myself.
Ryan Anderson, her new husband who wrote Gypsy in prison, was waiting outside the prison doors after his wife's release.
Oh, I missed you.
I miss you too.
But you're really together physically for the first time.
Yes.
We call it newly together weds.
What are your plans? Do you want to have children?
We've talked about starting a family. We just don't know when at this point. Our lives are pretty hectic right now.
So this is your happily ever after, the gal who liked being a princess.
It is, yeah. I had to kiss a couple frogs to get to this one. Handsome face.
Murderous frogs. What the hell? Hold on. I totally forgot to text Adam my address. I started stream and I forgot to I told him like, oh, I want to have you on the podcast too. And like I had told him like come after 4. And then we started talking about like, you know, doing the podcast and stuff and like figuring out a time for that. So I just totally forgot to like reconfirm, you know, come after 4. And then I was like, hey, by the way, you know, you're still coming at 4, right? And he said, you said after 4 immediately, I think to like defend, and then realized I hadn't even sent him my home address, which I had also forgotten. Hasn't he been to your house? No. But to be fair, I would ask for the address in this circumstance. So I think we're all at fault. We gotta watch the View clip. Wait, what? She's on the View too?
Watching right now. Please listen to me. Heed my words that you are not alone in this, you know, situation. There are other ways out. I did it the wrong way.
No.
You know.
Don't say that.
But I did.
You had no
I
choice,
did
really.
something wrong, and I paid my dues for
Oh, you
it.
mean that part?
Yes, the part of it.
yeah.
You know, that part of it. Yeah.
Where are you going with this?
Yeah, no.
Like, oh, you didn't do anything wrong. Just a little bit of murder.
You know, so I did something.
All right. Does anyone have like a good story on this? Does anyone have her IG post about people bullying her husband's looks? Yeah, I saw that. Gypsy Rose Blanchard defends husband Ryan from negative comments online. Ryan, don't listen to the haters. I love you and you love me. We don't owe anyone anything. They jealous because you are rocking my world every night. ... Yeah, I said it. The D is fire. Happy wife, happy life, heart. Meanwhile, her ex-boyfriend got life in prison. Yeah, bro, her ex-boyfriend's a bit crazier than her, you know? I don't understand why. What? I feel like a lot of people just see stuff on Twitter and just wait. Oh, he responded. Who said I give a damn about what these jealous people say anyway? Haha. ... Now come get it, baby. ... What is going on? That post is fake. Killer Trav. What? Yeah, I want to know like what happened with Gypsy Rose. A little nice little true crime action. Oh, Killer Trav is freaking Taylor Swift's boyfriend. Wait, there's an A&E full episode? Let's go.
I want to start off with saying things are not always as they appear.
Let's go.
Oh my goodness, what an incredible mother this is, taking on this challenge of raising a child with so many medical problems.
They believe she might have leukemia, could not walk.
Monster cheese syndrome. There, I summarized it for you. And he put the sexo in there. God damn it, dude. You guys are degenerates, okay? I'm learning about Gypsy Rose Blanchard, okay? The G word. Right. We don't do slurs around these parts. Or at least every single time I say that word, there's always some people who usually get mad. But luckily, this is the one instance where people actually aren't getting mad. Because I feel like Romani Rose Blanchard. I feel like Traveler Rose Blanchard. I feel like people in this community definitely got mad at others. I know some of you got mad at Will, and you got it out of your system. And because I am late to the coverage, I'm not seeing. You got it all out of your system, like all the yelling about the word gypsy being used. No, it was a joke he took literally. Did you see the Ellie tweet that popped off? Mind you, Breaking Bad is a show about actual neo-Nazis in it, but surely the wife was a little concerned about her meth-dealing husband is a problem. Yeah, I think it's funny that everybody hates Skylar White. But it's also funny when people turn around and go, oh, it's misogyny. That's the reason why people hate Skylar White, which, yeah, I think it is misogyny, but also, yeah, you like the evil meth dealer. You know what I mean? It's like, you know what I mean? Or at least I do. I did. You're kind of not supposed to. Yeah, but I don't like it when people say, oh, you're kind of not supposed to like the person. It's like saying you're not supposed to like Tyler Durden. It's like, no. Well, you shouldn't have been so cool then. You know what I mean? Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't supposed to like Tyler Durden. Okay, well, why is he cool? Why is he being played by Brad Pitt? If you wanted Skylar to be more liked, then you shouldn't have had Bryan Cranston play the living shit, play his face off, okay? It's not my fault. He's sick. Yeah. It's like I was rooting for the FBI and DEA the whole time, like Elon Musk. What do you mean, sir? I was rooting for the rule of law. Right? The show is written where the normal mindless watcher will dislike Skylar, and those resentments get exaggerated because of misogyny. Man, as someone who loves the Roys and Tony Soprano, Walter White is deliberately unlikable because of how much he belittles people and how smug he comes off. Yeah, but he's still he's still the character. He's the main guy. Giancarlo Esposito. That's another guy that you root for. Wait, why do people hate Skylar? She's so good. I think people hate her because they like Bryan Cranston. They like Walter. It's been so long since I watched it that I don't really remember. I think it is weird that that she's the number one most hated TV show character. It's like odd. However, no, not after the first season. Walter's hateable too. Her character was a wet blanket for the main character's drug shenanigans. I think maybe because I guess they're both somewhat unlikable in different ways. However, at least Walter White is cool because he built a meth empire and she kind of didn't. And I think that's probably what it is. I don't know. It's been too long since I watched it. You know what I mean? Just being a rational character who doesn't like meth empires doesn't make her a good character to watch. On the first Breaking Bad, you watch like Walter White every watch. After that, you hate his guts and not root for Jesse. And root for Jesse? Oh. Okay, let's watch Gypsy Rose Blanchard. A hero that everyone can agree on. Walter White is one of the most irritating characters of all time. He could not make stupider choices if he tried, and he did try. If you relate to him or think his actions were smart, rational, justified, you should be on a watch list. Anyway, sorry for this thread. Okay, I mean, this person is joking, by the way. Like, I don't think Ellie Schnitt is being serious either. Or at least I hope not, because who cares? It's a TV show.
Was in a wheelchair. I mean, you name it, this girl had it.
What eventually came out fairly quickly was that it was a scam.
The big shock to a lot of people.
They hate her because she's like, stop doing crime and try spending your cancer days with your disabled son instead of former student Mehmed. Yeah, that's lame and boring. When you're watching a TV show, you don't root for the rational choice. Who watches that and goes, oh my God, I hope, like, it's like watching that show and rooting for the accountant that files your taxes correctly. Like, what do you mean? It's fiction. Like, usually the rake in that situation that is supposed to like bring you back to reality is antagonistic to the guy who's trying to go crazy. So you develop resentment towards that person because it's literally taking you out of the cool world of fantasy. I mean, they literally made a spinoff about the boring lawyer guy, so your point holds no weight. You think Jimmy McGill is boring or was a boring lawyer at the time? It's crazy. Why is everything a debate? Okay,
What was that?
Adam
She
is
was
calling
up
me.
and walking around.
I gotta call
At
him.
some point, you decided to kill your mother. Is that correct?
Yes.
Dee Dee Blanchard had been stabbed multiple times in the back.
Very brutal, extremely, extremely brutal, and almost a severing of her head.
I'm sorry that I lied to you from the beginning. I'll tell you the truth all now.
Breaking news now, 2 people charged in the murder of Dee Dee Blanchard, including her daughter Gypsy and her boyfriend Nicholas Godejohn.
Okay, I'll admit it. I did actually stab her mom. I will admit it.
Gypsy manipulated Nick, a low-functioning person with autism. Whose idea was it to kill your mother?
Mine.
I don't think we're ever going to get the full story from either one of them as to what actually went down.
So the question is, who's the mastermind?
This is what he's going to tell you. How to get out of that situation.
And I grabbed the gun.
Trying to find the first place to put a body.
No, sir.
The only thing they could do was kill him.
You want to say anything? We, the jury, and find the defendant.
So the chatter who's saying Hassan Abi watching this, you will 100% defend her and say it's self-defense. I think you forget that I'm already pro-crime. So even if there wasn't a good case, I'd probably still be on board because I love crime. Technically, this is a JCS react, I feel like. I should tweet it out. Finally learning about the Gypsy Rose Blanchard case. Okay.
I think, we live here in a generous community, Springfield, that likes to look out for one another.
A community that opened its heart to Dee Dee Blanchard and her daughter Gypsy.
She had moved here after Hurricane Katrina, had this daughter Gypsy who had all kinds of medical issues.
They believe she might have leukemia, that she was asthmatic, that she had seizures. She had ear problems, eye problems. She was paralyzed from the waist down, could not walk, was in a wheelchair. I mean, you name it, this girl had it.
She captured sort of the heart of the Springfield community.
War crimes are the only crimes I'm not
They-
into. That guy's hair is a crime. I'm not into that either.
Got a house from
God, I have to
Habitat
pee.
for Humanity in Missouri.
It's so easy to live here, and it's so peaceful.
And I think the headline was something like Hurricane Katrina survivors, happily settled here in Springfield.
It just proves that happy endings are not just in fairy tales, they're real.
Gypsy's mother seems so brave in the face of so much adversity.
Oh my goodness, what an incredible mother this is to, she's on her own here, taking on this challenge of raising a child with so many medical problems.
But then, on a warm summer night in Springfield, just after midnight, the home built for Dee Dee Blanchard and her daughter Gypsy became the scene of a brutal crime. Dee Dee Claudine Blanchard murdered in her bedroom, her daughter missing, the community in shock.
Just total shock. We have this mother and daughter who just seems, so happy and good-hearted.
Friends had seen a Facebook post on Dee Dee and Gypsy's shared site. That bitch is dead.
That Facebook post was seen by friends and neighbors of Claudine. They ended up then contacting the sheriff's office to do a well-being check, and that's ultimately how Claudine's body was found.
A gruesome scene.
Very brutal, extremely, extremely brutal, and almost a severing of her head.
And police found that Gypsy's wheelchair was still in the house, but no sign of Gypsy.
And then, okay, well, that really ramps up the need to find her, because, you know, you're thinking, okay, she's, you know, maybe helpless out there without her mom. And
First, they all thought that, you know, somebody had kidnapped Gypsy. The second Facebook message indicated that the perpetrator had done something to Gypsy sexually.
By tracking the internet data on the Facebook post, police were able to locate a possible suspect almost 500 miles away outside Waukesha, Wisconsin, to the home of a young man by the name of Nicholas Godejohn.
So they went out, and there was actually a standoff between Nicholas and the police for a brief moment. He was brandishing a knife and waving it around, and he didn't want to come out.
It wasn't even known yet if Gypsy was still alive, but that if she was, it was still thought that she was possibly a prisoner being held hostage by Mr. Godejohn at that point.
But when police got inside the Godejohn house, they found her along with a load of cash.
How is it every time that I happen to check in on you, you're AFK? Because you look at Twitter, and I posted about it on Twitter, and I posted about reacting to something on Twitter, and I assumed that you came in specifically to see if I was going to be AFK or not. And I also happened to be literally the first time I got up to pee today. I think that's probably the reason why. Like, you come in here seeking it out, I assume. But, you know, it's A&E, like A&E content. I feel like it's fine. True. I did also get up to pick up Nandre's seconds, and it was Nandre's stakes, which was also like a 30-second AFK moment. Fair. Here's resolution is being nice to chatters who come in and ask questions, and I think I'm doing fine with that. Do you hear the audio while you were gone? Yes.
Cash and disguises and wigs she and Godejohn had used. She was there of her own free will.
And that's when they first learn not only that, but they're actually in a relationship, boyfriend and girlfriend.
This case has taken several disturbing twists since their disappearance.
And then this stunning moment, Gypsy standing up on her own.
The big shock to a lot of people was that she was up and walking around.
The young woman who supposedly needed a house with ramps and specialized facilities was not paralyzed at all. And then doctors at the hospital had another surprise for the good people of Springfield.
That's when they learned there was nothing wrong with her.
No leukemia, no asthma.
Bro, worst doctors ever. Like, how could Mima like this? This is what I don't understand. How could, like, Mima with no formal education be able to dupe so many medical professionals into, like, legitimately believing that she has these, like, incredible diseases?
No seizures, no paralysis.
I want to start off with saying,
I know. Oh, yeah, she was a nurse, right? Never mind. That's such a important part of this. You're so right. I saw, you know, big American lady and immediately went, oh, she's dumb. Honey Boo Boo style. Even then, it's still crazy that, even then, I do think it's still crazy that she was able to fool so many doctors. You know what I mean? Why does being a nurse matter? You can't diagnose your own child? No, you can't diagnose your own child. You're not diagnosing your own child in that situation, but you know what symptoms look like, so you can fake it. I was thinking, like, it should be a little bit harder to fake these symptoms so convincingly that medical professionals like doctors believe you. But then I realized it's because she is a nurse.
things are not always as they appear.
What eventually came out fairly quickly was that it was a scam.
A scam the mother had been pulling off apparently for years as a way to trick sympathetic people and charities out of hundreds of thousands of dollars. The wheelchairs just a prop.
And a lot of people were hurt when they discovered that, you know, Gypsy didn't really have any medical problems and that her mom had sort of duped everyone into being charitable towards them.
But for police, the focus was not the scam, but the murder of Dee Dee Blanchard. And her daughter and her boyfriend were brought to the Waukesha Police Department.
This is one of those instances where you can't do it. I've realized that there's no way you can do it. Nobody is the guy who's like, that cancer girl is faking it. No, never mind. That's got to be the biggest reason. Because, like, it is like Better Call Saul. I saw a lot of myself in Better Call Saul, like episode 4 or whatever, when there's the family that is there's a family that supposedly extorted the government, or not extorted, but like stole money from the local government. Okay. And Saul is defending a client that they arrested outside of the family's house, who is a criminal, who did want to kidnap the family. And Saul immediately goes, he looks around, he sees that there was a doll that was supposed to be in the room of the young daughter, and the doll is gone, which leads him to suspect that maybe the family fake kidnapped themselves in an effort to get away with the millions of dollars. In that very moment, he makes a great assertion, but it's a real big asshole assertion to make. So nobody believes him. And I thought, wow, this man is so brave for being able to say what people don't want to hear in this very moment, saying what people don't want to hear, even if you have your own personal interest in the matter and it makes you look extra bad that you're bringing forward another assertion like this that will, of course, clear your client. That's exactly how I feel all the time when I say things that are, I guess, unpopular in the broader population, but yet I still say it because I truly believe it and because I'm a stubborn asshole. Even though history does ultimately absolve me, it is far too late by that point. Those who have left have been long gone. I feel as though doctors are also in a similar predicament where even if they look at this and go, yeah, this seems weird, who's going to be the guy who says, this leukemia cancer, no spinal fluid girl is faking it?
As prime suspects, Gypsy acting as if she had not a care in the world as she waited for the detectives from Missouri to arrive.
Never asked about her mom. She never asked, why am I here?
And then Detective Stan Hancock arrives in Springfield, ready to cut to the chase.
Well, Gypsy, we are here investigating something, so I do need to talk with you about some things, okay?
I'm thankful because I have no idea why I'm here.
Okay.
Nobody will tell me anything.
Yeah, okay. Your mom's dead, okay? Now, what I want to ask you is, your mom's passed away, okay? And she's deceased, all right? Now, what I want to ask you, did you have involvement in this?
She's like, no. Oh my gosh, was it a heart?
Bro, this guy didn't even hold back. What's happening? He no training wheels, no baby gloves, nothing. Straight up. Your mom's dead. Did you do it?
Heart attack? Did she commit suicide?
She had bipolar.
All these different things, and she just kind of sticks to this story of I didn't know.
I know you do. I know you, sweetheart. I know you love your mom. I have no doubt that you love your mom.
I should have never left.
Good. Listen to me, okay? I know you love your mom. And don't you think your mom loves you? Don't you think your mom just is worried about you? Loves you? Okay? But we gotta get down to the bottom of why. Okay?
Honestly, did anything to my mama.
Who did?
But that was a lie, like most of her life. Little girls love to dress up as princesses, none more so than Gypsy Rose Blanchard.
Gypsy lived a rich fantasy life. That's all she really had.
That fantasy life became the key to understanding Gypsy, the key for Detective Stan Hancock to unravel.
Yo, Gypsy Rose Blanchard, 100% Stanley Cup girl. Is that messed up to say? I feel like she would 100 PB in the Stanley Cups. It's true and you know it. actually quite disgusting that you deny such a obvious reality. Gypsy Rose of today is shifting. You're right. She's shifting on TikTok to fuck Draco Malfoy, and she's a big Stanley Cup girl. Come on, man. She's still a Swiftie. Like, what are we talking about? Being a Swiftie is like halfway there. Being a Swiftie is 50% of being a Stanley Cup girl.
Gypsy's lies about her role in the murder of her.
Another Stanley Cup girl around you. Stanley Cup girly. Yeah, I saw this. This is so valid. It's so perfect. Because honestly, I don't know why. I don't know how to explain it, but this photo, I don't know if you like photoshopped it or something, but it's so cunty. Like, I don't know how you did this. I don't know if it's photoshopped or not, but she is serving cunt in this, okay? She is. She is a gwirl in this. It's the one paw, I guess. I don't know. I don't know where or how or why. I mean, she's not like that cunty right now. Look at this. Like, right now, not cunty. Not serving cunt. Sleepy. Then and there, serving cunt. She's mother plane crashing into the twin serve towers. What is that bed? Is it a rich person bed? It looks nice. No, man. It's a big dog bed. Big dogs get real hot. They run hot. Come on. She heard. She knows we're talking about her. She's getting over here. Come here. Kaya, come here. We're literally laying on your bed fine this whole time. The moment I start talking about you, you get up from bed. She was literally sleeping. Are you getting fat? What's going on? Are you getting fat? I think she's getting fat. So the way it works is when you touch your dog's ribs, okay? The vet told me healthy means it feels like this. Like you can kind of feel the ribs, but there's like a little bit of layer of fat. Unhealthy, too skinny, feels like this. The outside of your knuckles, for those of you who are wondering. My girlfriend watches you with me, and now she's saying Stanley makes dog bowls that match the Stanley Cup. Please get back on topic before my girl does some dumb shit and wastes money. First of all, dumb shit, that's a great expense. So if your girlfriend is currently watching, it is true crime. A lot of the ladies like this segment. I am going to suggest that she buys that Stanley dog cup that is matching all of the other Stanley thermoses that she has. Anyway, let's continue.
Her mother, Dee Dee.
Sweetheart, like, do you really want to dig yourself? You're digging yourself deeper.
No, seriously, I would never hurt her.
Listen to me.
This cop is just owning her, which is kind of crazy. It's like, bro, come on, it's easy mode. Like, that's crazy. Cop's like, first time I met my intellectual match. It's time. It's time I go extra hard today. What the fuck?
Listen to me, okay? I don't play around with you. Listen to me.
They realized quite early, before they even walked into the room, that that she had her wits about her. She's not a stupid girl by any means. She's extremely intelligent.
Gypsy's bizarre case was investigated by Fancy Maselli for her podcast, The Good Wife's Guide to True Crime.
Now, she's not educated. Her
What?
mother didn't, send her to school. Disney movies and books were her education.
Okay, I was too embarrassed to ask where the fuck that came from. The lady on the couch just like chilling. Turns out it's a True Wives Guide to, or a Good Wives Guide to True Crime podcaster. Are you kidding me?
Disney Fantasy World became Gypsy's escape from a life with a cruel mother who had used and abused her since almost from birth, telling her and the world that she had cancer, leukemia, and an endless list of other ailments.
Gypsy did not necessarily know it was a scam. She truly believed she had these conditions.
Gypsy has a full denture set. It's pretty sad, that she had her teeth rotted right out of her head. And a lot of that has to do with the medications that she was given.
Like this lady that is that's supposed to be the subject matter expert that we're hearing is a true crime lady. Like, I'm sorry, but this makes me not want to watch this video as much anymore, because it's like, here, we found the one guy that like knows just as much as you do. I've never seen subject matter experts that are just podcasters. Like, can you imagine, chat? January 6th, here we go to Hassan Hasanabi Piker. On the January 6th documentary, they go to me, because I'm the expert on January 6th because I saw it like live on Twitch. That would be ridiculous. I guess, actually, I would go so far as to say that it would not be that ridiculous because, like, I was, like, my coverage of it became newsworthy in and of itself. This woman is just a podcaster on an issue that, like, thousands of other true crime podcasts have covered. The medium of publishing valid research doesn't really matter. I saw a video about North Korea and their subject matter watchdog was just a guy who looks at Google Maps a lot as a hobby. Yeah, that's called autism, which is a feature that every Hearts of Iron player has. So they could have just had any Hearts of Iron player come up and talk about the North Korea as a subject matter expert, I think. Mommy Dead and Dearest, this is the doc. I like that this guy says warning, not suitable for anyone under 15.
I can only imagine how awful that would have been to have been trapped in a home like that where, like a prisoner basically her whole life.
At one point, as a teenager with dyed hair, Gypsy's mother locked her in a backyard shed when she learned her daughter was messaging with boys online.
In this shed is nothing except for a toddler bed. According to Gypsy, she was told that, you know, if you don't do what I'm telling you to do, I'll put you in there and you'll never come out again.
I just think it's funny because she's also so like she's just chilling on the couch. I know that's not the main point, but she's like even the way she's standing is like a very unserious stance. Like, and because it's so random, I thought maybe she's like an aunt or something. She's just lounging. Like, she's like, oh, I started on episode 6. Wait, what? This is episodic? Gypsy Rose Blanchard's infamous Revenge Against Mama, season 1, episode 6. No. Every episode is a different killer, probably. This one just features Gypsy Rose Blanchard. Silly.
And you'll never come out again.
Different killers.
Gypsy wanted freedom. She didn't want to be under her mom's thumb anymore.
It was when the premiere date for the Disney film Cinderella was announced that Gypsy asked a boy she had met on a Christian dating site to come to Springfield, Nicholas Godeja.
I invited him to come in March to see Cinderella with me.
She was dressed to the nines as Cinderella. She had the big wig on, the big huge blue dress on. So she looked like a fairy tale princess, and he's kind of dressed like Prince Charming.
Unfortunately, it hurt my mom's feelings because I paid more attention to him than her.
Okay.
And anyway, she didn't like him from then on.
Somehow Gypsy convinces her mom she needs to go to the restroom, and so she wheels herself out, and then Nick leaves the theater as well, and they meet up in the bathroom, the handicapped bathroom, and that is where they had sex for the very first time. How romantic, right? She's never even been kissed by a boy at this point, and her first experience with any type of physical contact with another human is, you know, sex in a bathroom in a movie theater at the premiere of Cinderella.
Bro, she's so unserious, dog. I'm sorry. I need to like I don't want to watch a whole 1 hour and 22 minute doc, but I cannot watch this documentary. Hater? No, it's just like the moment that I found out that she's just like a Good Wives Guide the True Crime podcaster, I'm like, come on, bro. It's like, how is it the subject matter expert? Like the person who's just like sitting there and being like, it's crazy. Or here, I'll keep trying to.
And that he's gonna protect me no matter what, and that we were gonna get married and everything, and nothing was gonna stop us.
So now, after almost 2 hours of lies, Detective Stan Hancock was finally, slowly getting the truth out of Gypsy. That it was then, after Cinderella, that the plan to murder her mother began to take shape.
But why did Nick hurt her? Now's the time to be truthful, sweetheart. No more lies.
The only reason I could think is because he wanted me to himself.
Okay.
Because my mom kept getting in the way of us being together.
Sure she did. She didn't like Nick. She didn't want her little baby girl to grow up. She wanted to keep her little baby girl young, didn't she?
the truth of it really began to come out. Detective Hancock did a great job of sort of establishing a rapport with her and not being judgmental, not being aggressive, because those are the types of things that can cause someone to
Dog, he was definitely being judgmental and aggressive at first. Okay?
shut down and not provide information.
I'm sorry that I lied to you from the beginning. I'll tell you the truth all now. I love you.
I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you.
I love him so much. But maybe you can't help now. Reconciling what you said. He killed my mom.
She finally said it.
He killed my mom.
And then Gypsy began to describe how she helped Nicholas sneak into her house late that night, handing him a knife she had stolen for him at Walmart.
What was your mom doing at that point when she sleeps?
She was asleep, and I got up to use the restroom. And at that point,
Did you just get bullied by chat this doc because they like the podcast lady? Yes. Chat is so antagonistic towards me today because I haven't really been duking it out with them regularly that yes, unironically I got bullied into keep watching this documentary instead of another one. And not only that, but they started saying stuff like you hate podcasters, like she's a girl boss. It's really messed up. We are on our bitch shit. Yeah, 100%. 100%. I keep getting bullied over and over again. And it's like the only recourse I have is at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break and I can just tell you like, good luck. HBO's Mommy Dead and Dearest is less gross. Yeah. Don't listen to them. Chat is garbage today. Podcast lady's so silly. Chat's like, no, the subject matter expert should be laying on the couch like that. You know what I mean? I kind of want to watch it like here, but now I want to skip to a point that's like relevant, that where we're at. You know what I mean? And I feel like it would be over here, I guess. Anyway, the 3-minute ad break is upon us regardless.
Because they were stories that resolved in happy ways. And ultimately, her story was not resolving in a happy way.
Wait, is she also a subject matter expert who has the...
I liked the Disney movie Tangled. It's about Rapunzel. She's a princess of this kingdom, and she's kidnapped by Mother Gothel from her real family. And Mother Gothel keeps her in this tower for all of her life and tells her, don't leave this tower. So that is all she knows.
I think that Gypsy just wanted her life to be like any fairy
Oh, is a BuzzFeed reporter who first interviewed her? Okay, respect.
tale princess and have the perfect ending. You know, all the bad villains get what they deserve.
At the end, Mother Gothel died. She got thrown out a window because Rapunzel tried to stand up for herself and leave her tower. But in Disney movies, everything's a fantasy. It's a fairy tale, and life is not a fairy tale. I learned all that the hard way.
Damn, she
I don't
got
think
interviewed
calling
in
Gypsy's
prison?
Life Sheltered would do it justice. I've kind of come to describe it as a fairy tale nightmare.
Mom already fucked up when she called her kid after a slur. Yeah, that's, I think, the most problematic thing that she did, honestly. Like, the other stuff is one thing, but that's a big no-no. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, too.
Her mother controlled almost every aspect of her life.
The control was total in the same sense that the control of a kidnapped victim sometimes is total. Her daughter was in essence a hostage. And I think we can understand the crime that occurred subsequently in terms of a hostage trying to gain escape.
Okay, but also, why
Anytime
did she do
Gypsy
that?
and I were together, her mom
Chatters, you're about to find out, I guess, the hard way that, especially in America, most people don't know that that is a slur. Like, they don't care, and people that do also don't care, like, straight up.
was always present. She was immediately like a filter for us. You know, like Gypsy wouldn't talk about anything personal while we were together. That's like really the big red flag thinking back on it all now.
Dee Dee would always hold Gypsy's hand. You know, it was like, I don't know, it was almost like, you know, just if I squeeze it, you'll know what to say. I mean, that was just so strange to me. Just to feel it now, I think that was really strange. Even in videos I've seen since then, I'm like, yep, it's the same thing. It's like she's holding her hand. I mean, now it was maybe a control thing.
The hand-holding and the tight hugs is a way of asserting mastery over another person and saying, you're not free. You're under my control at all times, even in relatively benign situations like our being photographed, getting the Habitat for Humanity.
Tolerant Europeans have no derogatory word for Roma people. No. Dude, where are you coming from that you're like this ferociously defending like the Roma people? Okay? No, there is a word. Of course, in Europe at least they know what like the Roma people are to be racist towards them. My point simply is that in America people don't even know what it is. Like that's the difference. People have no idea what a Roma person is.
Home. You know, those are innocuously happy occasions, but there were also occasions where Dee Dee reasserted her mastery over Gypsy.
If we were in a group of friends, you know, if I said something that I wasn't supposed to, she'd squeeze my hand. And I know, zip it. I was just afraid, just too afraid.
I have a strong feeling that the extent of the control over her, heavily psychological as it was, would have involved physical punishment as well.
She'd hit me with a coat hanger, or her palm, and I'd have to take so many slaps for depending on how severe it was that I did.
Did you ever try to hit back?
Never.
It's like if you have a baby and you like get in its face and the baby starts to struggle and get away from you. Now picture that happening for your whole life, right? Your mother is just in your face and will not get away. That's
Why is the LGBT community adopted Gypsy Rose so hard? Because they love messy bitches with drama, and there's nothing messier than murdering your mom. Like, are you kidding me? That's a lock. Like, what do you mean? 100%. They're like slay queen, literally. It's like being the peak of being a girl boss. No, be serious. I'm not joking, man. What are you talking about? Oh, Miss Gypsy Rose Blanchard is ready for that Drag Race guest judge gig. She was the sweetest. She would eat. Please be serious for once. I'm being serious.
basically what Gypsy's whole life was like.
It's snowing. I'm not joking. They said it's snowing, so I'm staying under my heating blanket. And I'm not getting out. She wants to get out. Ain't gonna happen. Let her dog take care of her.
Her mother was so suffocating, so powerful, so manipulative, that Gypsy may have felt any efforts to escape were bound to fail.
The first time I ran away from home, I had met a friend. We both went to this sci-fi fantasy convention called VisionCon. I had told him vaguely about what was going on at home. And he told me, you just pack your stuff and you can come live with me in Arkansas. And
that's terrifying.
He said, okay.
A fate worse than death. Living in Arkansas.
I snuck out, got a ride from a stranger, and went over to his place. And then within like 4 hours, my mom found me at his place because we had mutual friends in common. So she was starting to call the cops on him. And she took me back home and smashed my computer with a hammer.
Yeah, I mean, that's valid.
Said, if you ever try
that, okay, to be fair, the fact that she didn't call the police is odd, especially because he didn't originally call the police and instead was like, come live with me, vulnerable young girl. I am your friend. Like, that's the only time when the mom was like, kind of like, no, this is my thing. Like, fuck you, okay? I'm the one who gets to abuse her, not you.
I do that again, I'm gonna smash your fingers with a hammer. It was a rough year. I call that the bad times. She had taken this dog leash and...
Hassan, don't side with the mom. I'm sorry. I'm afraid this is the one instance where the mom is like kind of correct. She was over 18. Yeah, not mentally. At that point, like, she didn't think she was over 18. She's being like purposely drugged. That mom ain't ever correct. Dude, that's such a wild ass take. You were speaking from a really privileged position. Many people who had abusive parents who were traumatic as fuck. I'm simply stating I don't think that dude was actually honest and had good intentions. I don't think that dude who said, hey, vulnerable young girl that I met at VisionCon, I have good intentions in, you know, getting you to come and stay with me. No, if he had good intentions, he would have like probably called the cops, right? I'm sure he didn't, but it was probably better than the abuse you received. Wait, what are we? Wait, no. Aren't they still together though? No, this is a random person. What? No. What?
And clipped it to a pair of handcuffs and then clipped the handcuffs to the bed and kept it was like that for about 2 weeks. My mom had actually convinced a lawyer to draw up some papers saying that I was incompetent. So I thought if I had tried to go to the police, they'd look at these papers and say, she's retarded. She doesn't know what she's talking about.
Whoa, cancel her.
Gypsy has essentially...
That's a double slur, dude. Her name is Gypsy and she said the R word.
...fallen through every crack there is in the system. The Greene County Sheriff's deputies came out to the house on an anonymous report that Gypsy was potentially being abused. And they came to the house, they spoke with Dee Dee, and Dee Dee did exactly what she does all the time. She manipulated the police officers, showed them a few things, and they left.
That doesn't mean it's her fault? Wait, what? Why would I ever blame her? What? I'm not saying it was her fault. I'm saying the guy is a bad guy.
And at that point, Gypsy has absolutely nowhere else to turn.
Literally everyone failed her, literally. The doctors who were positioned as there to help her didn't help her. Her father, who I think was in a very difficult position, couldn't help her. How was she supposed to think anybody could?
I was just kind of at that point where you're like, I'm angry at the world and this is unfair. Why couldn't anybody figure this out before it got this bad?
Gypsy, over here, baby.
We all kind of did see how Gypsy was being treated by Dee Dee. Not that it was like horrible, beating the shit out of her in the back room with a freaking cable, you know? She was just, she put her in a wheelchair and told her, oh, your leg's messed up. You can't walk.
Her sister told me once, Rod, you know, Gypsy can walk. And I asked Dee Dee about her. She's like, well, you know, with her muscular dystrophy or with her disease, her muscles hurt sometimes. So sometimes she can walk when she's feeling okay, but it's progressive. It's going to get worse. And it wasn't long after that they were, you know, they started moving further and further away. And, you know, there's nobody there to question that anymore, you know.
After all of the doors had been closed, family, friends, the police, I think that Gypsy felt she had no other avenue.
Gold John?
I
What a
met
name.
Nick through a Christian dating website. He was one of the
Date a pastor, meet single pastors near you. View profiles 100% free. Damn, bro. Dudes who are 6 foot do need a nerf. You know what I mean?
profiles that I had saw. Thought he was cute, so I checked him out, sent him a wink. He sent me one back.
Damn, that is not Christian-like at all. Okay. What is going on these websites, man? They're sending winkies out on Christian websites, on Christian dating websites. They got winks. They need to a winky.
Once you met on there, what happened?
We got closer on there and we connected more and more. The way that we clicked, we somehow just knew we were right for each other. 4 days later, we started a relationship together.
Gypsy had no...
Oh, cringe. Do they still talk? No, man. He's like a serial offender and also in permanent prison. He's in permajail. Oh, gross. This right here is...
template for romance that wasn't this sort of heightened Prince Charming narrative. And Nick just happened to be there. His background equipped him with a bad narrative in different ways. So it was like two bad narratives collided with each other.
What kind of person, if somebody never met him, what kind of person is Nick?
He's pretty quiet to himself, you know. I mean, we always tell him he's got to get out and go, you know. Sure. A lot of people were just like, oh, I'm afraid of getting backstabbed because everybody backstabs you and all that stuff.
Yeah.
He has autism, you know, Asperger's, and that's
Is
why
he
he
being
does
diagnosed with autism and Asperger's?
Yes.
Okay.
Last doctor we talked to, they said his mind is probably always going to be 15, 16, right around there.
At first it was all lighthearted, you know, if you got married, where would you like to have your honeymoon, you know, where would you like to get married, where are all the places you want to travel, different things like that, normal stuff. And as it progressed, things got weird. He started talking about something called BDSM.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, can I not? Is it implied nudity or some shit? Wait, he said we can relate to this from opposites of it, sweetie. Oh my god, bro. He's into furry shit. Yo. I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel like this dude is built like a hater of mine. I feel like a decent chunk of my online haters are literally built exactly like this motherfucker. From the mental illness side all the way down to like the physical output. It's just like everything. Down to the unique interest in BDSM furry shit.
And at first I didn't know what it was, so I looked it up. Once I looked it up, I was like, I don't want to do this. And then he kind of just talked me into it. And it's like, it'll be fine, you know, just try this with me. And so I agreed to it.
I'm embracing my role in duties. I'm learning more about myself. I am confident and fulfilled. I live in breath to serve my master. My soulmate has the most desirable voice ever. It's like he could say anything.
I was taught that a woman's role is to be submissive and the man is dominant. So I didn't think.
Yes, baby. This does make me think of you as Belle, my Princess Belle.
Outlandish.
That you would be.
Then his ex had messaged me, and she told me, you know, he's a really bad guy. He thinks he's a vampire, and he's into all this dominant, submissive stuff. And I was thinking, it's just an ex, you know, she's just bad-mouthing him. She doesn't know anything. She's jealous, blah, blah, blah. She was right.
Godejohn also has a criminal past. In 2013, he was arrested after investigators say he was watching pornography and fondling himself in a McDonald's restaurant for 9 hours. Police finding
9 hours? Yo! 9 hours? Gooning at McDonald's for 9 hours? Okay, like, obviously gross, very illegal, definitely should go to jail. But a part of me is like, that's impressive that you were able to masturbate for 9 hours. How is that possible? I feel like my dick would evaporate, dude. After the 4th hour, I'd be like, my forearms have given out. I've used both arms at this point. This guy is the moderator of the Goon Cave. This guy is a lethal gooner, okay? Like, the fact that it's in public comes secondary to the impressive feature of 9 hours of just punishing your meat. It makes no goddamn sense. Yeah, Nicholas Goonjohn, more like it, dude. What the hell? This makes no goddamn sense.
a large knife during the arrest.
I really don't know what's wrong with him.
Bro, okay, let me tell you something. Motherfuckers that work at McDonald's don't want to stay inside of a McDonald's for 9 hours, okay? Like, every part of this crime makes less sense than the prior part. Okay, he was inside of a McDonald's for 9 hours masturbating. Where is the stamina? How does he find the stamina?
But, I mean, it's not like I ever had a boyfriend before, so I really didn't know what was a normal relationship.
I don't know how much he told you about me, but there's actually multiple personalities of myself.
Have you been diagnosed with that?
I probably should be diagnosed with it because it happens. The thing is, I used to take a medication.
Okay.
I used to hear voices in my head.
Okay.
And it went away, then it somehow went as part of myself.
Okay.
So,
Does Gypsy know that?
yes,
Okay.
she does know that.
Okay.
His multiple personalities would come out, and he had talked to me one day, and he was just like, you know, I would like my other personalities to have a girlfriend. So I made up some individual personalities to match his other personalities.
The one inside of her, his name is Kitty. It's like a little girl inside of her.
I was scared, I thought.
You got another one called Candy. She has an evil side of herself as well. Just to call her Ruby.
It was deaf, dumb, blind love. And sometimes it's a bit crazy love.
One of the most interesting things about this case is that No matter how much control you have over an individual, you can't stop adolescent sexuality from blossoming. And her whole life, this had been a subject that was forbidden to her. And ultimately, that turned into a really destructive force.
We would die, kill, do anything for each other, but he's the only person that I've told all my secrets.
Probably about a year into our relationship, I just couldn't lie to him anymore. And I just told him everything.
Why didn't nobody know she could walk?
Her mom wanted everyone thinking that she was like 16 the entire time. So, yeah, she felt kind of trapped on a wheelchair when I actually was trying to encourage her to be able to walk more and more and more.
It really didn't come up like, I want you to kill her. But he had said, I'll protect you from anybody. And I said, anybody? And he said, yeah. And I said, even my mom? And he said, yeah. And that's where it kind of developed from there on. We'd call it Plan B, but we always pushed it back. You know, it was just a thought. It was never a reality. We'll consider other options. We had planned a meeting at the movie theater. I and my mom was gonna go see Cinderella, the live action version of Cinderella. And I was like, this is a perfect time for us to meet.
Yeah, 5909.
I'll buy your ticket,
remember.
and you come to the movie theater, we'll meet, like we're just meeting as new friends, and it's gonna be perfect.
She wanted to have sex with me, so I did.
Okay, she wanted to have sex with you?
Yes.
Wow, did her mom know?
We kept it from her mom.
Okay. Where did you have sex at in the theater?
It was in a bathroom.
Okay, in a girl's bathroom or boys' bathroom?
She just took me to the boys' bathroom. I didn't have any choice. I went right into the boys' bathroom. I guess she was okay with it.
Okay, okay. And then what happened after you guys had sex in the theater?
We went to our movie and watched it.
They're all looking at you.
Believe me, they're all looking at you.
I don't know what it was, but apparently the night got ruined in some way. I was trying to understand what was going on with her mom.
She despised him. She was like, he's creepy, he's weird, he's coming to see a kid's movie alone by himself. And now looking back on it, yeah, it is weird. We were the only people at the movies, and he didn't have a kid with him or a girlfriend or nothing.
Once again, mom is right, but like also wrong at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Like, very weird. I'm not agreeing with her because I know the outcome and I know what her motivations are. But like, I do totally, yeah, it just, everyone sucks except for Gypsy.
Nothing. He's just this guy going to see this chick movie.
Couldn't you say that you have a friend and you want to introduce them?
Well, I would have had no way to meet him. You know, I can't say, you know, I met him online, or she was all the time with me, so it would be no other time to meet him. Once all of those...
She's not right for the right reasons. No, she's right for the wrong reasons. Like, I think she's like, no, this is my thing. Like, I get to abuse her and nobody else. You know what I mean? Like, she was right for the wrong reasons. Like, she clocked another abuser from a mile away because she was like, this is my territory. Move the fuck on. Do you feel me? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Plans seemed to fall apart. I just got desperate.
Go John is a crazy last name, by the way. Why you say that, baby? Because I finally allow myself to accept you're my everything. I will go with you and live our dream.
He took a Greyhound bus. I managed to scrape up enough money to pay for him a ticket.
I'm in Springfield.
And the next day we went to the grocery store, came back home.
Bro, whenever I see like American suburbia in the fucking Midwest, I'm like, no shit, there's so much murder, death, and destruction happening, bro. It's so goddamn ugly. No character, having ass starter homes left and right. These are the lucky motherfuckers that actually do have homes, by the way. Situation's way worse. Overall, god damn, dude, I'd be doing opiates too. I'd be doing opiates left and right, bro, if I had to live here. What the hell?
She went to sleep very, very late. And I was up texting Nick.
I have to close outside the front door and the screen door is squeaky, so try to open it enough just to get it close to gentle. I'll hand you the knife and duct tape inside, darling. Oh my god! I'm doing my nails too. I'm painting them a dark pink.
We painted each other's nails. Like everything was...
Bro, people hate living in Missouri so bad they murder their moms and shit.
And we had made up.
What? Bro, what do you mean caveats and top of the hour ad breaks? brother, we did that already. I did that so long ago.
And I said I was going to be a good girl. And then when she went to sleep, I guess I hurt her feelings or something. And she said, I'm starting to feel more relaxed. Don't hurt me. The last word she said to me was, don't hurt me.
I'm here and you get your ass to the bathroom. You open the door, he said. Murder coming, by the way, in like a minute.
I went
Yes,
into
sir,
the
I'm
bathroom.
going, sir.
I got kind of in a fetal position and I covered my ears. And then I heard my mom wake up. And then she sounded startled. And there was some noises that I can't make out. And I heard her say my name a couple times. And she said, help me. And then there was just silence.
It's coming.
Did she scream?
Oh, god damn.
This is about
they
as
do.
clear a premeditated murder as I've ever seen.
They just straight up show the body, chat.
It's brutal.
Oh my god.
And I
Oh.
think it would be very hard for anybody
Oh.
to not have a moment of being taken aback.
Oh, not even censored. Yo, this documentary is
Did you
fucking crazy, dog. Yo. Bro, they link please? Link please? You should be put on a list. Who the fuck goes, oh, I would love to see like many different holes poked inside of this woman named Dee Dee in Missouri. It's bad. They just straight up show you. Saved though, what the fuck? How did you not know that? Or no, someone in the chat told me 5509 to 5530, they show the body straight up. Do they do it again? Oh, to be fair, they also showed her like butt pics. So that
Have
was
sex
weird
with
too.
Dee?
No.
You didn't stick your penis anywhere on her?
Nope.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Positive.
I'm 100% positive.
Okay. Did you stick your penis in her mouth?
Nope.
Okay. Did your penis touch anywhere on Dee's body?
Nope.
Okay. Did your mouth touch anywhere on Dee's body?
No. No.
Okay. You didn't kiss her or
Nope.
lick her or anything like that?
Nope.
Okay. What do you think about people that have sex with dead bodies?
It's quite disturbing, honestly.
Okay. That would bother you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what are these questions? I believe, if I'm not mistaken, he said some stuff like how he wanted to have sex with the mother's dead body. And she said, don't do it. Gypsy Rose said, don't do it. Do it to me instead. And then he assaulted her. So trigger warning on that.
I don't like necrophilia.
Okay. Because I think one of the things that she might have said was that you had mentioned that you'd like to rape her mom.
Yeah, at one point I was thinking about it.
Okay.
Bro, that is way too casual, dog. What is happening? He's so casual. Why is he like, yeah, oh, I was thinking about it. Like, bro, you said it like you were thinking about, buying a pack of smokes or
I
something.
had wanted to rape my mother. That's what he wanted to do. He was like, I'm going to kill her, but I'm going to do it my way, and I'm going to rape her. So what I did was I made a deal with him. I'd let him rape me, and then he wouldn't do that to my mom.
So you guys have sex.
Yes.
And what kind of sex? What is sex like to you?
Well, to me, the kind of sex that it was pretty much was 100% consensual. Is what
Okay.
I'm looking for. Yeah.
Like, are you biting her? Are you punching her?
No, I would never lay my hands on
Okay.
her. I didn't even bite her at all, actually. Not for a long time, that is. The very first time she whispered in her ear that was a turn on of hers is biting. I bit her twice.
Okay.
The first time I can't remember. The second time I can remember, though, because I bit her a lot harder the second time.
Okay.
However, she seems to still enjoy it, even though it was really hard.
Technically,
Aw.
once we got to that point, I screamed for him to stop, and he didn't. So I don't consider it to be consensual.
I barely felt any pleasure, actually.
Okay. All right. Is there a reason you didn't feel pleasure?
I don't know. It's really hard to say. I did make her have an orgasm once.
Okay.
And then after that, she wanted to blow me a little bit, and then after that, I think we stopped because we realized there was a lot of packing and stuff to do.
Okay. So you guys get everything packed. She wipes down the fingerprints, and then what do you guys do?
We get a taxi and we get to the hotel.
That podcaster portrayed this as consensual, by the way. What? No, that podcaster didn't portray this as consensual. The podcaster portrayed the first time they had sex as consensual. Also, I don't know if there's going to be nakedness here, but
Hi, honey.
This is one day after the murder. They're chilling in a hotel.
I'm feeling it.
Oh, his booty cheeks kind of show a little bit.
He's eating a brownie. But later he will be eating me. I loved
shit,
Nick very
Adam's here.
much at that time, and being with him felt exciting because I was with someone I loved and someone I thought cared for me.
I think Adam's here.
We took a Greyhound bus back to Wisconsin.
Yo.
My mind wasn't thinking back to what was at my house. I just kept thinking, I'm free, and that excitement of being free and walking. I always referenced myself to this little blue bird that was trapped in an invisible cage. And I felt like this blue bird was set free.
Did you guys talk about your future? What was your plans for your future?
We wanted to have a family together, and we wanted to build a life together and stuff. We thought we really had a chance to do it, so we were happy about that.
I had to turn on your mic. No, they can see you. They can't hear you though. Okay, they can hear you now.
What's your dog's name?
Kaya.
Kaya?
Yeah.
Does your mom and
Is that
stepdad
from
know what
video
you
games?
did?
It just means rock in Turkish.
So far.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna interrupt this this broadcast where we were watching the Gypsy Rose Blanchard documentary. Do you know who this is?
She killed her mom, right? Because her mom said she was sick.
Yeah.
It was like, what's it called? Babe, what's it called? Where the
Munchausen
mom
by
tells you
proxy.
You're sick? Munchausen by proxy.
Yeah.
But this is what, I mean, no offense. I don't know if I'm going to be offensive, but this is what I like to refer to as girl news. It's whenever there's something like my girlfriend will like wake me up and she'll be like reading the news already and like terrified. She'll be like, a baby committed suicide yesterday, you know, and I'll be like, I don't.
A baby committed suicide is girl
It's
news?
girlfriend news. It's girlfriend news, right?
Okay, I feel like this makes
horrific,
sense.
awful things that are in the newspaper somehow.
See, people are already being anti-Semitic.
I just
They say,
read
how
the
do you
sports
get, How do you
page.
get Nick Kroll? This
Oh
is your
my
fan base.
God.
This is your fan base, 100%.
Nick
Yeah.
Kroll. No, my fan base would say our Bach macht's frei, probably.
Okay. Well, all right. Remember, this is on Twitch. We have
I'm
different set
sorry.
of standards.
It's a sentence.
Okay.
I'm Jewish.
Okay.
It's a sentence.
Okay. Not according to Chelsea Clinton, you're not. All right.
Okay.
That's it. Adam Friedland, host and
Of
are
the
you-
world famous Adam Friedland Show. Thank you for having
world
me.
famous center left podcast.
How many people are watching this right now?
Not that many. There's only 23,000 currently.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
It
This
goes
is-
so fast.
I'm on my fall off era.
It
used
you're
to be
falling off?
Yeah, it used to be like 30,000.
What was 30 was peak.
No.
We're
no.
kind of failing too. I
No.
think we're all failing these
No,
days.
my peak was like January 6th was my peak a couple years back when it first
What
happened.
a day. That was
It
my
a good
peak
day.
too. I was
Yeah.
in Pelosi's chair.
I was there in
I was
spirit.
taking a little fart in Pelosi's chair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was there in spirit.
Yeah, you were there.
Yeah, that was my peak at like 270, I think.
I was selling fake acid in the lot. I was selling gemstones and doing devil sticks. I had nitrous tanks at January 6th. Have you ever been to a Grateful Dead show, Hassan?
I have actually been to a Grateful Dead show.
I went to Dead and Company.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
Grateful Dead is like what? From the 60s, 70s?
No, it was in the 90s actually. Early
Oh,
90s.
it was?
Jerry was still alive.
I feel
That
it
was actually their
very-
peak, kind of.
Oh, okay.
But
Well, I
whatever.
have been at a Dead and Co.
Yeah.
John Mayer fucking knows how to play that guitar, man.
Dude, he really knows how to shred that damn thing.
Yeah, but I don't really listen to music.
You don't like music?
I don't listen to any music.
Because you just talk to this fucking. It looks like the code from the Matrix.
Yeah.
It's just flying.
Yeah, that's it. That's literally all I do.
But it must be bad for your back.
And
And for your eyes too, to look at the computer screen so much.
It is both of those things are probably correct. Wait, what is this?
Saltburn?
Someone made
Okay.
this for us.
Real fast?
Yeah.
What is it? What's the? I know it's
I don't
a
even
movie.
know. It's just have
It's
you seen
cute.
this?
We look cute. the
Is
three
this
of us.
is this girl news? Saltburn?
Saltburn is a movie though. No, Girlfriend News is like something horrific, and then they're like you've already woken up and they're already terrified to start the day. And you
Okay.
have to be like, babe, I don't want to know if a baby committed
I
suicide.
feel like this is gay stuff.
It's true crime. This Saltburn is, I don't know. I haven't seen it.
Someone said it's about gay sex.
Oh, okay.
Which is like your podcast.
Can we watch it?
Yeah.
Can we watch it on
same,
Twitch?
The same as the Adam Friedland show.
Oh my God, you're.
How would
have
you?
had?
She is like 10 months old at this point.
full?
No,
Burmese?
no, she's a mix. She's mixed. She's like a Tibetan Mastiff, Saint Bernard Chow Chow mix.
You had a pit? You used to have a pit?
I used to have a pit bull.
I have
yeah.
a pit right now.
Oh damn.
Yeah. I've
Wait.
had a pit for like 9 years now.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Wait,
have
how
you
do
heard
you
about the crime statistics?
Yeah, I was about to say, how do you deal with that with so many pit haters in the Chapo universe? I mean,
Is that a thing? Because I thought that was an alt-right thing.
no,
I thought they were talking about like
Will always dunks on pit bulls, even though, to be fair, I have it on the record when they were at my old apartment way back in the day when I was on Chapo, they loved Fish. They were all petting him.
What?
Will and
No,
Amber and-
Will's chilled with my fucking pit bull mad time.
yeah, I think he's a fake pit hater.
Whatever, brother.
He just fucking fakes it.
No,
He's
I think
phony.
it's people talk about like how they're like violent and stuff, and it's like it's veiled racism. That's like it's supposed to be like,
So
oh yeah,
woke.
we all need to incarcerate them and stuff. I think it's like an alt right. It's like a Pepe.
Yeah,
thing.
it is. It
yeah,
is.
yeah. Oh, we got some Pepes in the chat.
No, this is Twitch always uses Pepe's. It's not like a God, that is so Hillary
I
Clinton.
don't know
2016.
your life. I don't understand what this is. I don't know.
Twitch
I just
is
know
like
that it's
Twitch
amazing.
is like gaming. This is a.
I
This
thought
is
you
like,
played video games. That's what Nick and I
I
found
don't.
out. We thought you played video games.
I sometimes do. So right now, actually, I play.
I'm playing Spider-Man 2 right now.
Wait, what?
I'm playing Woke Spider-Man 2.
Oh, Woke Spider-Man 2?
Yeah, I love it. Miles Morales.
Yeah, no, that one's great. I played that a little bit on stream and then I stopped. But right now I'm playing Grand Theft Auto No Pixel. It's like a server for role play. So
is
it's an
that?
entire server dedicated to it's like a super custom server. It's like an MMORPG almost. It's like, do you know what WoW is? World of Warcraft?
Yeah.
How am I the nerdier guy in this conversation? How is that?
I just
Yeah.
girlfriends.
Yeah, it's true.
Very popular, cool guy.
That's
So
true.
you play, but like, it must be exhausting in this. Are these chairs at least ergonomic for you?
Yeah.
Good.
I don't know about that one. That one was free.
You're running this all yourself. You don't. I thought there was like a guys behind the scenes.
No.
No.
No,
You're
there's
like
no
you look like
guys.
you're a day trader right now. You look like you're at
I got three. Yeah, I got three monitors.
Got 3 monitors. Wow, this is incredible. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
So they send you things, and then they send you videos and stuff, and you watch their videos. What if someone pranks you? What if they're like, look at this really cool
They
AOC
do.
speech, and then it's just like
they do
some violent sex act or something. But then
they
get
don't
banned
do
for-
that. No, but like people have gotten banned. There's a streamer on this platform called Forsen, and he
Foreskin?
Forsen. He's Swedish, but his community always sends him horsecock, and like he's gotten banned numerous times
from the platform.
For like they'll send him like an elaborate GIF, right? And it's like a gift of like, let's say, I don't know, like a dancing monkey or something. And then all of a sudden the gift transforms into a fat horsecock.
Yeah, yeah.
So like his fans
That's epic.
literally make stuff specifically to get him banned. Yeah, he's
wow.
Swedish.
Okay. Well, I guess that's what fans are supposed to do.
Yeah.
Do they get mad at you?
Do my fans get mad at me
Yeah,
all
yeah.
the time?
Yeah, me too.
No. But when your fans get mad at, I feel like your community has two different sects in it.
Yeah.
You have like the Chapo guys who are like, we love communism, and then they watch you guys.
Is that still a kind of guy you can be? I feel like everything's so muddled these days.
I guess.
I feel like it's not so polarized, you know?
I feel like you have, in your community, you have like the people that used to like Chapo and still like Chapo, and then you have the people that were on your subreddit who are the worst people I've ever encountered in my entire life and should probably be
They're good
they should
people.
be
They're beautiful people.
they should be institutionalized 100%.
They hated me. But it's so funny because like we would have like my mom passed away like 3 years ago, And like I got all these messages from people that were like, you know, this is like a tough time in your life, and like you can't rush the healing process, and you have to just like let yourself feel and let it wash over you. And like, you know, you've given me so much from your podcast, and I was like, wow, that's really nice. I didn't know how so many people listen.
And then they would call you the K word right after.
And then you scroll up to like their last messages, like, I wish you were in the ovens. I wish you were in the Holocaust.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's very bizarre.
I think there is I don't know how to describe it. Like everybody, I mean, it's the phenomenon.
Is that
of
Saddam Hussein laughing? That's a big one on your thing.
No, that's Keck W. It's Resitas. He's like a Spanish comedian that passed away.
Oh no!
It's all, dude. Twitch is a incredibly insulated community online of people who are super agoraphobic. People who are like living basically, like COVID quarantine lifestyles before COVID.
Have you ever done videos with Kai Cenat? Collabos?
No, I mean
that guy's cool.
I've hung out with him.
You've
before.
hung out with him?
Yeah.
Did you see that when he was getting a hand job at his party?
Why do you know that?
Because I saw it on Twitter.
Why do you
so
see
it's like
that?
He's at his
Yeah, he
and
allegedly.
I was like, I thought this was for video games.
He allegedly got a hand job. Allegedly. You can't tell.
Hassan's getting a hand job right now.
No, don't say that, bro. That's implied nudity.
Okay.
That's illegal.
What is this?
I will get
This is
cooked.
a prude platform?
It is now. Yeah, it's getting more
getting
and more.
pruder?
It's getting more and more
owns it?
prude.
Who owns it?
Amazon.
Amazon
Oh, this
owns
is my version of like people
Find
fucking
poop
me up.
sock.
This when mom find poop sock. That's my version or this community's version, which is very lame.
Can I
They'll
say
be like,
F?
Yeah, you can say yeah,
F.
yeah, you can curse. You can't say slurs though. So
I'm not gonna say slurs.
No,
I know you're telling
I'm
me the
just
rules.
letting you know the
general
rules in
Twitch.
general. I'm not saying that
Okay.
you say slurs.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is what they do. They'll be like, I'll be covering like something serious, like a mass shooting is happening, right? And I'm like, hey guys, do you remember? Like, I'll be like, hey chat, do you remember
Yeah.
the thing that happened like 3 years ago? Do you have that news article 3 years ago?
And then they send you poop song.
And then they'll be like, yeah, oh, here it is, like breaking news, like this is another mass shooting going on, and then I click on it, and then they have a big laugh about it, and then I ban them. Exactly,
really
it's not. Thank you.
That's really funny.
Thank you. Exactly.
What? So how old is everyone in here? Because when that Taylor Swift thing happened to me, I thought it was like 13-year-old girls.
No,
That's what I
they're
thought.
adults. They're
No,
whole ass
it's
adults.
It's adults.
Yeah.
Yeah, my sister explained everything to me.
Yeah.
And she said because Scooter Braun took her masters and she had to redo all of her albums again,
Mm-hmm.
her fans had to relive the trauma of each album. It's serious. This is serious. Her fans had to relive the trauma of each album all over again. Only this time, they were more painful.
Why were they what?
Because they had loved and lost. So they were 13-year-old girls the first time it came out, and now they're 30-year-old women, and they could actually relate to the.
Bro, oh Jesus Christ!
No, I'm not. It's serious. You're
I've-
the one making fun of this.
I'm
I
not.
didn't understand
I'm
it.
not making fun of it. I would never make fun of it.
I'm not making fun of it either.
My thing was the barbs. Like I had to
Barbs.
duke it out
They
with
got
the
mad at
barbs.
you?
Whoo, they
Oh,
still.
that's tough because she's got the gays with her.
Bro, I cannot go to a Sephora.
You can't.
Like I'm not allowed to be in a mall where there's a Sephora. They
You have to
shooters.
learn. You have to learn how to Vogue, dude. You need to learn how to do Paris is Burning.
I do want to go.
I went to one.
Oh, you went to a Vogue
I
thing?
went to a Vogue thing. Yeah,
Dude, I really want to
I
go
went
so
to
bad, and then literally people were telling me you can't go because barbs dominate that scene.
Why
and
are
they'll
they
fuck
mad
you
at
up.
you?
Because I ratioed her when she was like, "I love
About the
Tucker Carlson." Yeah, I ratioed her on the vaccine stuff,
Aw.
and then
But it made her friend's balls big or something.
her cousins.
Her cousins.
And then after that,
Oh.
she was like, Tucker Carlson. She was like, "There's a documentary on it here. You want to see?"
Just apologize. She's so talented.
Yeah, I love her.
We love her
no,
so
it's
much.
so she's sick.
I think I don't know all the words to every song, but I'm a Barb's.
I'm a barb too. I'm such a barb.
what is this?
Here, this is Hassan Abbey gets Nicki Minaj suspended, instantly regrets it. I think this is it.
Is a huge rap artist.
She revealed she would not get vaccinated.
They want you to get vaccinated for the Met. If I get vaccinated, it won't be for the Met.
She would not be getting vaccinated until she did enough research.
I'm working on that now. The rapper also went on to claim that
My cousin in Trinidad won't get the vaccine because his friend got it.
and his testicles swelled up so much.
His testicles became swollen.
It's
He's
a
got
funny
giant testicles.
His testicles became swollen.
His testicles became swollen.
You know, the headline's like, she's so dumb, she thinks that it's gonna make your testicles fall off. Whatever they said, complete lies, by the way.
Your cousin's friend's balls exploded.
It's amazing to see them panic in the face. She doesn't care if Nicki Minaj's cousin's friend's testicles are enlarged.
Which we saw the likes of Hassan Piker responding.
I'm sorry, Nicki Minaj. Like, you're. I was so hurt back then. Look at, I was so ugly.
No, I like it. You're wearing a Sopranos t-shirt.
I'm wearing a Sopranos t-shirt.
Then you look the same there. You're
Bro,
the same kind of guy. You just got a haircut.
Yeah, that hair was not a good time.
That was lockdown, though, right?
I was, yeah, that was lockdown.
So
Midst the
whatever,
lockdown,
brother.
I'm fat. I was so fat. Anyway, whatever.
Fucking stupid.
And so this is a fan-generated thing.
Nicki
This is
Minaj, one of my
anti-vax.
editors. Yeah.
Oh, let's go. They want
He
you to
made
get
this.
vaccinated for the Met. If I get vaccinated, it won't be for the Met. It'll be one.
Kind of realized.
Oh, yeah.
What it was, because we had Nick had a very strict no media policy, and so anytime we'd have like a interview request, we'd say we wouldn't respond. But then I guess it's just on YouTube. It's all the clip compilations and stuff that would go like viral, I guess.
Yeah.
And that's how people found the show.
Yeah.
Dude, I feel so old.
No, we have the same.
I feel
like
so
thing.
old. How old are you?
I'm 32.
I'm 36. Yeah, I mean we're both. I mean we should have families. No.
Yeah, you don't look 36 though. You look young.
I look young, but I should have kids. I feel like we should start families.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like I feel like I have a
Why
childish.
do you have a salt shaker over there?
Oh, because I eat at my desk when I'm streaming.
You eat for them? Do they wait for you to pee?
That was a big drama too. But sometimes
it's like a Chinese factory. They don't want you to pee.
Yeah, bro, they time it. I have people in here that literally have Excel spreadsheets of how long it takes me to piss. They time it. What?
You go to therapy?
Nah, fuck no.
You I feel like
I'm fine.
I feel like you know.
No, I'm fine.
Oh no, that's what?
What?
Is that cultural? Do Turks not bang with it? I mean, I don't want to be the men. I just literally go therapy kind of guy, but come on.
No. It's not that at all. It's not like about like a toxic masculinity or anything. I just don't have time.
No, they're fucking worms that are timing your pisses. I think you should go to. I think it's
bro. There is no way
I
would not be able to explain it to a therapist. Like I would not be able to explain my situation to another human being.
I think you can. Actually, I don't know if I should say it. My therapist one time, I was going through a breakup once, and my therapist told me that another client was telling him about it as an example of how toxic the internet is.
Telling who about who?
Telling my therapist another client was saying it to him. He's like, "How you doing?" I was like, "I'm stressed out, dude. The internet is stressing me out right now because I'm." What
do you go to a therapist?
And he was like, "Yeah, another client was telling me."
So therapists are.
He didn't say anyone's name, but he's like, yeah. The people are.
Your therapist is like only what are you? A therapist?
I don't ask who else. No, it's not podcasters. There is a comedian's therapist, and
are they funny? Like, what do you mean?
No, they just see like 8 comedians, and that's the last guy you should see in the world, for sure. Because all those people have like terrible issues. But no, he said that one of his patient, I don't know what the word is, said that was talking about how toxic the internet was, and used me as an example, used my life as an example.
Oh, well, I mean, we do have similar like parasocial.
Which I mean is like it's not a normal way to live, right? To have a guy timing your pisses.
No, it's not normal.
It's not normal. And I mean, listen, it's very impressive what you're doing. I can't podcast for an hour. I mean, like we get.
Yeah, I do this for 9. I do this for 10 hours every day.
You do this for 9 hours.
9 to 10 hours. Yeah.
So what? What if you have to take a huge shit? What if you have to take an enormous shit?
I've never.
I have 30,000 people know when you have we're taking a massive jump.
I mean, I have shat before. I mean, I did it when I was in Italy. I was streaming.
Yeah.
At dinner with my family because I had to get my hours in, and
You had to get your hours in.
yeah. So I left my brother manning the deck, explaining to them like I don't know stuff about I think spaceships or something.
What
I
does
don't
your
know what
brother
he's
do?
doing.
He does politics
he does
too?
No, he does real. No, he builds spaceships.
Oh, he's an Oh,
Not an astronaut, but he's a
rocket
engineer.
scientist.
Yeah, rocket scientist. Yeah, he does like real shit. And my mom and dad are both college professors.
Yeah, yeah.
So they do like real stuff. And then I was in the bathroom pooping, and I explained it because I got food poisoning. Oh yeah, this is because I wrote it in the chat. I said, "Chat, I'm on the pooper."
I feel like, wow, that is so crazy. That is, I mean, like, I'm in awe of you. I have to say it. Nick and I talk about it a lot on the show, but we're in awe of you. It is such dedication. You're to a grind.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, we found this new show that we're making, and I've been working more than I've ever worked before. And granted, I was a very lazy man for a long time, but like, you know, now I'm working 7 days a week often, and I love it, but I don't have to do it in front of people.
Yeah.
Which is nice.
Yeah, I would say that is the worst. Like, look, I'm a
crapping is
very lucky guy.
You're super lucky.
I'm a very lucky
It's a
guy.
beautiful home.
Oh, thank you.
I've only seen this room.
Yeah.
My assumption were there were people behind the cameras.
No.
Wow.
I'm a real lucky dude. However, I would say that how much access people have to me is the worst part about this, because it's like it gets people, one, take it for granted. Two, I have a lot of like, and I don't know if you have this as well, I have a lot of like former fans. And when they develop a parasocial relationship with me, they know everything, right? They know how fucking long it takes me to piss. So then when they become haters, they're like, they know how to be really cutting.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
they don't,
yeah.
and they're not
They
just
know
like
all this
regular.
stuff. I mean, my guys know
Yeah,
that
I know.
crap my pants and stuff.
Yeah, someone literally brought it up in the
That I
chat
get
right now.
cheated on.
They were like, yo, ask Adam about the time he shit his pants on Cumtown.
Yeah, I shit my pants.
Yeah.
And I went home. My girlfriend is here in the other room right now. I went home and I literally said to her, I said, why would anyone want to marry me? I felt like I crapped my pants in front of the whole school.
I mean,
I
it happens.
It's crazy.
but
this is next level. You're amazing. You
Yeah.
blow my mind.
Yeah, they
I've
have.
never seen. I'm sorry. I hope it doesn't come across as sarcastic. Like,
What?
I've never seen this type of setup in action before. Like
Yeah.
streaming setup like this. You know?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty basic, I would say.
Is it basic? Who else
there's
are you like
every-
ranked on Twitch? I thought so. Kai Cenat does this too. Is that this?
Yeah, he does this too. I'm still one of the top content creators on the platform, like on Twitch.
On Twitch.
Yeah. But yeah, it's like Kai. I Show Speed is another. He's a YouTube streamer.
He's YouTube.
Yeah, but he's on YouTube.
He's funny. He's very funny, right?
I mean, I don't know.
He's like ADD. Like,
I mean, bro, I'm 32. I don't give a shit.
how
about.
old is I Show Speed? Listen, I'm 36, but you're calling me a little a pedo.
Why the fuck do you know about I Show Speed if you're 36?
I'm
Yeah.
trying to talk to my little cousins.
Oh, okay, fair.
No. I mean, this is like, sometimes I'm like, I didn't know who Mr. Beast was until like this year, basically. And I got sent Mr. Beast Feastables candy bars.
Wait, why?
For being an important member of society.
How the fuck did they find
For
out?
Halloween, I got a DM.
That's crazy.
It
That's
was an honor of a lifetime.
Yeah.
So wait, so you get paid by Twitch, or do they subscribe to your stream?
No, they subscribe to me because I run 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour, and I mean, not everyone sees 3 minutes of the ad break, but they subscribe to
Ad breaks.
to not see the break, to see the ads.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like right now, I'm running it.
What's that?
And it's not. I don't know what the ad looks like.
So we're off right now.
No, we're not off because most of the people are subscribed. A lot of people don't see it. Like international audiences usually don't see it.
What is this? 10-10, 9-10.
Oh, segue. They rate my segue.
They rate your
like how I baited them just now. I snuck the ad break in, so they rate it, and then there's a bot in the chat that calculates.
Do you think they like each other more than they like you?
Who?
Like, this is their community, right? The chat, like these are all their friends. And
They'll
stuff.
say yes, probably.
You think people have hooked up?
Yeah,
You think people have met in the chat and then
100%.
You think people have smashed off this?
100%.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Wait, hold
That's
up.
something to be proud of, I guess.
Let's see. Okay, so this bot, I got a 320 chatters rated the ad break, and the segue averaged 8.46 out of 10.
So there's a bot that just immediately calculates.
Yeah.
Wait, can ask the chat. Has anyone gotten any sex from being in this chat?
Bro, they're gonna lie. It's anonymous online.
So
But
whatever.
yeah, I'm telling you, yes.
Me. Yes. Okay, so none of them have.
Yeah.
So
a stripper gave a lap dance to a chatter, both fans. Yeah, that's true. That happened. And then everybody fucking canceled me and yelled at me for that reason.
Why? But that's her job, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's like, but people were like
that
upset because
you're-
they were like, oh, sex work is not
She should get
socialist.
compensated.
Well, she was, but they were like,
she was compensated.
no, there's like a lot of people who are just like, sex work is bullshit.
I don't want to chime in on that at all.
Yeah, you don't want
I'm
that.
some fucking schmuck.
You're gonna get.
Cares what I have to think.
You're gonna get like Taylor Swift style anger if you say the wrong thing.
It's really nice to just be like, oh, I don't know. This guy is really nice.
Yeah.
I don't have to know anything anymore. It's kind of nice. That's why I think I like the interviews, because I don't really know. I just do research for a week, and then I like find out a couple things, but I don't really know anything.
I mean,
and then I'm like, I just want to find out what kind of guy it is.
Who's your favorite interview so far?
I loved
Jadakiss?
In the interview itself.
Uh-huh.
Like doing the interview, or what it ended up being.
What it ended up being first.
I think the show is really good. I think it just keeps. I think like the last.
Oh no, I meant after the aftermath of the interview. I meant
like the Portnoy one was like, I thought it was going terrible the whole time.
Oh no, it was great.
But then we worked really hard on it and made it. Got all the good stuff out of it. Like squeezed all the good stuff out of it.
How was he? What was he like in real life?
I think he just had never had a concept of a guy like me. I think when he saw me, he's like, that's what a gay nerd is.
And then you were like, but I'm a cool guy.
But I knew more about sports than him. And he owns a company called Sports.
That's true.
So it was like,
I
think I blew his mind. I think he was expecting it to be like, oh, I'm going to talk to this.
You probably are
glasses gay nerd.
You probably are closer to his like median watcher than he thinks.
Than a Barstool guy. I don't know. I don't know what they look like. I don't know. I know some of the guys that work there that are like do some of the shows there.
Yeah. But I mean like
comedy.
I mean, I meant like you're not that far off from like the average Barstool watcher, in my opinion. Not all of them are like frat bros who are like, ugh.
Yeah.
Like people would assume I'm closer to the audience than you are, but I think you're closer.
Oh no, definitely I'm
like
closer to Barstool.
You resemble like
For
the average Barstool fan more than I do, and I don't know shit about sports. That's probably the
No,
other
you know more about video games.
games and anime and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Why? I mean,
who's this guy? I'm new to the community. What's the best video to show you to this community in your mind? All right, let's find. I got one. Hold on.
The breakfast sandwich.
What? No, I'm gonna. I'm showing Dave Portnoy.
Oh yeah. Dave Portnoy on taps. Are we gonna do director's commentary?
Wow, that's what have you ever had gay thoughts?
Yeah,
that's a good one.
That was a good question.
I like this. I love the aesthetic, by the way. Of the Adam Friedland show.
Yeah,
it's pretty good.
We it's like a recreation of the Dick Cavett show set.
I don't even know. I don't know what that is.
Dick Cavett, he was this talk show host in the 70s. He had he wasn't very funny, but he had a lot of these like amazing interviews with like Alfred Hitchcock and John Lennon, and it was kind of like we kind of wanted to have like that aesthetic, but like in the voice of how stupid Nick and I are. So that was kind of like yeah. So it's like a 70s talk show set kind of vibe.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Have you ever had gay thoughts?
Have I had gay thoughts?
We all have.
No, I don't think really.
No, we all have for like a second.
No, I don't.
For 1 second, you have a gay thought.
I'm the straightest guy ever. Yeah, I've never had a gay thought.
Caroline, I do not recall having
You're
gay
saying
thoughts.
you've never had one gay thought?
I was with Matthew McConaughey today. I didn't have a gay thought.
All right. Yeah.
Well played.
The way you guys talk about Brady.
I love Brady.
It's a little gay, no?
No, it isn't.
Oh, you guys are like, Tom, he's the most handsome. Oh my God.
Well, you can say guy's good looking. Massive
dick.
I said his kid had a huge cock, not him.
Did you know about this? Do you know
I
about this
found
article?
out. I found out about this from this clip.
Okay, so the article is so funny. I should have had pull quotes like on the cards, and I'm so pissed I didn't have them. But the way he talks about that infant's penis is, it's like that's what goats do. Like they make big dick babies. Like they're just, it's insane. It is. Yeah, he's like, yeah, it's the most blown out of proportion thing of all time. And I think I say something like, you can't even compliment a child's penis anymore.
The thing is, like,
Yeah.
like he has no shame saying that, but he's like worried about coming across as a little gay.
The thing that's amazing about him is that he is clearly someone where, I don't know, I asked him this and he didn't agree with this, but I feel like he's someone his entire life where like dweebs and know-it-alls have been like, actually you're wrong, actually you suck. And I think there's something about his psychology that's just like where he's just basically like unfazed by it, or like fuck you to all of it, where he now has $700 million. You know what I mean? Like,
that's
the way
so
he can
crazy
shield
how-
himself, whether it's insecurity or not insecurity or whatever it is. I think that spite is obviously a large part of it. He has a long shit list, obviously, but yeah, the way that it's clear that like nerds and know-it-alls have been like, you don't know what you're doing, probably his entire life, and he's like, no, fuck you.
Yeah.
And it's resulted in.
But like most of that's just like eating pizza, right? Isn't that his like most famous thing?
No, I mean, well, he's created a platform. Well, here's the thing, right? Like most people just like beer and boobs and football, right? Like we can like scoff at it, but that's what most people.
Yeah, no, I agree.
That's what most people like. So he made a thing for what I mean. It's like, okay, he made a hamburger, and the hamburger tastes good to most people.
Yeah, no,
you know what I mean?
he's the Taylor Swift of guys.
He's a massive fan too. He's like a
he loves Taylor Swift?
He had a jacket that he sent to every concert or something. He's like, I'm a fucking Swiftie. I don't know what to tell you, bro. I'm a fucking Swiftie. I love Taylor Swift. He just like got mad at me. Wait,
Yeah.
read what he said.
Just swinging low like a boss. That's what MVP QBs do. They impregnate chicks and give birth to big dick kids.
That's so
P.S.
sick.
The mom's ass ain't bad either.
The confidence of the person that writes that sentence, I'm jealous of, right? I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that I listen. It is abhorrent and crazy to put that on the internet, but the amount of self-confidence that it requires to just hit send or publish on something like that is like,
you know what?
I can't.
You know
I'm
what
like,
it is?
Wow, I wish I was that free.
You know what it is? I think like he has I like to call it like a level of grime protection where he's so gross that like you expect him to be gross, right? So there's not really anything he can do that'll get his fan base to be like, no, fuck that. That's too far. You know what I mean? I'm done with you. Fuck that. So like he can basically say whatever the fuck he wants, and I don't even think he's aware of that, or maybe he is. I don't know.
I think that what he does is he's really good at I said in the interview to him, but he's good at creating like a narrative, right? Like I just picked my nose a little bit and 25,000 people saw that. I just went like that and they saw that. Insane, dude.
Well, 90,000
now.
now.
Ass on this?
Well, yeah, but they can't hear it.
They can't hear it?
Yeah.
My girlfirend was working from home
Because
the other day.
I got a noise gate.
I didn't realize how. I think I fart 100 times a day. I think I fart one. She was like, "How many times do you think you fart?" I think it's 100
Bro,
times.
stop.
A day.
Are you lactose
I have
intolerant?
Everything. But wait.
That's why.
But I think the thing
Stop
is,
drinking
no,
milk.
Like, he knows like when he's got like a hot one. Like he like protested at the NFL offices, like Deflategate or something.
Oh yeah.
And he knew that the commissioner was taking it too seriously, and it was gonna end up biting the NFL in the ass. So he just pushed it harder and harder because he's like a carnival barker kind of thing.
Yeah.
There is a skill to what he does. It's like, I mean, like, I'm not like I that's how I understand like
no for
that
sure
guy's success. You know.
No, he's definitely
100 farts is crazy. How about you shut up?
Yeah,
before
you
you
got
walk a
him.
mile in my shoes.
Fucking got him. Yeah, that definitely. Like he has something. He is the exact opposite of me in every sense of the
No
word.
socks, the white pants, the chain. I mean, like just the swinging low like a boss.
I just mean like
he's off.
Like he could do whatever the fuck he wants. Sometimes
Yeah.
I get like a little jealous of dudes who can just like say whatever the fuck they want, and even if it gets misconstrued, it doesn't matter because like to his target demo, absolutely zero fucking people care. They're like,
Yeah.
no, you're a god, and also. And the inverse of it is also like when he'll say something that's like marginally good.
Yeah.
Like he'll just be like, "Yeah, I like Bernie Sanders." Like
Yeah,
when he
no, I
said on
gotta-
your
I gotta
like
endorse
yeah,
Medicare for all.
like when he said that on your interview, like
Yeah.
I know for a fact that all of the people that normally would hate him hear that and go, "Oh, see, he's actually kind of a good guy."
It's
like
kind
you
of-
want him to be a good guy
It's
in
kinda
your
like
mind.
what was like Bernie doing Rogan, right? It was like it ended up being like he's just talking to a bigger audience, right?
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Whatever. I mean, but what?
Look-
Wait, what do I? What does he say after that? Like, it's the most blown out.
How many people you got back there?
We have 2 camera ops, 3 camera ops.
God damn.
Yeah,
That's
no,
like,
we have people. Like we have and then we have someone running running the sound and in the like edit bay, like Adam Ginsberg, our editor. Shout out to him.
Uh-huh.
I don't know.
I have one on my pod.
We have like when we shoot, we have people there, and like it's kind of like
On my pod we have just my co-hosts, and then we have a producer who like runs the cameras and everything.
Who's that?
But the cameras
Destiny?
are stable. Destiny.
Is that your co-host?
No, not at all. No,
Wait,
it's
wait,
Will
can you
and
explain to me who Destiny is?
he's like
He's like an intellectual debater.
I wouldn't
he's like-
say
but
I
he's
wouldn't say
moderate.
I wouldn't say he's an intellectual.
He's a modern, but his whole thing is that he's like, how about you come over and debate my ass? He's like, why don't you come?
Yeah.
Why don't you come
Yeah.
down in
No,
in
it's-
this ring and debate my
It's like,
ass?
I saw a thumbnail on Twitter, and I think it like perfectly explains like what he does. It was I mean he's insane. His subreddit will go crazy after this.
Really?
Now that you mention it, yeah, they like cyber stalk me.
They hate you.
Yeah, like an Olympic
I don't know
sport.
who he is, and I'm more on Destiny's side than Hassan's. I just want to say,
He's a center left podcaster.
but I'm center left. Okay.
Yeah, no, for years, like he wrote like a manifesto about being able to say the N word as a white guy, and like debated
A
it.
manifesto.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like
A
straight
manifesto.
Up, straight up like a manifesto.
Maestro.
And then for years they were like,
Uh-huh.
Hassan is friends with the guys on Come Town, and they say the N word all the time. It's quite. It's like they always
say
look
it all
for.
the time.
Yeah, all the time. They look
Yeah.
for hypocrisy. Like that's their
Hypocrisy.
thing.
Oh,
They're like,
yeah.
like, isn't that hypocritical?
Oh, those kind of guys.
Yeah, there
oh,
is
so
those.
It's Reddit. So it's just
Yeah,
Reddit.
Oh yeah, no, it's the
just Reddit.
most Reddit person. But the thumbnail I
Yeah.
saw was like a perfect example of how, like, what his content looks like. No, not this.
What is this?
No, this is they're debating
Glenn?
January 6th or something with the Krasenstein brothers against Glenn Greenwald, Alex Jones, and
Is that real?
I don't even know who the yeah. it
That
seems-
looks so fire.
No,
We gotta go to that.
No, the thumbnail I saw on
I
Twitter
gotta
was
go
like
sell fake Molly in the parking lot for that.
yeah. The thumbnail I saw on Twitter was like debating my ex-wife on whether she was faithful or not, and it was like that's like the perfect depiction of
Yeah.
like the type of content, and it like everyone
Wait,
takes
is that
it so-
real? Is that real? He really
Yeah.
did that? He debated his ex-wife.
Yeah, it's like, but like his fan base takes it so seriously. They're like, yeah, this is like,
Right.
this is exactly what Socrates would have done, type
Yes.
of shit.
Yeah, the manifesto.
Yeah, he would write like
He's
like
an
modern day
intellectual
Plato.
titan. Yeah.
Modern day Plato is reading Wikipedia pages and like debating the faithfulness of his ex-wife.
Yeah.
After their public divorce.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah, I felt really bad for the guy that got caught with the porn in his tab of the deep fake.
Oh, Atrioc.
Yeah, I felt really
He's
bad
actually.
for that.
It's,
Because
it's
his
like an
wife
interesting.
had to be sitting there, and Nick and I watched that video like 10 times. That's kind of when I found out Twitch wasn't video games. I was like, what is? I thought it was video games. I was like, I thought Hassan was doing Nazi
bad.
zombie Call of Duty for the kids.
No, there's definitely Big A. So that's Atrioc. He's
a nice guy.
He's actually a nice guy. Like, I mean, you know, sometimes nice guys do really fucked up shit. You know, he's
Yeah.
he's atoned for it, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
His
but
wife had.
But I'll
his
tell you
wife
this
had-
much: like now that I brought him
but
up,
that's what I mean. It's just like the fact that his wife was sitting there, but it was an apology to the audience, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't really an apology to his wife.
Well, it was
He
also-
should,
it
it should
was
be
also
to
an
the other
apology-
lady and to his wife, right? Isn't it? Just
it was an
his
apology to his audience, and also like it was a public apology to all the girls that were on the AI porn website.
To every single girl.
Well, kind of,
Did
yeah.
he do the whole list of every girl he watched?
No, but also
Dame
like
Judi Dench,
No.
Susan Sarandon.
No, but he knows all of them. You know what I mean? So it's like
So
fucked
they're
up.
all celebrities from Twitch as well.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say we're celebrities.
I
but-
shouldn't bring that up. That's your like world.
Yeah.
You can say some shit. I'll spill tea on the world of I don't even know what I have to tell you.
What?
I don't know. Nothing.
I mean, it's cool to
You like
see.
living in LA? You don't really live in LA. You kind of is this room kind of.
I do live in this
What do you
room,
do
yeah.
at night?
Yeah.
Work out?
I
you
work
don't
out
want
in the
them to
morning.
know?
I work out in the morning.
What
and
time do you
then,
go to bed?
Like around 11.
11. And then you get up 6:30? 7?
Yeah.
6:37.
Yeah.
So you're 8 hours every night. Skincare or no?
No.
No. So you what? Beat off, go to sleep, wake up 6:30, lift,
Yeah.
post on Twitter, I'm about to go live,
Yeah.
and then get in the fucking matrix.
Yeah. Pretty
Put
much.
the fucking thing in the back of your head.
Yeah. I
That's
mean,
it.
if it's good though. I like it. I like when I'm here,
Yeah.
I'm on. You know what I mean? And everything else is quiet. I like it.
Yeah, but your kid is fucking in the other room like he's dead.
I don't have a kid.
His kid. Did you guys know that his kid is dead?
I have a dead kid.
He's got a dead
I have a dead
kid.
child in the other room.
And he does everything for you people. It's your
Yeah.
fault.
Yeah.
It's like that scene in oh
That's my
God.
child.
What doesn't he need a walk?
No, I walk her.
They allow for a walk for the dog.
No.
Thank you.
No. So what happens is, well, she's chill as hell, so that's cool.
She
I
claps the
work
house.
her. No. I work her out in the morning. No, she's very well trained. I work her out in the morning.
Starting
and then
strength kind?
What?
Starting strength style?
Well,
Mark
the gym I go to,
Yeah.
my trainer has a dog too.
Oh,
So
sick.
they just like duke it out for like an hour
They
and a
just
half.
hang out.
Yeah, they hang out. They like wrestle, and then they're fine. And then she's fine for like the rest of the day. And then I take her out on a big walk.
At 6 or so. What time? After the stream tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, word. Yeah, my dog would be annoying as fuck if I was doing this all day.
Really?
Yeah.
What do you?
She'd be like getting on me and stuff. She not like pit bulls like put all their like
Yeah.
put everything on you.
No, she's super chill.
She's
Look at
so
her.
nice. Look at that face.
Yeah.
Oh my god, oh my god. Who have you had on this? Like who's the biggest person you've had? You had Christian Walker on it.
I
saw
had
that.
Grimes on.
You had who?
Grimes. Yeah.
Did you debate her? Did you
A little bit.
You dominated her?
I've owned her. No, I don't really do
I
debates.
saw on Twitter
what's
she
my,
just
what-
tweeted
do people
she's a
think I-
Nazi or something. No?
Yeah, no, she was like,
I love white.
I love white being white or something. I've had Marianne
Good for
Williamson
her.
on.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
In this room?
Yeah.
Was she nice?
Yeah, she was really nice.
She probably was the shit.
I've had Eva Elfie on. You know who that is? Porn star.
Really?
Yeah.
You have sex in front of these kids?
No. What the fuck? No.
That's
crazy.
implied nudity. That's implied nudity. Of
No,
course.
no, that's not implied.
In
That's straight nudity.
Minecraft.
Who else have I had on? I mean, I've had on a bunch of people.
Yeah.
I have Adam Conover on all the time.
Adam ruins everything?
Yeah, Adam ruins everything.
Does he ruin your stream?
No, he's actually like I thought he used to be a goober, but like he's gotten really into. I mean, he's a
He's into
big labor
the-
leader.
Into the strike. for
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
writers.
Yeah.
The writers. I was loving the writers' strike.
Why?
Because we were the last
Selling-
television show.
Yeah,
live.
you're selling your scripts.
We own the Adam Freeland show. We don't have a studio. We own the
means of production.
The means of production.
Look at you. Yeah.
I'm fucking Leon Trotsky.
Pretty much. Young Trotsky.
I
game with T-Pain.
You gamed with T-Pain?
Yeah.
Did you see him singing For Real the other day?
I did.
Tennessee Whiskey?
But
Oh
I
my
knew
God.
I knew he had a
We all
beautiful
knew
voice.
because we all saw the tiny desk of him doing it, and it was stunning.
Yeah, he's stunning.
Have you seen the picture of young Trotsky and young Stalin, and it's just me and Nick? Yeah, look at young Trotsky. It's just a picture of me. It's cute. Yeah, there.
Kind of.
Yeah. With my old hair. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at young Stalin is Nick.
Where's the? Let's see if.
Look up young Stalin.
I mean, I know what young Stalin looks like. Everyone always says I look like young Stalin.
Oh, now you're getting pissed.
Now I'm getting pissed. Yeah. What do you mean, Nick?
Yeah, it's kind of Nick. It's kind of you.
I don't know. Many people are saying I look more like him than Nick, but
yeah, because these people all want to wear your skin. They all wanna,
fair.
They love you.
I like putting Ofer Kasif and Tadic on here. How am I going to describe who Tadic is to Adam?
I don't know. What are they?
They're like he's a Turkish American Valorant player.
Oh, he doesn't do what's that sport? The Turkish sport, where it's
oil
like
wrestling?
men, the wrestling style.
Oil wrestling?
Oil wrestling. Can we watch some of that?
You want to watch some? Well, I don't know if we can watch it. That's
That's
cutting it
sex.
close. That's cutting it close on the gay stuff.
What do you mean gay stuff?
it's
it's
like-
a sport. We're watching a sport.
It's gay as hell.
You don't watch sports. Maybe you should get more into sports.
This is the only sport
This
I watch.
is the most popular sport in Turkey.
Today,
This
the
is
Thracian
number one
Turks
sport.
confined
It
to a
is a-
small region
it
around
is a national-
Aegean, but they're still fiercely attached to the
It is a
traditions
national
inherited from their
pastime.
past.
That is true.
For example,
Dude,
traditional
what
Turkish
if
wrestling.
we did this
Every year, the
out
big
the
annual
street?
tournament is held in Kirk
Bro,
Pinar
I
Stadium,
would-
just
Why
outside the
is there
city.
no
The Turkish word yagli guresh means fighting with oil.
I'm sad that there's no audio.
Our tournament is the most famous tournament in
Wait, we can't. I can't
Look
hear
how big
it.
these men's
Oh, people are
breasts are.
saying it's loud. Wait, why can people hear it but we can't?
Dude, you broke it.
Oh, you guys can hear it. Hold on.
I wish I could.
Oh, hold up here.
Wow. Did you do that? Wait, I gotta pee real quick.
All right, go pee.
Yeah. Get your fucking stopwatches out.
Where's your bathroom? First left. The mic got, or the noise, the thing got unplugged. We're back. The Greeks didn't influence your food, they influenced your sports. True. Not the mic, the speakers, but it's not even. Dude, shut up. My brain is not working. Guys, stop sending me moments from.
Today, the Thracian Turks are confined to.
Oh, this is sick. Okay. Are you ready for the Reddit shitstorm that this is going to come? Okay, everybody fucking calm down. You guys make a bigger deal out of this, okay? Like, please stop. Fuck the Reddit shitstorm. Who cares? Please. It's not that serious. Like, let me have fun without fucking worrying about drama. No, it's just like they just are worried that like the Destiny's gonna cut like 8 hours of videos about how I mentioned him, because every time I mention his name, he makes like 3 YouTube videos that are like 4 hours long.
I, as a friend and admirer of his,
Yeah.
I'm attempting to bridge the gap.
No, he's still gonna no matter.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, listen, I stand for nothing. I'm very much offensive
1 minute
when
and
it comes to everything.
1 minute 25 seconds.
1 minute 25 seconds. No, I had talked to my girlfriend a little bit about when she wants to get dinner.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So guess what, guys? I was talking to a chick.
Pretty cool.
Also, I want to say something. What, like, Hassan, let's say, and I was thinking of this while I was peeing.
Uh-huh.
It had nothing to do with the fact that I was looking at my.
Okay. Okay.
But let's say you you're at a coffee shop or something, right? And you just make eye contact, and it's the love of your life, right?
Mhm.
And then she's like, "Do you want to go to the Runyon Canyon hike tomorrow?"
No.
They would get mad at you if you went on a date. And
Yeah.
let's say it could have been the woman you marry.
No, I mean I take time off.
You take time off.
Yeah. I
just want to say to them.
Someone said 1:18:28 in case Adam is interested.
What is that?
Your piss arm.
Oh, thank you. Oh, 0.28. Great.
1:18:28.
Okay,
Yeah.
very cool. I got it. Very cool.
I take time off. We are insufferable when he takes time off. Yeah, they are insufferable.
They are.
Yeah, they're like
You know what it
babies.
is? It's like the Rick and Morty. Remember when they didn't have the sauce, the Rick and Morty sauce at McDonald's, and that boy is throwing the tantrum? Pull that
Yeah,
up.
they're like that.
Pull that up. They act like that guy.
Yeah.
They're like the Pickle Rick, the Rick and Morty McDonald's.
Oh God, Rick and Morty, another incredibly Reddit.
Yes, this kid. This is how they act when you're on a date with a girl.
I want Szechuan sauce. Where's my Szechuan sauce? I can't go Rick. What below the dump dump? I can't go Rick. Rick.
It's pretty funny. That guy's cool.
Naruto ran out of there.
That guy's cool. Probably went back
That's
to
how-
his hot girlfirl's house.
Yeah, that's how they.
Look
That's
at
how
that!
they
Look
behave.
at that mom shielding her child.
Yeah.
Look at her. Please, my son, do not look.
Yeah.
Do not look at the psycho.
It's on his line. He streamed 352 days last year.
Shit. No.
Yeah, pretty much average.
Wow.
Average stream time is like 7-8 hours every day.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Do you feel like, like in Malcolm Gladwell sense, you've hit your 1,000? Do you feel like you're
Oh, yeah.
you're
I've done that.
10,000 hours? So now you're an expert.
I'm an expert in.
Now you're
I'm an expert in the dumbest thing.
It's cool. I think it's cool. I just think these people need to be nicer and not time your P's. That's
Well,
no way
it's
to
not
treat a gorgeous man like this. That's no way to treat him. My hero as well.
It's not
I'm
even.
I'm much
It's,
like
it's
you
not my
guys.
fan base as much that is like annoying, even though they do get annoying sometimes. It's more so like in the periphery. There's like orbiters who are like looking to pounce. You know what I mean? Anytime and every time. There's like a lot of those dudes on. There's a lot of dudes on Twitter that do that same thing to you guys, not as much because you're not really online. Like Nick's not
I don't
online
look
at all.
anymore. I don't
so you
look
don't look
anymore.
at it.
Yeah.
Whereas like imagine for my job I have to be online all the time, so I see it. It's in my face.
You have to look.
So imagine if like you had a bunch of, I'm sure, like people that wanted to be Nick's best friend, who then
those guys are cool.
You have to say that. So
Those guys are cool.
So they don't kill you.
What do you mean? I think they're cool.
Anyway, so
Especially
those
those Nick's best.
yeah. So imagine if those guys are like, well, Nick doesn't want to be my best friend, so I hate him now. And then they like,
No, they would hate me and stuff.
Yeah.
They would hate me and stuff.
Yeah.
Because if they ever met him, he would lose our numbers. That's what they said. Nick would be like, I never believed in the concept of a twin flame until I've met you. Mr. Diarrhea Shithead 1488.
Yeah, please keep doing the riffs from the podcast. I love it.
Yeah.
It's
Cool.
so much better when you do it, random guy online.
The worst is when they say something truly just disgusting.
Yeah.
And then like despicable, and they're like, "That's what the humor is," or something. And it's like, no, you have to. It's not a joke. I mean, you're not doing a joke.
Yeah, you're just saying
You're
something
just saying
awful.
something disgusting to a stranger that you think you know. But no, I know people are nice. People in LA have said to me, "I like your content."
That's a very LA way to
People
approach
in New
it.
York say, "I like the show." People here say, "I like your."
It's
content.
because it is content. Okay, it's content, and people in New York feel like they're above it because they're
show,
they're
though.
the what are they? Is it Nolita? They're the Nolita crowd.
Nolita is
yeah.
No, that's where like rich.
That's where the
girls
stuff
that go to NYU.
Yeah, that's where the stuff happens.
Nolita.
Even though like technically was this,
North of Little Italy, that's like a real estate agent term that was invented probably 10, 20 years ago.
I don't fucking know.
Yeah, it was probably like something to get more money.
Isn't that the area that popped off during COVID?
No, Dime Square.
Or Dime Square. Dime Square. My bad. Dime Square.
Dime
yeah.
Square. But that was like that.
Are you Dime Square?
No, that was like.
Are you Brooklyn?
I live in like a Hillary woman neighborhood. No one knows Cumtown. It's amazing.
Yeah.
I'm an anonymous person. It's fantastic. Yeah. I live in Fort Greene. But Dime Square was just articles. It was not a real thing.
Yeah.
It was like a couple bars were there, and then it was like lady journalists who used to write for Vice and had now turned 40 who were like taking lockdown very seriously and saw that there were people partying and writing freak out articles. There were probably 500, either like 1,000 articles written about 3 bars, and maybe
and then it popped off, right?
people.
Like there's
maybe 200 people tops.
But now it's like a thing, isn't it?
Now it's on Google Maps.
Oh my god.
Now Dime Square is on Google Maps.
Oh god.
But it's just like what? There's like 4 restaurants and 3 bars there. Yeah.
I went there one time to do
it's the east side of Chinatown.
Yeah, I went there one time to do Andrew Schultz's podcast.
You did. Schultz records in Dime Square.
I think he I might not know. To be fair, I don't know if it's like It's where's that area that they
doesn't
like
sound
shut
right.
off? What?
With the area they shut off, like
areas
the
they
street?
shut off, like the street where they shut
East
off, like
Broadway
people like fucking skate and stuff
Yeah,
in
it's
front of like this.
Times Square.
Does that Times Square?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
he does
right.
then. So here's the
No,
thing.
it's like on East Broadway. Yeah.
It's like
yeah.
It's like
That is by Seward Park.
bro, but there's a
It's the
restaurant.
Lower East Side.
It looks like very European. There's a restaurant.
Dimes.
There's a restaurant where the people actually sit outside on the street. It's very like a bistro.
There's one bar called Clandestino, which is like that's like the bit. If you're like, oh yo, we're going to fucking Clandos tonight. Like that's the bit about, oh yeah, let's go
Really?
to Times Square. Like that's as a joke. And Mac DeMarco, when he was in town, I as a bit took him there. Which
What
is
it-
like, if you understand the reference, it's very funny to bring him there. Like to bring the indie guy there.
I don't know who
And,
Mac DeMarco is,
people
by
are
the
like
way.
people are like coming up to him like brother, so good to see. Oh, you don't know music?
I don't know
Oh,
music.
He's very popular indie musician. He was on the show.
He looks like a very
Yeah,
popular
yeah,
indie
very,
musician.
very popular, huge. Yeah. It is very. So yeah, I guess you didn't understand the reference, but it is very.
I assume he looks exactly like the type of people that go there, though.
Yes, exactly.
Like this hat.
So I took him to the place where it's all guys that copy him. Right.
Uh-huh.
That's what was funny about it. But whatever. And then guys coming up to him like, dude, brother, thank you. Just feel
Did
like
I not say that to you at Dime Square?
people say they like the show. When someone comes up and says they like the show, that's nice. When someone tries to do like a fucking gross bit or something about like fucking whatever, some nasty shit, I'm like, that's
this
is the Catholic shit. See, these are all essays and freak out articles by like wrote like a really good takedown of what this was, or he made a video about it. You know who Brad Trammell is?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So
He's great.
Brad did a really good takedown of like what he like made a video where he kind of describes how it was just like it was a manufactured thing.
Yeah.
It was also people that were not.
I think it's
they
all
were
like
taking pictures at parties during like peak lockdown, because like for me personally, I'll be honest with it. Like we're probably on different sides. Well, I took the vaccine. of course.
We're on different sides.
No, but I imagine you were taking it like my mother died 3 months into COVID, and then I went back to New York. I was like with my family.
She died because of COVID?
No, she had brain cancer.
Okay.
She's not a coward.
Oh. Jesus. Okay.
Anyway, no, she died, and I was with my family, and it was really sad. It was obviously awful. And then I went back to New York, and I had friends that were chilling in a time where it was like where it was socially kind of unacceptable, and people were frowned on it. And I said, I want to chill with my friends. Yeah.
You were
I
brave.
said I'm sad.
You
No,
were
it wasn't
a brave
brave.
patriot.
No, it wasn't brave. I wasn't like it
I'm
wasn't
kidding.
like a political statement, but I just wanted to see my friends. I didn't want to
fucked
go
up.
back to my apartment and sit there and be sad. And that's what I did. And,
No, I took COVID. I took COVID seriously. I was
People were
living with
taking it
I was
seriously.
living with my mom
Yeah.
at the time. Like I moved my mom to Los Angeles, so I didn't want to like get her sick. You know what I mean?
Yeah. From where?
Because we're give her COVID. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Go
yeah.
out, get COVID, give it to her
Right.
because
When
we're
I
in a
was with
small
my family
apartment.
and my mom was sick, I wasn't, we were super locked down.
Yeah.
And then
after I got the vaccine, I started going out.
yeah, of course.
Yeah, but people, there's still people who get mad at
Yeah,
that.
people get really mad, and to some extent, it's like like in retrospect, you could tell me if you disagree, but in retrospect, I mean, Floyd, I think a lot of it was like the first socially acceptable time to break lockdown protocol. I think a lot of
are
it-
you saying that that's the reason why a lot of people just went out to the streets, took it to the streets? Because it was
I think it's comparable to like London during the Blitz.
not
where
Floyd
there were, like-
Mayweather, chat. He's talking about George Floyd.
I'm talking about Floyd Mayweather Pacquiao. I'm talking
Yeah.
about the fight.
No,
But that's what at least what I noticed.
I think there's definitely a part of that for sure.
for sure.
Yeah. No,
think-
people were angry, pent up, stuck inside. They got mad.
And Mayweather, they're pissed.
Yeah, bro. This is like
I'm
you
sorry,
want to know
dude,
at the
I can't
peak?
do these streams. I'm gonna
at the
ruin
peak,
your
look.
business.
No, I don't care.
What is this?
At the peak of the fucking lockdowns, I was like,
Is this you?
hornily in VR chat,
Hey, what's going on?
going to a strip club in VR chat, going on fucking VR dates, bro.
I was just getting drunk.
Are they
with
doing
my-
like a
I
dating
guess.
show or something? What's happening?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
Wait, so this is an actual strip club?
This is a strip club inside
In
of the
the
VR
metaverse?
world, not in the meta. This is like before metaverse.
Wait, did they say there was just a sexual assault in the metaverse?
What?
Yeah,
How?
look it up. Google it.
How?
Google it. I saw it. They're like the first sexual assault happens in the metaverse. But I don't. I'm not laughing. I don't know what. I don't even know what it is. I'm gonna ruin your business.
I feel like you.
Look,
a girl was
girl-
allegedly raped in the metaverse. Is the beginning of a dark new future? What?
Yeah. Nancy Jo Sales, whoever that is, she looks like she knows what she's talking about. British
British police are investigating the case of a minor who was allegedly subject to a virtual gang rape.
Why would she just X out?
I don't understand how this.
Why does she? That's sexist, probably of me to say.
I don't understand how this even happens. Was it really rape? Some have asked. The comments on our Instagram post for a story about the case in the New York Post were characteristically skeptical. Couldn't she have just turned it off? You have the same mentality of a New York Post comment.
I know it's bad. No, I mean like, but what I'm saying is like it's I'm not saying it's her. I'm not doing a she shouldn't have been wearing that. Don't worry. I don't even know. She was raped in Call of Duty.
No difference, of course, is that while Call of Duty players can expect to be virtually killed sometimes as part of the game, the girl had no reason to expect that she would be raped. Okay, but I don't understand, how.
Yeah.
Look, there's like a lot of people waiting. Here's the thing. There's a lot of people that are. This is probably one of the worst aspects of
the community?
live streaming.
Yeah.
And not just this community, but there's a lot of people that are like waiting for you to say something wrong and for me to react wrongly to it, so that they can clip it and then put it on Twitter.
He's
and then
32. I'm 36. I don't understand how. I'm glad the police are investigating it. But I don't understand what that is.
So that's the thing. Like,
Okay,
Hassan, don't
so
reach out like that.
it's
It doesn't matter.
ignorance.
Even if I don't reach out, it's still happening.
Yeah. Anyway, what's
that's the worst part about Twitch streaming.
Okay. Sorry,
is that
guys.
like when you're live
you
live
have
for
to do a notes app apology.
No, I'm not.
You
I
have to do a
I don't.
notes app. I'll write your notes app.
I rarely ever apologize because most of the shit that people yell at me are because one, because I think like apologizing unironically is just there's no reason for it.
There's no reason to apologize.
And two, I don't think I ever do anything that is like genuinely worthy of an apology. Like, what am I supposed to fucking apologize for buying a house?
You know
like,
who you are. You're a nice guy.
yeah. Sorry, I bought a house for myself and my family to live in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Fuck, my bad.
Socialisms.
Wait.
So,
But
whatever. I don't understand how this.
Attack in the metaverse, there is an emotional and psychological impact to victims long term and physical injuries. It's like weird that British police are looking into this, but then real rapes are happening in England and they're just like turning a fucking blind eye to it. What's happening?
I don't know about. What I do know is that like they, like if they don't have free speech in the UK, right? So like if you say a racial slur on Twitter in America, you don't go to jail. But if you do in the UK, you can get arrested and stuff.
No, I don't.
I think so. Look it up.
No, I think it's like I don't think you get arrested for saying a slur, but I think like if you
No, but I think this is kind of a similar thing, like in terms of.
I think
I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I think it's like, what do you call it? I think if you do like, if you show like a swastika or something, you might be able to.
If you
might
yes,
get in
right
trouble,
in Germany, right?
But
If you depict it, you can't play Wolfenstein in Germany, right? Because it's against.
No, I
the
think
law.
they let you do that now.
They let you play Wolfenstein.
But I get what you're saying. Yeah,
Yes.
it's like it's something like along those lines.
Right, where it's like what yes, that what is performed online or done in like a isn't protected by speech, right?
Yeah, it's a public order offense that somebody
public order offense, whatever that means. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, this is why I was like, this is why it's like funny that they're like super serious about this, but then they also have this going on. More than 1,100 officers under investigation for sexual or domestic abuse in England.
Yes.
And they also
Well,
like
that girl probably is really
Fucked up,
right? I mean, I don't know, but yes, of course. That's was that just also just right next to that article? Was that just linked?
No, I pulled it.
Oh,
I pulled it up from chat.
Yeah.
There's also the other.
Chat saved our asses heavy there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
okay.
also other problems with the fucking British Metro Police. They literally will like throw away valid rape cases all the time.
Yeah.
Anyway,
All right.
if you can get sexually assaulted in the metaverse, you get killed in the metaverse. Yeah, I don't really understand how the fuck that would work in the metaverse. Especially when they got like hella real
Thank
sex
you.
crimes that they don't pay attention to.
Someone said I look beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah.
So you run the commercial breaks, and can you vet who the commercials are?
No.
What if Destiny wanted to buy commercials on your show? That's what Destiny should. I'm sorry to keep bringing him up.
He's
That's what he should do.
I don't think you can like specifically target channels with commercials on this platform.
Oh yeah, my girlfriend just texted me. She said it's like the movie Dream Scenario, which we watched.
Dream Scenario? What?
Yeah, you can start commenting on the stream if you want. She just laughed.
Yeah. We let women speak here. It's fine.
No. Well, that's the thing. Is like, you know, she doesn't want to be on camera.
Yeah, I feel that.
She doesn't even. She didn't even know what a podcast was when we started dating. It's the best
That's
possible
awesome.
scenario.
That's
best
so
possible
sick.
scenario in the world. Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
also,
met-
be careful with your phone screen. Like, think
What?
about
Oh.
like your worst stalkers, right? Because I'm sure you
Mhm.
have some from the Comptown days, especially.
Oh, so it's gonna be like Pop Smoke.
Oh,
We're gonna get Pop Smoke.
No, we're not gonna get Pop Smoke. But think of dude.
Oh hell yeah.
We're good, dude.
We have the Glocky.
Yeah, we got the Glocky.
Oh, it's so
we got
cool.
the AR-15 over there
You know
too.
Glock just died.
Yeah,
What was his
92.
name? Hans Glock or
Yeah,
something.
I can't believe his last name was Glock.
92.
Yeah, he died at 92. You
Well,
would have thought. You would have thought he like.
92 is not a good age for someone with that name.
What do you mean? Oh,
I mean,
because
I
he's
would-
German and
I mean,
Gaston Glock.
Was he not German?
I think he is German. Yeah. Wait a minute.
Oh no.
Oh no, not your fave, dude.
Not your fave.
Not your fave.
Oh,
Gas-
he's got a problematic past?
Oh no.
Oh no.
Okay. For Glocktober,
Glocktober.
17 fun facts about Gaston Glock, his company, and Glock 17 that started it all. He was in the German Wehrmacht,
44, 45.
1944-45. He's extremely evasive about his World War II service.
Okay.
And has only answered specific questions in court.
Oh, I mean, that was the first thing I thought when I saw it. That was a New York Times like buzz on my screen, like an update, like automatic
Yeah,
update.
inventor
It
of-
was Glocky just
I saw a tweet saying
got owned.
I saw a tweet saying that like he basically sold the concept as like a service pistol by just taking every fucking police union guy to strip clubs, like
Really?
all around the country. Like that was the way they sold it, and then they all were like, "Sure."
What are the other German guns? The Sig? Is that German?
Sig Sauer? I don't know. I don't fucking know. I'm not a big gun guy.
They make good ones, probably.
Yeah.
Probably very anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
You need this. You probably need this for all the sitting, right?
Yeah.
This is like for your back and stuff.
But that's why
This man is killing himself, folks.
Sig is Austrian.
Okay, same shit.
You got the
You
what is
know
it? The
what-
Ruger HK.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Damn, bro. There's a lot of fucking German.
Yeah, they got mad guns.
There's a lot of German
What's the
weapons
gun-
manufacturers.
Chat,
What's
what's
that
the
about?
gun that the guy wants to get for his brother in Band of Brothers? He's trying to get this one gun for his brother.
Yeah, the Luger.
Is it a Luger?
Yeah.
I guess it's a Luger. Yeah.
That's still used. It's like
See, they all know this.
that's still used as like a competition gun too.
It's
right?
nice.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's it shoots 22s, right? That's what I've shot that before.
Wow. Someone said, "What a nerd."
Yeah, it's a Walther. It's a very infamous gun.
Isn't that what James Bond has?
9mm? No, the OG is 9mm. James
Walther
Bond? No.
PP?
The Walther PP.
Yeah, that's what James Bond has.
Walther PPK.
The PPK. Yeah.
Have you condemned Hamas yet? Chad is asking.
Have I condemned them?
Yeah.
No, I'm on the fence on this one.
You're the. I
I
say.
think I have.
No, they're the lesser evil.
I think I've condemned. I condemn everything. I'm
Ruger
goth.
22 is the one that looks like a Luger but shoots 22s. Okay, so I have shot a Ruger 22.
A Ruger.
It's like a
22.
toy gun. I don't know why 22s feel like a toy gun. when you shoot like a 22,
Probably because you have such big muscles.
no.
Probably because you're so strong.
No.
You have such big muscles. You don't get any kickback. For me, I got blasted through 9mm.
It's got very little
Blasted through a
recoil, is
wall.
what I'm saying. Guns are toys. Yeah, I mean, of course.
It's like
And-
Men in Black. You remember he has that little gun and then he gets blown back.
Yeah.
That's what it's like for fellas like me.
Adam still has yet to condemn Hamas. I will admit this is.
All right. Well, I'm on the
making
fence
me-
on
it's
this
making
one.
me uncomfortable.
I just want to say I'm on the fence. This is a wait and see situation. This is a little bit of a wait and see, folks.
Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't. What's going on? Are we at war with Yemen or no?
Well,
I don't pay attention to
the
anything
American military, like they did do an operation on Houthis. Like they killed 10 Houthi soldiers
I don't like that.
that were on their way to like take over another ship, like another commercial ship. But they're still kicking. I'm pretty sure. I think it's
don't
fucked
like
up
that.
too. I
The
agree.
Yemenis, as a New Yorker, the Yemenis are some of the best.
Yeah.
Some of the best we have.
The Hassanabi community is allied with the Houthis. We have
they run all the bodegas in Brooklyn or in my area, and they are the best. Except my bodega most recently were two Palestinian guys though, but they're not there anymore. I don't know where they are. It's kind of
It's kind of sus.
Well,
what they do? They go back?
No, it was
Probably
well
not.
Before,
They can't get
it
in.
was before 10/7, but I think they went to a different deli. I miss them.
Yeah, they did another drone. They did another drone shit. Oh, okay. So,
They're pirates, but they're not Somalis.
no, exactly. But I mean, yeah.
It's sick. You could be a pirate. Still.
I agree.
It's really cool.
It's like it's a cool thing that they brought back.
It's really cool. You could just go on someone else's ship and shoot, kill, and be like.
Well, they
"This is my
don't kill.
fucking
They
boat
just
now."
they just take it over.
They say I'm the captain now.
Yeah. Well, the Somalis sometimes I think sometimes they might kill, but I guess I don't think so. They don't even kill. They do.
So
They do. They do it for ransom.
That's why the Marines were started, right? Because of pirates.
The
Barbaries.
Well, it's
they
the
were doing
Ottoman.
white slavery.
I think it
That's
was
what they do.
the
They like to
Ottomans.
talk
No,
about
the
it.
Ottomans.
The
Yeah,
Ottomans.
Yeah,
The
I think
Barbary
it was
pirates.
Tripoli, right?
Yeah.
Suicide drones have struck 2 Israeli-linked oil tankers near the Maldives. Both tankers are seriously damaged by the explosions. Damn.
Oh my God, the Maldives are apparently fabulous.
Damn, dude.
It's
Well,
apparently
not
a
so
fabulous
not so
place.
fabulous no more. it seems.
Yeah. Wow.
But
So
yeah,
they just send you the news and you read it out. So you're just doing CNN, but it's just you.
pretty much, yeah.
It's kind of like talk radio a little bit, but more interactive.
That's what I've said. Like
It's
when
like
people
Rush.
ask me,
You're doing Rush.
Dude, that's exactly
doing
what
Rush.
I said. Like what I'm doing is like Rush Limbaugh for Zoomers, basically.
Rush was so good at that.
And he would do it for like 8 hours too.
Would he do it for 8 hours?
I think
every
so.
day. And he'd get geeked off the pills.
Yeah, he was fucking.
He would geek.
He was zooted.
He was off the back pills.
Yeah, the $1 million ransom was paid by Thomas Jefferson to the Bay of Algiers and signed in Tripoli. Yeah.
So sick, but they're still pirates.
Yeah,
It seems
well,
like
they're
it's
not
from the olden days.
They wouldn't do piracy if it like they straight up were they're not fair weather friends.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
I'll tell you that much.
You
They were
think that
literally
they get pissed off at Chinese companies, and they're like, "Come on, bro, you can't also be calling yourself that. You're
What do
not.
you-
You don't know how to be on boats."
What do you mean? What do they call themselves?
Like Chinese companies that do piracy of intellectual property. Do you think like people that are making fake iPhones and stuff?
I don't think they ride for piracy like that.
No. I think that would piss me off if I'm a boat kind of pirate.
I feel like
if I hear that there are these Chinese fellas not respecting intellectual property, calling themselves pirates, that's not fair.
I think taking
It's not
ownership
fair.
over piracy and being like my culture is not your costume is a very
Right.
American thing.
Yeah. Be like, listen,
I don't think the Yemeni guys
you
are
guys
doing
don't
that.
know how to be on boats at all. You don't know how to swashbuckle.
They know how to boat. They know how to boat now. The Chinese know how to boat.
But they don't know how to swashbuckle. They don't know how. They don't know how to
Fair.
swing on a rope onto someone else's thing with a sword.
I don't think the Yemenis
I'm
do
pretty
that
sure
too.
they still do that, Hassan.
I'm
I'm pretty sure
they come down. They come down from helicopters now. Have you never watched a video? It's fucking
They're
sick.
Pull one up, and then I gotta go to dinner with my girlfriend.
Okay, you keep flexing.
I'm sorry for saying girlfriend. We were having a lovely day, but
but then I called you in here.
No, but I
Wait, what are you here for?
we should've
Why are
been
you
here
in
for-
LA?
I am.
What?
I'm in a modeling campaign.
Wait, which model are you? Oh, is
I'm
it?
not gonna say the brand,
Is it
but-
you and Jeremy Allen White, Calvin Klein?
No, it's not that one. My penis isn't big enough. But my muscles are too small.
Have you seen that? He looks so hot.
But
it's fucking bullshit.
I do think for this modeling thing I have to do tomorrow, I'm going to stuff like a ridiculous amount.
Yeah,
I'm
just-
gonna make it look
just
like
the
there's
fattest.
an actual eggplant in my pants.
Okay, you should.
And I'll have like the French people being like, "What the hell is going on with your penis? We have to tuck it in."
They love, dude. You look young and you got a fat penis. This is like the ultimate.
No, I
combo.
have to construct a fat penis.
And it's
for
not
this.
like, and it's in their minds, it's like they'll think it's illegal, but it's not. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's-
exactly.
It's the best.
I do a legal style model.
Yeah. Where? Come on, Chad. Give me a
Give
me
us a
Yemen
pirate
give me a
video.
Yemen piracy.
And it
video.
better not be Chinese copyright piracy.
Yeah, no. We're pro China.
And that better not be guys downloading movies.
We like Chinese
That's-
piracy here. Dude,
that's
look at
the
this.
worst piracy.
They painted it and everything.
Oh, he painted it Palestine style?
Yeah, dude, they're crazy. They also do like
But that's Yemen, Palestine.
yeah, they do like military, like they're so broke. It's kind
They're
of
like
sad.
Hezbollah.
Yeah, but yeah, they'll do like military like marches and whatever, and then they'll march over the American and the Israeli flag.
You ever like
They walk over.
Did you get have you ever gotten a salute of respect or like a dap from the other Hassan?
Which one?
Nasrallah?
Nasrallah? No.
I feel like it's kind of
We're not. Yeah,
two
we're
Hassans right now playing a big role.
yeah, we're both
holding
playing
it
our
down.
part. Yeah, I
Holding
would
it
say
down.
I'm doing more than him, but
You're doing more?
yeah, I think I'm doing more than him.
You're not doing those cool skiing videos that he has his boys do.
I know, but he's like
Those skiing videos are cool.
they are cool.
They're cool. Those,
Hezbollah
in the
cuts some
white-
good ass videos too.
Why are they so good at videos? Can I see the pirates?
Oh, here.
Yeah. Wow, and then they just drop this online and be like, look how sick we are.
Yeah.
Wow. And who owns the boat? Americans?
I think it's like
Whose boat is it? Chat, whose boat? Who's the boat?
I don't know. I think it's like a
Who is the
British
boat?
home maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
But they were doing it to like all the boats basically. Look at that. Dude, the return on investment is crazy on this shit.
Yeah,
It's like 3 dinghies and a helicopter, and then you like
and 5 guns.
you have stopped like billions of dollars of commerce.
That's crazy.
It's fucking awesome. And it's like, you know what's wild about it? It's like America's response to this has been more violent than like its response to, Israel
Gaza,
killing
yeah. Well, no, I mean,
30,000 people.
Well, we give them money.
Yeah, we keep giving them fucking more weapons to blow up. And it's like, oh, dude, touch commerce? Oh, dude, you're dead. It's done. Yeah,
Wow.
I'm in
Yeah, I
support of
guess
the blockade.
These boats are they probably have like hundreds of millions of dollars worth of shit on there.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Nasrallah was like dunking on Seychelles, I think.
He said it was what? What did he say?
Here.
الفضيحة الأمريكية عندما جاء وزير الحرب
That's your
الأمريكي
boy,
وزير
dude.
الدفاع بين هلالين
Who's that? Rob
وأعلن
Reiner in
من
the
هنا
top
من
left?
منطقتنا
That's Rob Reiner, dude.
It's
It is.
It's Glenn.
It's Rob
Or-
Reiner, bro.
Rob Reiner.
تحالفا عسكريا بحريا لمواجهة
He's saying to confront the Yemenis in the Red Sea, they've built a coalition.
الفضيحة
Look at this scandal. This is an American minister, not a journalist, not a minister of another country. This is the minister of the superpower, as they call it. Immediately after, the countries which he announced came out and said, brother, we do not want this. And nobody even talked to us about this. We never even heard of this. What will we gain from this? And they withdrew. 1 country, then 2, then 3. And he had to go and bring other names. Like this one, Senshel, Minshel. I don't even know its name. I had to search it on Google.
What? I don't understand what he's talking. What is this about?
He's just saying like the coalition, like U.S. Central Command or whatever.
Oh, we had a coalition.
Yeah, we were like, oh, we're gonna go and
like.
like fuck up the Houthis. Like, how dare you stop commerce?
What? Why does he shut the hell up about my country? Did he not see the Iraq War? We had about 3.5 countries on that. And
Dude, yeah, but it was like,
okay, brother, we could go at things alone. Okay.
yeah, he
All right.
he says he doesn't even know what the fuck the Seychelles is. Turns out it's an island at the end of the earth. He had to Google it.
You know what I found out? There's a lot of like really obnoxious Australians. One of the worst parts of New York is that there's obnoxious Australians.
Really?
Yeah, and they're like, do you have any cake? You know, they're like, they're gross and annoying.
I never go outside, so I
Whatever,
don't know.
yeah. So in New
Anyway.
York, there's a lot. And I'm like, why the hell are there so many Australians? Apparently, they have preferable visa status because Bush gave it to them because they supported the war in Iraq.
That's so funny.
And that's why
They did do-
That's why we have this plague, a plague of these guys. Yeah.
They I mean, I got some Aussie boys that I'm good friends with, but they're chill. They went to North Korea.
Oh, they went?
Yeah. Have you ever seen that? It's a documentary called The Haircut.
What'd they get?
They got a haircut.
Bulgogi?
No, they got a haircut.
Just a haircut.
Straight up.
No
yeah.
bulgogis?
Maybe.
You
I don't
think
know if they got
fire?
bulgogis.
You think
I
they
should
got
I'll ask
fire
them.
banchan? Like a full banchan platter?
Oh, this is a poster
Barbecue?
from North Korea
Oh,
that they
shit.
brought back for me.
That's beautiful.
It's a gift.
That's really cool.
Dude, people have died stealing posters. Like
I
Otto
know.
Warmbier.
Warmbier, he's dead, right? He's done. He got
Yeah,
cooked.
He died, yeah. He didn't get cooked, but he...
Poor Warmbier.
Yeah. You can't... If you're going to steal a poster, you got to be better.
That's his name, too.
Otto Warmbier. Yeah.
He's got to go around this whole life.
The Australians...
half Nazi, half unfortunate version of a beer name.
Have Adam denounce Matty Healy instead? Oh, yeah.
100,000%.
You denounce Matty Healy?
I denounce.
Okay. Adam is...
I denounce.
On the fence about Hamas. Immediately denounces Matty Healy.
The finest man I've ever met. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Matty.
Yeah.
I denounce. No, yeah, that sucks.
Yeah.
Warm beer? That's awful. But how you gonna name a kid Warm Beer?
I think that's the last name.
Otto, I mean.
That is interesting. Yeah, you're right about that.
In this day and age,
It's like naming your kid Adolf.
yeah, it's pretty close. My friend, he told me he went to college with a guy named Austin Powers.
No way.
Yeah, but that was just his name before the movies came out. And can you just imagine his life?
Look at that. I had your back. Why don't you have my back?
Against who?
Against my enemies.
I'll kill anyone.
All right, thank you.
Headshot, no scope.
Hell yeah.
Dude, the best was Geraldo. Look at that.
Adam is a disrespectful schmuck. Chelsea is 10 times the person that Creep is. He's a simp. He's a white knight.
He's a hero of mine.
Hi, Adam. You're right. I am not Jewish. Since you found me ugly, feel free to never look at me. The ugly Jew is a vile, centuries-old anti-Semitic trope. So next time, please just go straight to the ugly and leave out the rest.
Well, I was standing up for. She was lecturing fucking Ilhan Omar.
I remember.
And she about anti-Semitism. I'm like, you're not even Jewish.
I think it's a banger.
You could say that you could be self-deprecating about Jews. We're all gross. It was just a joke.
I don't agree.
But
with
I
that.
didn't tag you, Chels, and I think you're gorge. I think she's beautiful.
How did she? Was she name searching? What happened? I mean,
She was
you
name
did get,
searching.
No, you did get 7,000 likes. So I feel like that's probably why she saw it.
I'm sorry. I didn't. But the worst was that my avatar has always been, since I joined Twitter, Chris Bosch. And all these like Hillary Clinton women were like reposting the avatar and being like, "You're fucking ugly, disgusting." Like
Wait, they were just shitting on Bosch?
Click on that. Yeah, click on the avatar. They were just like
fucked up.
reposting this and just being like, "Look how ugly you are."
Damn.
Because they thought that was me.
Yeah.
I felt so. Unfortunately, I got him involved.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. All right, I gotta go to dinner.
All right.
It has been an honor, guys. Thank you for having me. And be nice to this guy.
Thank you.
He gives you so much.
Thank you.
He gives you so much. He's the hardest working man in show business.
I mean, I wouldn't say I'm in show business, but
No, it's a little bit show business. I think this is TV. This is basically new TV.
I feel like it's closer to radio. But yeah, you're right. Rush Limbaugh is the
You're doing
correct
Rush
analysis.
Damn. All right, thanks for having me. And watch the Adam Freeland show. The next talk show episode should be out in the next couple of weeks.
Who's your guest?
It's getting more and more ambitious. We were not going to say, but it's exciting.
Okay.
It is a legend. I'm not saying that for a
She
fact.
knows you're leaving.
Bye, my. Okay.
All right.
Bye,
Peace,
guys.
dude. You just kiss your dog on the mouth. You guys can let her out in the back if you want for a little bit. RP Tonight King. I was going to, but it's late now. Oh, Alien in Miami. This is pretty funny. I guess we're not gonna finish the Gypsy Rose thing today. Has Adam been on the show before? No, first time. Will you RP on January 6th? You mean tomorrow? Yes. Who was that? They didn't drop his info. That was Adam Friedland, host of the Adam Friedland Show. It is a podcast. Former host of the podcast Come Town. Did you see the Alien in Mexican Congress? I did not. I made a summary of today's stream. That's insane. What the fuck is this? Oh, the guy who hugged the judge. Yeah, he hugged her, and he's going to jail for that, which is kind of fucked up in my opinion. So I guess people think this is bye guys. I guess people think that this is like a alien situation. Man from Australia just wondering if the top of the hour for me is the top of the hour for you. Like, do 3-minute ad breaks a line? Fuck, mate. Okay, that's kind of fucked up that you caught me right as I was. Largest police presence to date, definitely shady. Sending cops to an alien situation is a bad idea. I like that we're taking it seriously as though it is definitely an alien. This is definitely an alien situation that the cops have arrived at. All right, here's a 3-minute ad break now, mate. What the fuck?
En la ciudad de Miami.
Bro, this looks like a police funeral or something. I feel like this is what they do. It's real. It's not like police roll out like this unless it's a big deal. I mean, I'm sure it's a big deal. I just don't think it's a fucking alien. What do you mean?
Esto es en Bayside ahora.
I like that nowadays it's like, oh, you have a lot of police presence. Like, it mustn't be like an act of terror or, you know what I mean? Like, it's not a suspected terrorism act or anything like that. Oh, it must be a fucking alien. That's awesome. I like that is where our brain is at collectively. DC Drano says, so we are not going to be told the truth about why Miami had possibly the biggest police response I've ever seen in my life. They're saying it was for teenagers fighting. What really happened? There was like 100 kids out doing a street takeover. I live less than 20 miles from here. My internet has been out all day. Never happened before. It says Liberty Lockdown with Clint Russell. Never happened before. Something really strange about all of this. So no one within 20 miles in that location has internet? I have no idea. I just know mine has been out all day. Oh, okay. So you didn't even check. Got it.
Site ahora.
I have to pee. Hold on.
9:35 de la noche de hoy, 1 de enero, frente a Bayside. No sabemos qué está pasando. Bueno, para que sean testigos cuando se produce una llamada a todas las unidades y las que vienen en camino.
I don't know what the fuck is happening here. I live like 2 miles away and there hasn't been free healthcare this whole week. So what is it? What happened? It was teenagers shooting off fireworks. Miami cops arrest teens after firework riots. Fights erupted at Bayside Marketplace. That's it? Read the real news. Aliens in Miami? Where? Where? A 10-foot tall silhouette? It's over, dude. I suspect they thought it was a terror attack. And that's precisely what happened. I zoomed in on the mall creature. Come on. I zoomed in on one of the TikTok videos about the Miami mall creature so you can see the gray creature walking in between these police cars and into the building. Where? Is that it? This creature is in fact just a blurry video of 3 police officers walking next to each other. Better quality video here. Yeah, no, that's... I think it is pretty wild how fast people decided that there were actual aliens. I think it's wild how fast you discounted it. Bro, this is the most like cop overreaction of all time. Have you guys never been like arrested before or had to deal with a police stop? Do you know how they fucking operate? This is quite literally how they operate. Okay, bro, come on.
Going on in Miami, bro? Boy, she would've got in that bitch. No, shit, that shit just disappeared. Boy, what the fuck going on?
Cops will literally fucking pull up with 8 squad cars, okay? When there's like a homeless person that they fear is like presenting a threat. And by that, I mean being loud or something. The only time cops don't show up in numbers like this is when it's an active shooting situation where they definitely need to show up. Okay? What ended up happening is, yes, the cops are overfunded, not underfunded. They are not defunded. That's not a 10-foot alien. That's just a video artifacting of 3 different cops. Prove it, debate the alien. I hate that to the outside world, that's like what people think. People think I'm like, to the normies, they think I'm like some debate guy who debates other quote-unquote intellectuals. Yuck. Even FD thought you were a debate lord? That's what I'm saying. It's like, it sucks. T-Pain thought you were a Trumper. I mean, I don't mind people thinking I'm a Trumper. That's funny. Yeah. They probably thought it was like terrorism or something. Someone in the chat said, imagine aliens come to Earth and then the first contact they make is with a Miami police cop, police department cop. For the record, when people go, oh, dude, like, people think that about you, even though you are very clear about not being that person. Yeah, no shit. People don't know anything. People don't watch for 5 hours. They just see clips and bits and pieces and know things about. They just hear things off Twitter. I saw my friend sent this to me earlier this morning. The Coliseum sucks. I wish I was in my room cranking it. I'm eating a protein cinnamon roll. Guy said they're chill as fuck, so they're good. They could also seemingly teleport. They weren't walking around normally, but instead disappearing, then quickly reappearing somewhere else. God, Twitter is so stupid. Yo, those cinnamon rolls suck. Guy recommendation. I like it. Legendary is the name of the brand.
Please, I don't have enough money. I just really want to go home.
You said, how is she this good at acting? Brother, she probably got out of a real ticket like this. The legendary cinnamon rolls is obviously not as good as like a real cinnamon roll, but if you microwave it, it's pretty bomb. And also, even if you don't microwave it, like I'm hitting it raw right now, but overall, I think it's pretty solid because it's got 20 grams of protein.
Miss.
Yeah. Worked so hard. I've been awake for 14 hours just working really hard, and I barely have enough money for food. And I'm trying to help my friends who are also poor and don't have any money either. I just want to go home and sleep, please. Please don't make me pay. Please, you can hit me next time.
Nobody's gonna hit you. Jesus Christ.
I can't pay the $450. You don't have enough money.
I remember on O'Reilly, this is the first thing you taught me when I first started watching, is the one superpower women have, and it worked, so thanks. Like, I taught you that as a woman, your tears are powerful. That's crazy. Like, that's some real father figure shit right there, dude. I am the father that stepped up. To get out of a ticket, yeah.
Every room that we have the portraits of Kim dictators. And the first thing that my teacher taught me was, look at your dear leader. That's your real father, not your biological father. If he says something unroyal to the government, you need to come tell me. So governments would punish the parents. And now in America, I hear these things like, teachers would literally teaching the kids saying, your parents are not safe if they don't validate your feelings. And trying to separate the children from the family. It is the same exact tactic that North Korea uses.
It's pretty funny that this person is constantly like, America is just like North Korea. I hope that at a certain point people go, wait a minute, maybe North Korea is not so bad then.
Is to separate people. In North Korea, every room that we have the portraits of Kim dictators.
She kind of pretty now. What an observation. My father died last year. He didn't care when I cried, though, even though he called me a girl multiple times. Okay. Yeah, if America and North Korea are so similar, why are you in America then? Why don't you go somewhere not similar to North Korea?
So you want to watch the 1962 film King Kong vs. Godzilla? Well, don't worry, kid. I'm going to catch you up to speed on every streaming service and how to watch exactly what you want to watch. Netflix. I am subscribed to Netflix because It was a better deal than Blockbuster 24 years ago. For $15 a month, you get Sausage Party, The Pope's Exorcist, Young Sheldon, Old Dads, Bad Moms, Bad Boys, Bad Lieutenant, Bad Santa, Bad Teacher, Bad Tutor, Bad Surgeon, Bad Vegan, Bad Grandpa, Dirty Grandpa, Stupid Boss, Ugly Betty, and Stinky Walter. You get Equalizer 3, Kung Fu Panda 3, and Croods 1, but Equalizer 1 and Croods 2 are only on Peacock. Equalizer 2 is on Hulu, and Kung Fu Panda 1 is on ViX. You get Gray Man, but not Rain Man. So you get the new Spider-Man, but not the first one, which is on Fubo TV. Since Disney owns Marvel, they don't have either. But you can watch the new old Spider-Mans and the old new Spider-Mans and the old Spider-Mans, except for the newest old Spider-Man, which is only on Starz, which is $10 a month. With Starz, you also get John Wick 4, but not the first 3, which have just been added to Netflix. However, Starz does offer you the movie Hitman, which is similar because both characters are assassins. The sequel, Hitman Agent 47, is on HBO Max for $20 a month. Or check out David Fincher's new movie The Killer on Netflix, which is like watching somebody play the game Hitman. But what if you don't like Hitmans? What if you want to watch Django? Well, I wish you never asked me that, because Netflix has the new Django show, and they have Django and Django, but they don't have Django or Django, which is coming soon to Starz. A few dollars for Django can be rented on Amazon for a few dollars. Django Shoots First is on Plex, Return of Django is available on Tubi, and Hallelujah for Django is on Roku. If you love Trolls like Leah, Netflix has Trolls Holiday, but not Trolls Holiday in Harmony, which is on Hulu. If you love the first half of Titanic, that's on Crackle, but then you gotta switch over to Vudu to watch the rest of the movie. Paramount Plus, we had to get to watch Nathan Fielder's new show. Tubi is gonna hook you up with the Fred trilogy, which is huge. AMC Plus is Halloween 5. MGM Plus is Halloween H2O. If you love the movie Gone Girl, Lifetime Movie Club has a different movie called Gone Mom. They have a lot of mom-type movies on there. Discovery Plus has seasons 1 and 3 of Mythbusters. Discovery Go has seasons 7 and 12. Crunchyroll has 2 episodes of Mythbusters and season 14 of Speed Racer. For Banana, you'll have to subscribe to Funimation now. Dove Channel is for doggy movies. BritBox has the first 12 minutes of every episode of Diamond Geezer. For Pokemon, there is a website that tells you how to watch this. You start off on Netflix, then swap over to the Pokemon streaming service, which is the only place that has season 2. Then swap over to Prime Video for seasons 3 through 5. Swap to Freevee, then Hoopla. Season 13 is only on Amazon though. Then swap to Tubi, then Hulu, then Roku Channel, and then finally back to the Pokemon streaming and then Netflix. Easy. Now let's talk content trades. As you know, streaming services only have a temporary license for most of the media they're allowed to stream. This allows competing services to acquire the rights for their library, unless it's original content they produced, like the show Willow, which was deleted entirely. Next week, Netflix is trading Old Dads to ABC iView for Daddy Day Camp. Halloween 5 is switching over to Slice, who is selling John Wick.
I mean, I know he's like joking about some of this, but some of this is real.
Chapter 3 to Gem so that they can afford the rights for Equalizer 2. Good news for hockey fans though this month. Roger NHL Live is finally getting Indiana Jones 4 and 5, but sadly, Fetch users will be losing access to the original Puss in Boots movie. Acorn TV is trading Sing 2 to T.
I mean, this is, Chatter is right. This is innovation. Under capitalism, this is the innovation you
TM
get.
Plus Go, but only if they promise to give Rush Hour 3 to Blaze TV Plus, so that they will give Rocky 4 to Mubi, so that they will give Acorn TV Fast.
No, this is why he's joking. Like, Blaze TV Plus does not have Rush Hour
By
3.
using my simple guide, you now understand how to watch every show and movie, except for King Kong vs. Godzilla, because I forgot. HBO Go, which has been rebranded to HBO Now, then HBO Max, and then Max, they have the movie Godzilla vs. Kong, which is a different movie, but thankfully they also have every Godzilla movie produced from 1954 to 1975. Except for King Kong vs. Godzilla, which is not on any streaming services. You have to buy the Blu-ray to watch it.
Yeah, it's definitely not great. Also, Best Buy took out all physical media this week. I guess it's not selling at all. Is that what it is? Ah, come on. You don't need to own anything. Come on. Come on. Do you need to own anything? You should own nothing. It's fine. You can buy that shit on Amazon, but you can't. Because you're technically not buying it on Amazon either. And you technically don't own anything in your Steam library either. I think people don't understand. You don't own any of that. If you don't have a physical copy, you technically don't own it. Unless you buy the discs. I mean, think about it this way. First of all, like, what happens when the servers go down? You know what I mean? When you buy something on... Okay. When you buy something on Steam, your access to that can be revoked at any given moment. It's up to Steam. For example, this is the famous Sony case. Sony pulls Discovery videos PlayStation users already own, sparking concern over our digital future. Sony has signaled its intention to pull some PlayStation content even from those who bought it. Nintendo has done this as well. In a brief notice on the PlayStation website, Sony said it planned to remove hundreds of Discovery films from users' video libraries, preventing them from watching the content they'd paid money for. Gabe Newell said they would release all DRM and keys if they ever went under. Your access can be revoked through some physical copies too. No. Oh, they reversed it? You don't own the software on the disc, it's a lease? Yes. Technically, okay, hold on. Technically, you don't own the software on the disc, it's a lease. However, physical copies, at least older physical copies of movies and older physical copies of video games, have no way, unless you physically go into someone's house and take it, they have no way of stopping you from playing whatever game you want or consuming whatever media you own. The problem with physical copies, however, is storage, because physical copies, unfortunately, are not permanent. So I guess the greatest way to, make sure that you have permanent everything, like you have a library of content, is if you rip it and pirate it and put it on a hard drive somewhere. Because DVDs go bad too, but hard drives also don't last forever. So I don't know. Then there's DRM. Yes. I might have missed it, but that doesn't apply to modern Xbox or PlayStation discs. They're basically a license on a disc. Yeah. And of course, if the game that you're trying to play, also has like some kind of protocol that makes it so that you have to go online. Like, for example, I play a lot on my Steam Deck. Now, the Steam Deck is basically designed so you can play it both online and also offline. However, there are games like Red Dead Redemption 2 that you have to actually log on to and activate online. So even if, let's say, you want to play RDR 2 and you want to play it single player game, you still have to make sure that your Steam Deck is connected to the internet the first time you play. And then you're good. As long as you go through the login. Yeah, Rockstar Social Club is a thing. Random with the Creatures of God of War should create a game about the 3 days Jesus was in hell. What? Yes, you have to play connected to the internet for the first launch. And then as long as you don't actually turn off your Steam Deck, you can keep playing it offline. However, if you accidentally or deliberately turn off your Steam Deck and then turn it back on and it kicks you out of the game, you're cooked. It is bedtime, you're right. I am definitely going to play No Pixel tomorrow because it's January 6th. But for tonight, I'm too tired. I thought about it. I was like, maybe I can do it. Maybe I can play some No Pixel. But I'm too tired for it. And I apologize. For January 6th, I'll be there. I'll be there no matter what. Day one, City Hall. Because of Adam. Okay, Adam came late. That's it. That's the problem. Oh, and I'm tired. Anyway, love you guys. See you tomorrow for some fun. For some fun day content. We're going to do Okay Buddy. We're going to play No Pixel. We're going to do some fun reacts. Love you all. Bye-bye.
Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Days again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, months of streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son